This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. And they're off. It was the first day of Prime Minister Modi's third term in office. He showed no signs of slowing down, and his coalition is already facing a stress test. Let's recap the day's events for you, starting with the latest, that is portfolio allocation. Who gets which ministry? That list was released this evening. No change in the big four. Home Ministry for Amit Shah, Finance for Nirmala Sitharaman, Defence for Rajnath Singh and External Affairs for S. Jaishankar. They've all retained their portfolios. Same with Nitin Gadkari. He keeps his Ministry of Highways, and Piyush Goyal, who will continue in the role of the Minister of Commerce. Former diplomat Hardeep Singh Puri has retained the Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry. Dharmendra Pradhan gets the Education Ministry of India. Ashwini Vaishnav is now in charge of three portfolios: Railways, which he had in the past as well, Information and Broadcasting, and Information Technology. Jyotiraditya Scindia has been moved from civil aviation to telecom. Kiren Rijiju has been elevated. Earlier, he was the Minister of Food Processing. Now he will handle parliamentary affairs. Mansukh Mandavia has been moved as well. Earlier, he was the Health Minister. Now he is in charge of two portfolios, Labour and Sports. The current BJP President, JP Nadda, will now handle the Ministry of Health. He was Health Minister in the first Modi government as well. So you could say the Prime Minister has kept his core team intact, and the message here is quite clear: policy continuity. Modi believes that his team has delivered on their targets, and most of those ministers will continue in their old roles. The changes seem to have more to do with the accommodation of allies. Let's tell you about that as well. What have the allies got? 5 NDA allies have been given cabinet berths. H.D. Kumaraswamy from the JDS. He is the new Minister for Heavy Industry and Steel. Jitan Ram Manjhi of the Hindustan Awami Morcha, and a key face from Bihar is the new Minister for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Rajiv Singh from the JDU, the Janata Dal United, better known as Rajiv Singh, better known as Lalan Singh, has got two portfolios, Fisheries and Panchayati Raj. Then we have Ram Mohan Naidu from the Telugu Desam Party. He is the new Minister for Civil Aviation. And finally, Chirag Paswan from the Lok Janashakti Party. He is the new Minister of Food Processing. Tomorrow, all these leaders will take charge of their ministries. The Prime Minister got some more work done on day one. He released the 17th installment of the Farmer Support Scheme. It's called the Kisan Samman Nidhi, or the Farmers Tribute Fund. It provides financial assistance to a large section of farmers in India. They get 2,000 rupees for every 4 months. 2,000 rupees every 4 months, so that's 6,000 rupees in a year. And that's around $70. Today's release of funds will benefit some 93 million people. In all, they'll receive around $2.3 billion. So that was Prime Minister Modi's first official act in his third term. Later in the day, he addressed his staff, and this is what he had to say.
दोस्तों, 10 साल पहले हमारे देश में एक छवि बनी हुई थी कि पीएमओ एक शक्ति का केंद्र है, एक बहुत बड़ा पावर सेंटर है, और मैं न सत्ता के लिए पैदा हुआ हूं, न मैं शक्ति अर्जित करने के लिए सोचता हूं. ये पीपल्स पीएमओ होना चाहिए, ये मोदी पीएमओ नहीं हो सकता है.
People's PMO, not Modi's PMO. That was the message for the Prime Minister's political opponents as well. He said that his office is chasing one goal, the goal of a developed India by 2047. And to achieve this goal, he has appointed a diverse set of cabinet colleagues. We have a few more interesting facts about the new Council of Ministers. For starters, it is quite large in size. Including the Prime Minister, there are 72 ministers. The maximum strength can be 81 ministers. They already have 72, so there is limited scope for expansion. Let's break this down further. 65 ministers are men, just 7 are women, only 7 out of 72. The BJP has kept the lion's share of the seats. 61 ministers are from the BJP. The remaining 11 are NDA allies. A total of 9 parties have been accommodated. The two main allies, the Telugu Desam Party and the Janata Dal United, have got 2 berths each, 1 cabinet and 1 minister of state. 3 more parties have got cabinet berths. The Janata Dal Secular, JDS from Karnataka, the Hindustan Awam Morcha and the Lok Janashakti Party from Bihar. The 4 remaining allies have been accommodated in junior posts. 57 ministers are newly elected MPs from the lower house, that's the Lok Sabha. 13 ministers are members of the Rajya Sabha or the upper house. 2 ministers, Ravneet Singh Bittu and George Kurian, are not members of parliament, so they'll have to get a seat in parliament within 6 months, most likely through the Rajya Sabha. That's how they'll be brought in. And how different is this team from the last one? 38 ministers have been dropped, including names like Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Meenakshi Lekhi. 34 ministers from the previous council have been retained. This is also a cabinet of multi-millionaires. 35 ministers have assets worth 10 crore rupees and above. That's more than $1 million. 34 ministers have assets worth 1 crore rupees and above. That's more than $100,000. The richest minister is from the TDP. His name is Dr. Chandrasekhar Pemmasani. His total declared assets are well over 5,000 crores. That's over $500 million. So that's the NDA cabinet for you. But there is some bitterness among allies, like the NCP or the Nationalist Congress Party. It is led by Ajit Pawar. They have just 1 MP. That's Praful Patel. Now, Praful Patel has served as a cabinet minister in the past. During the Congress-led UPA government, he was a cabinet minister. This time, he was offered the role of a junior minister. Patel says that he's declined the offer, since this would have been a demotion for him. He says he has received assurances from the BJP, and that is the challenge of coalition politics, really. On paper, the NCP has just 1 seat. The BJP has to accommodate other NDA partners. Parties with far more seats than the NCP, they have to be accommodated. But ignoring such allies, the smaller ones, may also have repercussions for the BJP's alliances at the state level. And that is the balancing act that the BJP will have to do for the next 5 years. Yesterday's ceremony was significant for one more reason: the presence of leaders from the neighborhood. 7 of them were invited. We had the presidents of Sri Lanka and the Maldives, the prime ministers of Bangladesh, Mauritius, Nepal and Bhutan, and the vice president of the Seychelles. They were all invited for the oath-taking. Their presence also opened up an opportunity to advance India's diplomatic interests, and the Prime Minister made the most of it. There was a dinner last night at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Prime Minister Modi met all foreign dignitaries there. He engaged with every leader one-on-one, and the seating arrangement at the dinner table was worth noting. Look who was seated next to the Indian Prime Minister. That's Mohammad Muizzu, the President of the Maldives, someone who not very long ago labelled India a bully and won the election on the platform of India out. Muizzu was seen speaking with Prime Minister Modi throughout the evening. Imagine being a fly on the wall and listening to this conversation. Is a reset on the cards? Will Muizzu tone down his anti-India rhetoric? Honestly, we neither have the details of the conversation nor the answers to these questions. But after the dinner, a statement was released. It came from the Ministry of External Affairs. It said the Prime Minister had thanked the leaders for attending the oath-taking ceremony. He also reiterated his commitment to India's neighbourhood first policy and the Sagar vision, that's short for Security and Growth for All in the Region, SAGAR. Now, these are 2 important pillars of India's neighbourhood engagement. It is also a sign that the neighbourhood will remain a key focus area in Modi's 3rd term. The neighbours certainly expect more. Earlier today, we sat down with Tshering Tobgay. He is the Prime Minister of Bhutan, and he lauded Prime Minister Modi's commitment to work with his neighbours. What are your expectations from Narendra Modi in his 3rd term as India's Prime Minister?
My expectations? Well, looking at the track record, you can, I think, confidently say that 3.0, Modi 3.0 is going to be bigger and better.
When Prime Minister Modi took over in his first term in 2014, Bhutan was the first country that he visited. And as he wrapped up his second term, Bhutan was the last country that he visited, and that too in the middle of the election season. And that shows New Delhi's commitment to this relationship. How much of a difference does this sort of a personal outreach and touch make to equations between two countries?
It's important, but what's more important is to understand and to acknowledge why Bhutan, why the neighborhood. India is assuming its rightful place as a world leader, yet Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly shown that the neighborhood matters, and that as far as Bhutan is concerned, Bhutan matters very much.
So this morning, S. Jaishankar hit the ground running. He's back as India's External Affairs Minister. As we just told you, he met all the leaders from the region today. No significant announcements were made. I guess the message is in the outreach itself, the presence of neighbors for this ceremony. It also shows their commitment towards their relationship with India. New Delhi has every incentive, every reason to reciprocate, and that means creating more synergies and interdependence. The Bhutanese Prime Minister had some suggestions on that front as well. There is a perception that India is drifting away from its neighbors. Do you share that perception, or do you think it's exaggerated?
Yes and no. If there is a perception that India is, you said, growing away, possibly economically. Economically, India has grown very quickly. By now, it should have been a $5 trillion economy had it not been for COVID. Had it not been for COVID, India would be the third largest economy in the world already, a $5 trillion economy. But it's going to get to $5 trillion really soon, and then you are well on your way to a $30 trillion economy. The question is, what about the neighbors? Are we going to progress with India? And that's the second part of the question. India has always been mindful of its neighbors. Prime Minister Modi has made absolutely has said his focus is on the neighborhood first policy. And this is why during his swearing in 2014, the neighborhood was here. 2019, the neighborhood was here. Yesterday, the 2024, the neighborhood is here, and I can see this continuing. But it's not just during the swearing in. I mean, India hosts the BRICS summit and invites the neighborhood. I was here. India hosts G20, invites the neighborhood. So it's very, very clear, and it's very established time and time again that for the Indian government, and in particular Prime Minister Modi, the neighborhood matters, and matters a great deal.
So the neighbors want deeper economic integration with India, and some possibilities are already opening up. For instance, yesterday Bhutan and Bangladesh held a bilateral meeting, and this meeting happened before the oath-taking ceremony. They discussed a proposal for a hydropower project. Bangladesh wants to import hydropower from Bhutan, but geography and borders are posing a challenge. There is no direct way for Bangladesh to get electricity from Bhutan. For this agreement to materialize, for it to work, they need India. They're working on a tripartite transit agreement with India. So economic integration will be a key priority. The obvious challenge would be China. The new government will have to confront the old China problem. Their rapidly expanding presence, China's growing investments and increasing patrols in the Indian Ocean region. They're sending what they call research ships, but these are believed to be spy vessels. Earlier, there used to be 3 such visits in a year, but now there are 12 to 15 ships in a year. So India will have to have a strategy to counter all of this. Then, of course, we have Pakistan. In Modi's first term, Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif was also invited for the swearing-in. But since then, Islamabad has been dropped from New Delhi's guest list. The relationship is frozen, and a thaw is unlikely anytime soon. And these are the realities that India must work with. It's going to need all the help it can get from its neighbors to advance its interests in the region and beyond. Not just India, Europe also had elections this week, and I must say equally riveting. Like countries, the European Union also has a parliament, and this parliament, the EU parliament, has 720 members in all. They're elected for 5 years. So who won this time? Well, it's not really a question of who won, it's more about who made gains. And the answer is the European far right. There are broadly two ideologies in Europe's parliament. One is pro-EU, the other is anti-EU, or Eurosceptics as they're called. Now, the far right belongs to the second group. They are Eurosceptics. These are nationalist parties across the continent, and some of their policies are common, like less control from the European Union, less support for Ukraine, less investment in climate change, and a crackdown on migration. Broadly, this was their campaign plank, and it has found takers. Look at the projected results of the EU Parliament. The ECR is winning 73 seats. That's the European Conservatives and Reformists, ECR. It's a bloc led by Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. They had won 69 seats in the last election. This time they're at 73. So Meloni is the star of this election. She may not have won a majority, but she's clearly the kingmaker. Another conservative bloc is Identity and Democracy. They had 49 seats in the last election. This time, they have 58. So the Eurosceptics are now a powerful group in parliament, which brings us to the other side, the pro-Europe parties. The Green Party has lost 20 seats. Emmanuel Macron's party has lost 20 seats. Meanwhile, the left and socialists remain unchanged. Also the same result, almost the same result as the last time for the left and the socialists. So who is forming the government? It's the centrists again. The biggest group in the EU Parliament is the EPP, the European People's Party. It is led by Ursula von der Leyen. It's a pro-European party, so it looks like she will stay on as the EU president. So let's recap now. The far right has made major gains. Von der Leyen has held on, and the left has also held on. So who has lost? Who is the big loser? Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz, the leaders of France and Germany. Both their parties did pretty badly. Macron's Renew party was beaten in France. So guess what? He's calling for snap elections.
After having proceeded with the consultations as provided in the Article 12 of our Constitution, I decided to give back to you the choice for the future of our Parliament with a vote. And so, I am dissolving tonight our National Assembly. At the end of this day, I cannot pretend as if nothing happened. To add to this situation is a fever that has reached public and parliamentary debate in recent years in our country, a disorder that, I know, worries you, sometimes shocks you, and to which I do not plan to give in.
It's a huge political gamble. He's dissolved the parliament. This is a snap election, so there are no opinion polls. For all we know, Macron's party could lose. The Eurosceptics may get a majority in the French parliament. And what happens then? Macron will be forced to pick a prime minister from the right wing, which means deadlock. Macron will still control France's foreign policy. He will remain the president, but he won't control domestic policy. In other words, he could be a lame duck president. Same for Germany. Chancellor Olaf Scholz, his party polled 14% of the vote. The center-right Christian Democrats got 30%, and the far-right got 16%. They beat Olaf Scholz's party. Naturally, questions are being asked. Scholz himself led the campaign in Germany, yet his party was routed. So will his coalition continue to remain in power? Or could Germany go the French way? That is the big question at this point. In Belgium, the Prime Minister has already resigned, a liberal leader called Alexander De Croo. His coalition was routed in the European election. The right and far right made significant gains, so De Croo is stepping aside. All of this is very significant for Europe. France and Germany have been the natural leaders of the European Union, yet both governments were rejected. So Macron and Scholz are on shaky ground. At the same time, Giorgia Meloni is making huge strides. She's establishing herself as a prominent figure in Brussels, maybe even a natural leader.
I take it as the message of those who want to say keep going and do it if possible with greater determination, a signal that I understand, a signal that I am ready to welcome, and I am proud that this nation presents itself at the G7 in Europe with the strongest government of all. This is something that has not happened in the past, that is happening today. It is a satisfaction and also a great responsibility.
Where does this leave the EU president? In all likelihood, she will retain her position. But the question is, who will she work with? Will she reach out to work with the Eurosceptics, or will she stick to liberal allies? Well, Ursula von der Leyen has made her position clear. Pro-Europe is the way to go, she says.
We may differ on individual points, but we all have an interest in stability, and we all want a strong and effective Europe. So throughout my campaign, I've been working hard to build a broad and effective majority of pro-European forces.
It's easier said than done. The far right has a lot of political power now. Expect them to play a key role in policy making in Europe. So that was how the EU voted. But what should we make of this result? Why did the Eurosceptics make gains? What does it really mean when you hear the phrase, Europe has taken a shift to the far right? What does it mean? Well, first things first, the Eurosceptic parties did make gains, but centrist parties seem to have held on to power. Like we just told you, the centrists are the ones who control the EU Parliament right now. They're the group backing the current European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen. She might become the European Commission President again. She's still the leading candidate, but getting the presidency will be harder this time.
Is holding. But it is also true that the extremes on the left and on the right have gained support. And this is why the result comes with great responsibility for the parties in the center.
Von der Leyen says the centre is holding, but the extremes have gained support. She's worried about the rise of the Eurosceptics, parties who are primarily concerned about their own countries. These are the far-right parties that have made gains. Why are more Europeans putting their faith in the Eurosceptic parties now? Because of all the troubles that they faced in the last few years. Let's take the war in Ukraine, for example. It led to a cost of living crisis across the world. Europe was particularly affected, especially when the supply of cheap gas from Russia ended. And this caused inflation to surge and brought the European economy to its knees. People in these countries needed help from their governments, but what did they see? Their elected leaders were spending billions to arm Ukraine while they suffered. The European leaders said propping up Ukraine was for the greater good, that it would be a shield against Russian expansion. But that argument does not make someone's hunger go away. The Eurosceptics offered a different approach. Take care of the locals first, they said. Ukraine's problem was not their problem. And it seems that this approach found more takers. That isn't the only reason for the rise of the right, though. There's also the issue of migration. Migrants have been making their way to Europe for years now. Some are genuine asylum seekers, but others are driven by economic considerations. And this has angered some Europeans, especially those who are struggling economically. They feel that the migrants will take away their jobs and make an already difficult situation worse. The Eurosceptic parties have capitalized on this. They all promised to reduce immigration by tougher border checks. They promised to deport illegal immigrants. And this has appealed to many in Europe, leading to more votes for the Eurosceptics.
There are problems, such as high prices and illegal migration, which haven't been addressed by the political system that has been governing during the last decades. That's why people turn to the right.
There's also another reason why the Eurosceptics won votes. Their disregard for the environment, and you heard that correctly, their disregard. Because over the past few years, European farmers have been suffering due to green regulation. Europe has been looking to address climate change, and for that, it wanted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Agriculture leads to a lot of emissions, so the EU has been putting pressure on farmers to go green by reducing their subsidies. This led to farmer protests across Europe earlier this year. Tractors were seen in every major European capital. The farmers felt suffocated by the green regulation, which they blamed on the green parties that campaigned on an environmental plank. The Eurosceptics took advantage of this anger. They promised to do away with the excessive green regulation. This may hurt the world in the long run, but it would provide relief to the European farmers. And this strategy also worked in the favor of the Eurosceptic parties, at the expense of the Greens.
I find it disappointing that the Greens performed so poorly. They are the only party that actually does something sensible, but they are being boycotted and sabotaged over and over again by citizens because everyone wants to protect the environment, but nobody at his expense.
Economics, migration, and green regulations. This trifecta dealt a blow to the centrists, and it gave the Eurosceptics a big boost. If things do not change, the far right may just win the next elections outright. This weekend was a good one for Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel had rescued 4 hostages. The mood was positive. People were lauding the government, but this joy was short-lived for the Israeli Prime Minister because on Sunday, he received the first political blow of this war. Benny Gantz quit the war cabinet. He is a political rival of Benjamin Netanyahu. In October, he joined the emergency government, which was formed after the war. But the lack of a post-war plan in Gaza made him quit. So what does this exit mean for Netanyahu? His government won't collapse, but he's in deep trouble, completely at the mercy of his radical allies now. Can Netanyahu recover from this political setback, or will this lead to an election in Israel in the middle of a war? Our next report tells you.
Netanyahu is preventing us from advancing toward true victory, which is the justification for the ongoing and painful cost. That is why we are leaving the emergency government today, with a heavy heart but with full confidence.
With that, Benny Gantz is out. The Israeli war cabinet minister has resigned. He quit Israel's emergency government. Gantz is a political rival of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's also a former chief of staff of the Israeli Defense Forces. Until October last year, his party was in the opposition. But then came October 7th. Hamas attacked Israel. The country went to war, and Gantz agreed to form an emergency government with Netanyahu. So his National Unity Party decided to join the war cabinet. It currently holds 5 positions in it. But as the war stretched on, the differences emerged. Gantz asked the Prime Minister for clarity, and when he didn't get that, he set a deadline of June 8th. Gantz asked Netanyahu to lay out Israel's plan on how it would achieve its goals in Gaza, what the Strip will look like after the war. The Israeli Prime Minister dismissed these questions. He called them washed-up words. But looks like Gantz actually meant it. He has resigned. He's also called for elections. Netanyahu tried to pacify him. In a post on X, the Israeli Prime Minister said it wasn't a time to quit, but to join forces. But looks like they're way past that.
I believe that it's good that Gantz is leaving the government now. I believe that he's doing what he thinks is best for the country, and his intentions are right. And maybe this will bring to election soon.
I think using always the card of now it's not the time to be political is dangerous because it's been already 8 months of war.
Gantz's resignation will not bring down the government, however. His party was not part of Netanyahu's coalition that still retains a majority. So the emergency government is safe, but it will look very different. Gantz was a moderate voice in the war cabinet. With his departure, Netanyahu is now at the mercy of his right-wing allies more than ever. In fact, they're already asking for positions. Itamar Ben-Gvir has demanded a place in the war cabinet. He's Israel's far-right security minister. But that's not the only problem for Benjamin Netanyahu. For months, he's faced criticism over the war in Gaza. The latest Rafah offensive, the attack on schools and refugee camps. This weekend brought him some much-needed relief. Israel celebrated the rescue of 4 hostages. They have returned home after 8 months. But looks like Netanyahu's joy was short-lived. With Gantz's departure, he's back under the scanner. It comes amid deepening divisions in Israel. Citizens want all the hostages back. Allies want peace. And coalition members think Netanyahu is not doing enough. Right now, he's stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea. And if the Israeli Prime Minister doesn't change his strategy, it's likely that he will face more setbacks in the days to come, both at home and abroad.
From one government in trouble to another. This one is in Pakistan. Shehbaz Sharif took charge as Prime Minister in the month of March, but his government already looks shaky. He faces two major problems. One is the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, or as Pakistan calls it, credit card. The second is his coalition partner, the PPP, or the Pakistan People's Party. Apparently, the alliance is divided. Let's look at the IMF first. They're asking Pakistan's government to raise income tax, not for millionaires, not for the super rich, but for the middle class. Suppose your income is 100,000 Pakistani rupees per month, 1 lakh Pakistani rupees a month, which is around $350 US, then your current tax rate is 2.5%. But the IMF wants Pakistan to raise it. To how much? 7.5%. Again, suppose you earn 133,000 Pakistani rupees, which is $470 US, then your current tax rate is 12.5%. But the IMF says increase it to 20%. And that's not even the worst proposal. The IMF also wants a tax on agriculture and health. How much? A standard 18%. Now, this is very significant. Agriculture makes up 24% of Pakistan's GDP. It also employs 68% of the country's population. So agriculture is not just a sector, it's a lifeline for Pakistan's people and economy. But the International Monetary Fund says slap more taxes on it. The idea here is quite simple. Higher tax equals more revenue for the government. More revenue equals more fiscal stability. But guess who will suffer? Pakistan's middle and lower class. They are already burdened by 15% inflation. Now their government wants them to pay more taxes. How will they do it? Experts say they simply cannot. Only a 30% rise in income will make this tax viable. So can the government reject the IMF? Well, that's a big risk. Pakistan is asking for another bailout from the International Monetary Fund. It's worth between $6 and $8 billion. If Pakistan needs that loan, they must do what the IMF tells them to do. If not, no bailout. Talk about a tough spot for Shehbaz Sharif. If he can't get a bailout, his economy will suffer. If he raises taxes, he could face rebellion. Sharif is already an unpopular prime minister. The last thing he needs is public protests. Which brings us to his second challenge. Trouble from allies. The PPP has dropped many hints. One leader says Sharif could dissolve the parliament, that too within 3 months. Another leader is complaining about the budget. He says the PPP is not being consulted. What does all of this suggest? That the Pakistan People's Party is keeping its options open. After the elections, they offered support to the Sharifs, but they did not join the cabinet. Later reports hinted at a U-turn. Bilawal Bhutto was apparently keen on becoming foreign minister again, but nothing came of it. So the PPP strategy is quite clear. Keep a distance from the Sharifs. Make sure his bitter pills do not affect the PPP's popularity. The question is, will any of this work? We may find out on the 12th of June. That's when Pakistan will present its budget. Experts are hoping for a balance between bitter pills and welfare. It should answer many of the important questions. Like, will the IMF agree to another bailout? Will public anger pour onto the streets of Pakistan? And will investors put their faith in Pakistan again? We should have an answer later this week. Yesterday was a big day for India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took oath of office for a historic third term. But during the swearing-in ceremony, news broke of a terrible terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi. Terrorists attacked a bus carrying pilgrims. They opened fire at the bus. The bus lost control and fell into a gorge. 9 people were killed, 30 others were injured. Pakistan-backed TRF has claimed responsibility for this attack. It is a terrorist group linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they've said that there will be more such attacks. Our next report tells you more.
The bus was on its way from Shiv Khodi Cave Shrine. It's in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi district. It was headed to Katra, a town famous for the Vaishno Devi temple. The bus was passing through dense forests and hilly terrain. That's when the attack happened. Terrorists were apparently waiting for the bus. Two of them opened fire. The gunfire hit the driver. He lost control of the vehicle and the bus veered off the road and fell into a gorge.
बस हमारी जो है थोड़ी सी आगे जाकर खाई में पलट गई। 5-6 राउंड गिरने के बाद एक बड़ा पत्थर में जो है बस फंस गया और रुक गया। और सभी लोग जो है छोटी लोग हैं उसमें कोई पड़ा था बेसुध, कोई इधर कोई बाहर कोई बस में, और सभी लोगों को एकदम जो है चोट लगा हुआ था। और फायर होता रहा तब भी जो है 10-15 मिनट तक और फायर हुआ।
9 people were killed, 30 others were injured. All of them were pilgrims from Uttar Pradesh, Delhi and Rajasthan. Pakistan-backed the Resistance Front, or TRF, have claimed responsibility for the attack. It is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. The terror group was founded in 2019, and since then it has been behind multiple attacks. In 2023, India designated TRF a terrorist organization. TRF have warned of more such attacks on tourists and non-locals, calling the Riyasi attack only the beginning of a renewed start. The news of the attack broke as Narendra Modi took oath as Prime Minister for the 3rd time. PM Modi has taken stock of the situation. He has asked for the best medical care to be provided to the injured. The rescue operations have concluded now, but the Indian Army has launched a search operation. Police have launched a manhunt to track down the attackers. Special forces and police officers are now searching the Riyasi area, deploying drones to scan the forested area from above.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के लिए ड्रोन्स जो हैं वो लगाए गए हैं। साथ ही साथ हमने 5 टीम्स बनाई हैं जो कि जितने भी एडजॉइनिंग फॉरेस्टेड एरिया हैं उनको कोम करते हुए अलॉन्ग विद द वीडीजी मेंबर्स जो हमारे हैं उनके साथ हम लोग कोमिंग ऑपरेशन करते हुए यहाँ यहीं पे आके सारे के सारे कंक्लूड करेंगे। देयर वाज नो स्पेसिफिक इनपुट रिगार्डिंग दिस साइट। हम जर्नली हमने हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ था। बोथ द श्राइन्स वर ऑन हाई अलर्ट। वहाँ की सारी नफरी जो है वो भी अलर्ट पे थी। ये आप देख सकते हैं कि ये बिल्कुल साथ में एडजॉइनिंग रजौरी है। दिस एरिया बिलोंग्स टू रजौरी पुलिस। ये नीचे वाला जो पार्ट है ये रियासी को बिलोंग करता है। ये सड़क जो है वो रियासी को बिलोंग करती है। सो उस तरीके से कहा जाए कि बिल्कुल बॉर्डर पे उन्होंने आके स्ट्राइक किया है। अब वी आर स्टिल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग दैट पार्ट कि वो आए कहाँ से थे, उन्होंने रूट कौन सा पकड़ा था।
This attack is similar to a 2017 incident in the region. 7 pilgrims were killed after their bus got caught in a gun battle between police and terrorists. They were returning from the Amarnath pilgrimage. TRF has also been responsible for terror attacks in Rajouri and Poonch over the last month. According to Home Ministry data, 8 civilians have been killed in Jammu and Kashmir in the first 5 months of 2024. While the deaths may have come down, cross-border terrorism continues to bleed Kashmir. And this new attack has raised concerns over the Amarnath pilgrimage. The annual Yatra draws millions of pilgrims every year. This year, it is set to begin from the 29th of June and will go on till the 19th of August. After the attack in Riyasi, security officials are now reviewing security measures for the upcoming pilgrimage to make sure it goes off without any trouble.
Now let's turn to Africa, to West Africa, where a diplomatic row is escalating between the nations of Niger and Benin. The two neighbors have been at odds for weeks over an oil pipeline which promises to bring much-needed funds to Niger. The pipeline ends at a port in Benin called Simi. Oil from Niger will flow into Benin and get loaded into ships from the Simi port. Now, this means Niger is totally dependent on Benin for its oil exports. If Benin decides to shut off the pipeline, Niger cannot do very much about it. This is exactly what happened last month, sparking the latest row. But now it has escalated. Reports say that Benin has arrested 5 people from Niger. They've been accused of entering the port of Seme illegally. using fake documents. Benin says that 2 of these 5 arrested are agents working for the Niger junta, the military junta that has controlled the country since last July. Niger has denied this. Instead, it has accused Benin of kidnapping. Niger says that the 5 people were working for one of its oil companies who were just inspecting oil shipments at the port. Both countries are now trading accusations. But why are they at loggerheads in the first place? Why are there tensions over this oil pipeline? To understand this, we need to look at the events from last year. At last July's coup in Niger, Niger's military deposed the country's president, Mohamed Bazoum, and this sent a shockwave across the region. It was the 6th successful coup in West Africa since 2020. The 6th coup. The democracies in the region were getting worried that they might be next. So they took a tough stance against Niger. Benin wanted to reverse the coup. It supported a military intervention. So obviously Niger responded. It closed its border with Benin to avoid getting invaded. And the border has been closed ever since, which has affected Benin's economy. The coastal nation has always been a conduit for trade, but the trade route has been closed for months. Instead, Niger has chosen to import goods via other countries. Benin wants to undo this, so it has been applying pressure via the oil pipeline. Because while land trade can be rerouted, Niger cannot do much about its oil pipeline. The pipeline connects Niger's oil-rich Agadem region to Semé. And it has the potential to bring millions to the landlocked country. Presently, Niger's oil output is about 20,000 barrels per day. The pipeline could allow it to expand this to 90,000 a day or more. That means Niger has the chance to increase its oil revenue 5-fold. It was one of the poorest nations in the world before the coup. After the junta took over, the economy is still recovering. The oil pipeline revenue would help them. But Benin wants something in return. In exchange for allowing the pipeline to run, Benin wants Niger to reopen their shared land border. It wants the land trade between the 2 countries to resume. Niger still has not allowed this, even though the post-coup hostilities have reduced. And why is that? Because Niger is wary. The junta has not forgotten that Benin wanted to intervene militarily when the coup took place. Niger is still concerned about a possible intervention, which is why it wants to keep the land border shut. And that is the whole dispute. The countries are trying to resolve it, but so far there's been no resolution in sight. Amid these discussions, Benin has arrested 5 people from Niger. This could be the latest pressure tactic, a way to force Niger to open the border, because it seems the oil exports will keep getting affected till that happens. But even if this tactic works, it won't reduce hostilities, and it's not the way back to cordial neighborly relations. Now let's talk about the other big event from yesterday, India versus Pakistan at the Cricket T20 World Cup. It was a group stage match at a questionable venue, a new stadium in Nassau County in New York. Normally, this wouldn't have been an important match, but this is cricket, and it's India versus Pakistan. So, of course, there were going to be fireworks. The match was a nail-biter. India were put into bat first, and they posted a very modest target, just 119 runs. That's not much when it comes to T20 cricket. The middle order completely collapsed, leaving India staring at defeat. A first T20 World Cup loss to Pakistan since 2021. But then a miracle happened. Pakistan managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and the crowd went wild. The celebrations and the memes have not stopped since. Here's our report.
India versus Pakistan, probably the greatest rivalry in cricket.
Yeah, I came here to enjoy a great game. You know, this is one of the biggest games in the world, actually. India versus Pakistan, you can't beat this.
So I think this is objectively one of the biggest rivalries, so it means a lot to both countries, and a lot of pride's on the line for this game.
Every time the 2 nations play, over 1 billion hearts flutter with anxiety. Yesterday, another chapter was added to this legendary rivalry, with the T20 World Cup match in New York. The match started a bit inauspiciously. Rain caused a bit of a delay, but eventually it did begin. And soon, Indian fans found themselves wishing that the rain would return. India were put into bat first, and the openers fell quick. It was up to Rishabh Pant to stabilize the match, which he did, thanks in part to some questionable fielding by Pakistan. Pant scored 42 in 31 balls, a decent contribution, but what followed was a collapse. India were all out in 19 overs, having made just 119 runs. The target was modest, to say the least, so Pakistan seemed set for a victory. Look at this win predictor. It gave India an 8% chance at victory. But, as the poster says, there's always hope. When everything looked bleak for the men in blue, it's as though destiny intervened, in the form of Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah took 3 wickets, including that of Pakistan's captain, Babar Azam. And all that for just 14 runs. The memes tell you what his spell meant to Indian fans. India managed to restrict Pakistan to just 113, sparking wild celebrations. Well, on the Indian side at least, it was quite another story across the border.
I think it is a shameful loss. Pakistan took a very good start, did some very fine bowling. The target was reasonable. Pakistan could have easily chased it. But as far as the batting goes, the opening combination was good. Although the first wicket fell early, but they had amassed a reasonable score. But our middle order batsmen tore the match to shreds.
That was a harsh assessment. The player of the match, Jasprit Bumrah, was much kinder. He says the match could have gone either way. The Indian fans may feel he's giving Pakistan too much credit, but in the end, he helped bring about India's victory and brought joy to over 1 billion hearts. India and Pakistan have played 8 matches in T20 World Cups, but the men in green have managed to beat the men in blue only once. And that scoreline didn't change in New York.
For our last story tonight, let me tell you about 2 Japanese words, futari and hitori. Futari means a couple, meanwhile hitori means being alone. In other words, single. And the Japanese government favors one word over the other. Much like a nosy neighbor, it prefers married couples, because in Japan, it is so common to be hitori or single that it is fueling a crisis. Especially in Tokyo, which has the worst figures. 32% men over the age of 50 have never been married, along with about 24% of the women. And the young are increasingly following suit, which is not good news for the government in Tokyo. So now they want to rewrite the story by creating more futari couples, or more couples of futari. How will they do that? With a new initiative called Tokyo Futari Story. It's a government-run dating app. It hasn't been launched yet, but it is already creating a lot of buzz, and there are 2 reasons why. First, the app is driven by AI. When users join the app, they can take a quick test, list their values, the desired traits of a future partner, and based on the results, AI will match them with compatible people. So there is more emphasis on personality instead of appearance. And second, this is a dating app by a government, which is both rare and slightly odd. But the expectation is that the app will have better guardrails. The details are not clear yet, but according to reports, the app will have a stringent registration process. Users will have to declare their age, height, relationship status, job, salary, and educational details. Plus, there will be paperwork, like proof of identity and tax certificate. Safe to say, this app has been met with mixed reactions. Some say users will feel safe using a state-backed dating app, because private apps are flooded with fake profiles and bots. But others say, trust governments to drain the fun out of dating.
People who sign up for these apps feel safe knowing that strange people won't be included, as the registration requires a certificate of single status, so there is a sense of security that there will be few people only looking for fun.
I think it's a good initiative. I've used a dating app myself, and there are a lot of people who impersonate others. but I'm a little hesitant to provide all my personal information to Tokyo government, so I want to see how others react and then use it if it's okay.
Private apps are more widely available now, so I think it will take some time for the Tokyo Futari story to become more widespread. I feel private apps are easier to use for now.
That is true. 70% people looking to get married in Japan are not using dating apps. And this number may reduce slightly, but a government matchmaker is far from becoming a hit. Experts claim that excessive documentation could be a barrier. So could be the scrutiny. It may be too soon to tell, but pre-existing examples showcase a trend. In 2021, Iran launched a state-approved Islamic dating app. It failed because the government was tracking users' personal data and pictures. Then last year, a Chinese city launched a matchmaking app and things got very creepy very quickly. The app keeps records of matched couples. It asks to be updated about their love life, and the state has access to all interactions on the platform. People already have relatives for that. And this is China we're talking about. Now, this is not to say that the Japanese app would also follow suit or would fail, but this is a common fear among users. And there is an additional issue. The motive of the Japanese dating app. It can be used to date, but according to officials, it is solely intended for marriage. It is only for users looking for marriage. And the problem is that in Japan, that's not something many people are looking for. For decades now, the island nation has not seen much matrimonial luck. Last year, the number of marriages fell by 30,000, while the number of divorces rose. This is further worsening Japan's population crisis. This month, the government released fresh data. To no one's surprise, fertility rates hit another record low, with far-reaching consequences for Japan's economy, workforce, and social fabric. So officials have been scrambling to find a solution. They're expanding childcare facilities, offering housing subsidies, paying couples to have children, organizing matchmaking events, offering counsel for potential lovebirds, and now they're using a new tack, a dating app. But experts say this too may fail.
In the end, the main reason for the low number of marriages and birth rates is that people want to raise their children in a good economic environment, and they don't give birth or get married until those conditions are met, so this app doesn't change that main reason.
It is either too expensive or too inconvenient to have children in Japan. A dating app is yet another taxpayer-funded solution that does not address the fundamental problems here. If history, trends, and experts are to be believed, many will swipe left on the state-backed AI Cupid. Now, if only AI could play fortune teller for Japan. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Egypt holds a four-wheel drive car race in the snow in a first-of-its-kind event in the region. In Hong Kong, hundreds compete in the annual Dragon Boat Festival. And is it a cat or is it a leopard? This was the debate on the internet after a mysterious animal was spotted at the Rashtrapati Bhavan during Prime Minister Modi's oath-taking ceremony yesterday. The Delhi police have shed light on the mystery, saying it was a house cat. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1940. Italy entered World War II as one of the Axis powers. Initially, when Hitler attacked Poland, Italy was unprepared for a war. But the collapse of France convinced Italian dictator Mussolini. He soon declared war on France and the UK. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Israeli Minister Benny Gantz has resigned from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet. Now, this comes a month after Gantz threatened to leave the emergency government if Netanyahu failed to present a post-war plan for the Gaza Strip.
Regrettably, Netanyahu is preventing us from advancing toward true victory, which is the justification for the ongoing and painful cost. That is why we are leaving the emergency government today with a heavy heart but with full confidence.
Now, before the resignation, Netanyahu told Gantz that this was not the time to abandon the battlefront. But Gantz, who is a retired Army general, former defense minister, and former deputy prime minister, has accused Netanyahu of mismanaging the war effort and putting his own political survival over Israel's security needs.
Fatal strategic decisions are met with rejection and postponement due to political considerations. Honestly, going into government was a simple decision. Leaving when our kidnapped are in the Hamas tunnels when the residents of the north are far from their homes, thousands of fighters on the front, is a complex and agonizing decision.
Now, Gantz's party was the only centrist power in Netanyahu's far-right coalition. However, his departure does not pose an immediate threat to Netanyahu, who still controls a majority coalition in parliament. The Israeli prime minister will, in fact, become more heavily reliant on far-right allies who want to press ahead with the war and oppose the latest ceasefire proposal backed by the United States. Now, Gantz delayed his resignation speech after 4 Israeli hostages were rescued from Gaza on Saturday in Israel's largest operation to date during the 8 months of war. Gaza health officials said at least 274 Palestinians were killed and around 700 were injured in the assault. Meanwhile, putting more pressure on Netanyahu, Gantz has called for early elections in Israel. Gantz also encouraged the third member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, to do the right thing and resign from the government. Now, Gallant has previously said he would resign from the cabinet if Israel chose to reoccupy Gaza. Now, with 1 out of the 3 war cabinet ministers resigning, the Israeli prime minister becomes more isolated than ever as calls grow for a change in leadership. And moving to Europe, where the far right has made a comeback in the European Parliament elections. Far-right parties are predicted to win a record number of seats, delivering major blows to the ruling governments of Belgium, France, and Germany. Now, Belgium's prime minister has resigned after his party, in fact, suffered a crushing loss in both the national and European parliamentary elections. Meanwhile, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is set to solidify her power after her party won the most votes in the country.
So, I want to say thank you to the majority of Italians who have continued to choose Brothers of Italy and the center-right. I want to say that I am proud of the result of Brothers of Italy, extraordinarily proud of the result of Brothers of Italy, but I am also very proud of the result of Forza Italia, of the result of the Liga. I am proud that the majority governing this nation has managed to grow together.
Now, joining Italy in voting for far-right parties are Germany, Spain, and France. In fact, French President Emmanuel Macron suffered a heavy defeat to his far-right opponent, Marine Le Pen. Le Pen, which won around 32% of the vote, which was more than double of what President Macron secured. And in a shocking move, President Macron dissolved his parliament and called for snap elections after the European Parliament's results were declared.
After having proceeded with the consultations as provided in the Article 12 of our Constitution, I decided to give back to you the choice for the future of our Parliament with a vote. And so, I am dissolving tonight our National Assembly.
Now, the first round of elections for the French National Assembly will be held on the 30th of June, with the second round on the 7th of July. Meanwhile, far-right leader Le Pen welcomed President Macron's call for new parliamentary elections.
The French have spoken, and this historic election shows that when the people vote, the people win. By giving more than 32% to the National Rally list, the French have just given us the highest score, all parties combined, in 40 years. It is a real emotion to see this beautiful popular force rising up throughout the country.
And like French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz also suffered a stinging blow in the European election. Now, much has changed in Europe since the last parliamentary election was held back in 2019. Britain left the bloc in 2020, and Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, putting much of the continent on a war footing to prevent the war from spilling over. And additionally, Europe has witnessed an influx of millions of refugees from the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa, with some nations even declaring an emergency over the migration epidemic. As nationalist sentiment grows in Europe, will France recommit to President Macron, or will he be routed by the far right? That question will be certainly answered in due time, but what is known for certain is change is afoot in Europe. And here in the United States, former President Donald Trump says he will never ban the Chinese-owned social media app TikTok if elected president of the United States. This comes just days after he joined TikTok and amassed a following of nearly 6 million users. His remark came while speaking about his larger strategy to reach young voters ahead of the November 5th election. And in a major U-turn, this is Donald Trump's firmest comment in support of TikTok, which he once actually tried to ban during his term in office. The 77-year-old Republican issued an executive order to ban the platform back in 2020, citing national security concerns. However, he's had a major turnabout in his position since leaving the White House. Now in April, Donald Trump slammed President Joe Biden for approving a law that requires TikTok parent company ByteDance to either sell the app by next January or face complete removal in the United States. Now, Donald Trump's change of heart came after he met businessman Jeffrey Yass, who has a 15% stake in ByteDance and reportedly donated heavily to the Republicans' campaign. The former president is also using his TikTok presence to woo young voters who are the primary demographic active on the app. Now, TikTok claims to have more than 170 million users in the United States, which is more than half of the country's population. And now MAGA supporters are calling Donald Trump TikTok's favorite president after he surpassed President Biden in number of followers on the social media platform. The convicted felon debuted on the app just last week, and his first and only video has been viewed more than 120 million times. Meanwhile, President Biden has just over 370,000 followers with almost 180 videos. President Biden's campaign has vowed to continue using TikTok to reach young voters while the app is still not banned in the United States. And now, as Donald Trump's popularity continues to dip post-conviction, it remains to be seen if a presence on TikTok will actually stop his slide in the polls. And moving to Brazil, Elon Musk's Starlink has made internet accessible to some of the most remote areas. From the Sahara Desert to tiny Pacific islands, the technology has now penetrated deep into the Amazon jungle, which is home to several indigenous tribes. As these tribes get acquainted with the benefits of the internet, they've also been exposed to its darker side, like pornography. Our next report tells you how one such Amazonian tribe is dealing with the disruptive influence of the internet.
Brazil's Marubo tribe is a 2,000-member community which lives in one of the remotest areas of the world. For hundreds of years, the tribe lived in complete isolation in the dense Amazon jungles. its way of life unknown to the rest of the world. But today, the community is well closer to the world. It's all thanks to Elon Musk's Starlink. With its low-orbit satellites, it has made internet accessible to unthinkable locations, including the Amazon rainforest. Some members of the Marubo tribe endeavored outside the forest and saw the potential in technology. Hoping the internet would help empower the tribal people to tell their own stories, 9 months ago, the internet reached the tribe with its benefits. Though it didn't come without its challenges, as it quickly revealed its darker side. The scenes in the Marubo tribe are no longer different. People are glued to their screens, addicted to social media, scrolling endlessly, playing games, and worse, watching pornography. Tribal youth are now sharing all kinds of explicit videos, and tribal seniors are afraid of the actions of the youth, because kissing and public displays of affection are not customs of the tribe. Young adults are also becoming less and less physically active and are drifting away from their culture and traditions. It's not just the youth. All age groups are having trouble putting their phones down. The village leaders worry that if the trend goes on, they will have to restrict usage of the internet. The initial joy of the new technology has now passed. Though many did taste the practical benefits of the internet like video and emergency calls, the flip side of the coin has sparked a debate. Should internet technology meet such tribes who for years have stayed away from outer influence and have kept their culture protected? One can't ignore the prospects of progress that internet brings to these areas. However, balancing the boon and bane could be tough. And much like many modern and developed parts of the world, the tribe leaders now find themselves at a crossroads, trying to navigate through the dilemma whether to keep the Wi-Fi on or disconnect it altogether.
And speaking of the internet, in tech news, Americans are increasingly ditching their smartphones for so-called dumb phones. These are low-tech devices offering a minimalist alternative that prioritizes real-life interactions over endless scrolling. From parents seeking safer options for their kids to teens looking to break free from digital addiction, dumb phones seem like a smart choice for many. Here's our final report for those looking for a digital detox.
Smartphones have practically become the extension of a human hand. No hand, small or big, is seen without a phone in hand. But there's also a growing sentiment of smartphones outsmarting humans. The number of hours sometimes a person spends on a phone is insane. Buried deep in smartphone settings lies a dirty little secret, a tally of how much time you spend glued to the screen each day. This uncomfortable realization often hits hard, making many question if their handy device has morphed into a full-blown obsession. And now adults and teens are fed up. Some are trading in their digital sophistication for a bit of blissful ignorance. Many are now swapping their smartphones for simpler, dumber models. It's called the dumb phone revolution, and it's here to save us all. Save us from the clutches of endless scrolling and social media-induced anxiety. Many teenagers say that social media sites have taken over their lives and they can't sign out anymore. Studies from Harvard show that people are not alone in this digital despair. Social media networking lights up the same brain regions as addictive substances. Dumb phones are simple devices. They are so basic that they look like supercomputers in today's age. People say that their screen time has come down from hours to minutes. These phones are stripped down to basics, texts, calls, and a few essential tools, making life simple and peaceful. Not just teens, but their parents are also joining the dumb phone trend. Many parents are now giving up their smartphones for flip phones. The results? They're getting to spend time with their families and also finding a sense of digital balance. Parents also plan to give their children these basic phones when they start, before handing over the world to them. They want to make sure their children are prepared. In North America, dumb phones are flying off the shelves. Retailers say customers now come in to look for these low-tech devices. However, it's easier said than done. The the technological ecosystem doesn't fully support a community with basic phones. Schools often require specific apps that can only be found in app stores. Peer pressure can make sticking to dumb phones quite challenging. The transition isn't always smooth. So if you're feeling overwhelmed by the incessant pings and notifications of modern smartphones, perhaps it's time to embrace the dumb phone. Whether you're a teen, a parent, or just someone yearning for a bit of digital peace, these low-tech wonders might be the solution you've been looking for. Welcome to the era of digital detox, one dumb phone at a time.
Thank you so much for tuning in today. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Israeli Minister Benny Gantz resigns from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet that was established following the October 7th attack by Hamas. China's Premier Li Qiang to visit New Zealand this week, marking the first trip by a Chinese premier to the nation in 7 years. This after China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited the country earlier this year. Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo slams French President Emmanuel Macron for calling snap elections later this month. The mayor says holding polls just weeks before the start of the Paris Olympics is extremely unsettling. Kenyan President William Ruto says nearly 1,000 Kenyan police officers will be deployed in Haiti in about 2 weeks to help quell rising gang violence in the country. And Egypt's inflation eases to 28.1% in May from 32.5% in April, showing a faster reduction than what analysts had expected. May sees a third straight month of recovery after inflation surprisingly shot up in February. Hello and welcome. We begin with the Democratic Republic of Congo. A terror attack has shaken the country that is already grappling with escalating violence. At least 80 people have died in a week-long attack in the eastern part of the African nation. Attacks that began last week on Tuesday escalated on Friday. Armed men used guns and machetes to attack residents of villages in Beni territory in the North Kivu province. The attacks were concentrated in the villages of Masala, Mapasana and Mahini. On Thursday, 5 bodies were found in the villages of Kabweli and Mamulese, and on Friday, 13 bodies were found in the village of Makobu. However, reports suggest that the worst-hit district was Mamove, where the assailants stole dozens of motorcycles and set fire to several houses during the incursion. The attack has also targeted several Christian villages in the regions surrounding Beni. Now, officials say last week's killings were carried out by the Allied Democratic Forces, or the ADF, which is an affiliate of the Islamic State. The ADF is now based in eastern Congo, but it was created across the border in eastern Uganda in the 1990s, and its alliance with the Islamic State is thought to have begun about 6 years ago. Now, the already displaced people in the Democratic Republic of Congo's eastern region have been thrown further into turmoil by the ADF, which mounts frequent attacks in the area. In 2021, the Ugandan and Congolese forces launched a joint military operation against the ADF. But since then, they have failed to stop the attacks. According to the Civil Society of Beni Territory, since the 3rd of May, about 123 civilians have been killed in various attacks attributed to the ADF in the surrounding areas. And now the continued violence has further destabilized the lives of people in the Central African nation, further exacerbating a security crisis in the region. The Democratic Republic of Congo already faces mounting pressure from a host of active militant groups. Of these, the M23, or the March 23 movement, is one of the most prominent. It is a primarily Tutsi-led rebel group which claims to be fighting for the interests of the Tutsi community. And since 2021, the M23 rebel group has amplified attacks in the region, leading to the displacement of millions. As per the United Nations estimates, nearly 7 million people were internally displaced by the end of 2023. In North Kivu alone, about 2.5 million people were displaced. And now fresh attacks from the Islamic State-backed ADF are feared to result in a widespread catastrophe in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And to better understand the topic, we have with us Dr. Olawale Ojewale, who is joining us live from Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, at least 80 people have been killed in this week-long attack. What are the latest details that you have for us?
Well, we need to start on the note that this is reminiscent of the attack that happened about a year ago on the border of Congo and Rwanda. And this speaks to the increasing influence and capacity of the ADF, which is now allied with Islamic State, to actually cause chaos in the country that is already experiencing multi-level crisis. So I think I will conclude to say, by answering your question, I think this has created a new layer of complexity to the crises that the country has had to battle with in the recent time. And in the usual response of the government, I think it has also let the people down again by allowing these attacks to take place and then causing increasing humanitarian toll on the people who live in that northeastern part of the country.
Yeah. Now, Doctor, the Congolese officials have said that the ADF are responsible for the attack. They are an affiliate of Islamic State. What is the objective of the ADF, and does this mean that it has made the IS has made inroads in the region?
Well, I think originally the objective of the ADF is about political violence, a rebel group. Like you see multiple of them in the Eastern DRC. It is popularly believed that the proliferation of armed groups in the Eastern DRC is comparable to none in any part of the world. It is just distinct to the extent to which people create franchise of armed groups as though they are creating new business startup on a regular basis. And the second thing is the fact that the affiliation of ADF to the Islamic State has further widened our objective. You know, the Islamic State is in the business of creating multiple franchise across the world. And the capability that ADF is demonstrating now shows that it's learning from a later organization that is considered to be probably the most ruthless terrorist group in the world, and then creating further complication in the DRC, which we can now largely say it goes beyond political objective or political violence in the first place, because it has morphed into other things, particularly with the affiliation to the Islamic State, which has a measure of organized crime in it, in which they are accessing resources that are abundantly present in the Eastern DRC, in terms of timber, minerals, and other sources, and including a form of security tax on the local people and businesses that are operating in the region. So I think the objective is wider now, and to be able to be seen, because we are also seeing a situation in which it appears the armed groups in the region as also competing for influence. And as it is characteristics of the Islamic State,
Yes.
ADF, which has emerged as the franchise in that region, is projecting itself to be on top of the table in terms of the organizations and terrorist groups that are able to create serious damages and violence that is going to reverberate across the world.
Right. And what have the international reactions been to this attack? And what is the Congolese government doing to prevent further attacks?
Well, I think the international reaction, based on what is going on in the world now, before this attack happened, we have been of the opinion that what happens in DRC, in Sudan, and other places in Africa do not receive the sufficient attention like what we've seen in the case of Russia invasion of Ukraine, for instance, or what is going on in the Middle East with Russia with Israel war with the Hamas. So I think what happened in the DRC and elsewhere on the continent has always been relegated to the backwater. And I wouldn't say maybe the response of the international community has been sufficient to this latest attack. But by and large, we've seen the cases of issuance of press releases by international organizations that are probably doing humanitarian work in the country. And the government, as usual, has also been embroiled with the release of, with press releases and vowing to root out any form of aggression that is contrary to state monopoly of violence in the region. But in the real sense of it, apart from maybe talking about that, I think the state will continue to wage military option, which it has at its disposal, even though it appears that the country is overwhelmed now, when you look at the layers of violence that armed groups are causing in the region. So we might not be able to project that there's going to be any significant shift in the coming days, because it appears violence of this nature have been normalized by the state and then even by the people who work and live in that region.
Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your analysis there.
Thank you so much for having me.
Our next story is from West Africa. A tense border dispute between Niger and Benin has escalated. A new row has erupted between the neighbors, who are trading accusations of hostility since May. Now, Benin has arrested 5 Nigerian nationals on accusations of entering the port of Seme illegally. Authorities in the country claim that the detainees are agents of Niger's army junta, who allegedly used fake documents to enter the facility. However, Niger says that they were workers from its oil company who were at the port to witness the loading of an oil shipment. Now, instead, Niger has accused Benin of abducting staff of its oil company. Niamey says among those detained is the Deputy General Manager of the West African Pipeline Company of Niger and the local affiliate of China National Petroleum Corp. The incident comes days after Benin agreed to let Niger resume exports of crude through its port following an intervention from China. Now, Niger is a landlocked country in West Africa, and it shares its southern border with Benin. It runs a pipeline from its oil fields to the port of Seme, where its crude is loaded into tankers for export. But in May, Benin blocked the shipment of oil, accusing Niamey of refusing to reopen its border to trade. Now, although the port of Seme has become a new flashpoint, the conflict between the countries goes way beyond. Over the years, Benin and Niger have enjoyed good relations, but that quickly changed after Niger's military coup last year. Benin is a member of the West African bloc called ECOWAS. Last year, ECOWAS had threatened Niger's junta with a military operation and also levied sanctions against the country. So Niger closed its border with Benin. Eventually, Benin took a softer stance and opened the border with its neighbor, but junta-led Niger has refused to do so. Back then, Benin's President Patrice Talon demanded that landlocked Niger reopen its border if it wants to use Benin's ports. Benin President said that Niger was treating them like an enemy. But despite the threats, Niger has rejected Benin's demands. Last month, Niamey accused Benin of hosting French troops on its soil, which it said were training terrorists near the border region to destabilize Niger. And now the recent incident marks another turning point in bilateral relations. Amidst the rising tensions, a growing discontentment is also brewing among the people. The border dispute is affecting the movement of goods and services, leading to a rise in the prices of commodities. So the people of Benin and Niger are the ones left bearing the brunt of this dispute. In Zambia, 22 Chinese nationals have been sentenced to long prison terms for cybercrime. The Chinese nationals were allegedly behind several internet fraud and online scams that recently targeted not just Zambians, but also people from countries like Singapore, Peru, and the United Arab Emirates. The lengthy jail terms handed by the Zambian court range from 7 to 11 years. Among the convicts are Gu Tianzhou, the sole female member, who broke down tearfully as her 7-year sentence was announced, and Li Xianlin got the longest sentence of 11 years and is accused of being the mastermind behind the scams. The court also fined other members of the gang between $1,500 and $3,000. The sentencing comes after a trial lasting several weeks, during which the Chinese nationals pleaded guilty to 3 charges that include computer-related misrepresentation, identity fraud, and illegally operating a network service. Along with them, a Cameroonian national has also been sentenced.
Just the beginning. In the past, we have seen criminals walking away freely after committing such or similar crimes. But this time, because we have the Cybersecurity and Cyber Crime Act of Bill, Cybercrime Act in the country. So this is where now I can confidently say that the law or the act now is operational, and it's a warning even to other would-be offenders.
These arrests were made last week on Friday and is among a bigger group of 77 suspects who were arrested in April in connection with what authorities called a sophisticated internet fraud syndicate. These 77 suspects included mostly Zambian nationals who were allegedly being recruited to be call center agents to carry out the fraudulent activities. They had reportedly been tasked with engaging in deceptive conversations with unsuspecting mobile users across various platforms, such as WhatsApp, Telegram, chat rooms, and others, using scripted dialogues. Now, these Zambian suspects were later released on bail so they could help the authorities with their investigations. Several people in the country inexplicably lost money from their mobile phones or bank accounts that prompted action from the authorities. During the extended probe, Zambian authorities raided a Chinese-run company in the capital Lusaka called Golden Top Support Services. Authorities confiscated numerous devices facilitating deceptive communication. More than 13,000 SIM cards, both local and foreign, were confiscated, which, as per the authorities, indicated the extent of the operation's reach. They also found 2 firearms and about 78 rounds of ammunition belonging to a Chinese national linked to the business. However, the Chinese company is yet to comment on the allegations.
Given to or the sentence, we can say they needed more stiffer sentence or more years, or what they have given them. We can say it is. And looking at the crime as it stands, we have not been told how much they have stolen, We have not been told as well those guns and ammunition they had, how they have been used.
Despite the crime by its nationals, China's influence in Zambia is significant. Beijing's direct investments in Zambia surpassed $178 million by the end of last year. From mining to agriculture and manufacturing, Chinese investments continue to surge in the southern African nation. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Uganda's capital city of Kampala. In the heart of the city, a community brass band is doing more than just filling the air with melody. It is transforming lives, and this is no ordinary ensemble. Comprised of children from Kampala's most marginalized communities, this band is part of a groundbreaking initiative by Brass for Africa. Through the disciplined practice of music, these children are turning their lives around and redefining their destinies. Here's our report.
Every week, the sound of trumpets, cornets and tubas echoes through the streets of Nsambia, a neighborhood in Kampala, Uganda's capital city. This scene unfolds when the community brass band holds its practice. With the band leader in the center giving directions, the band members play diligently, eyes fixed on their sheet music. This is no ordinary band. The members are children from Kampala's most marginalized communities. They're not just learning music, they are gaining vital life skills through these sessions. These special classes are run by an organization called Brass for Africa. The organization believes in the transformative power of music. Most of these children live on the streets or spend most of their time there. To involve them in something that can change their lives, the organization leaves no stone unturned.
They are falling prey to things like harassment, antisocial behavior, joining gangs and things like that. They're children living in rehabilitation centers, living in refugee settlements, children living with physical and mental disabilities, children and young people living in informal settlements where their basic needs and basic rights are not always met.
Music offers them a path to a better life. It serves as a hook that engages them in difficult times. They learn essential life skills like self-confidence, teamwork and leadership, skills that may help them thrive in a few years.
It's music and life skills. So we're learning skills like self-confidence, teamwork, communication, concentration, resilience, leadership, skills that any young person would need to have to survive and to thrive in life, but can be really, really hard to come by.
These brass band classes have given the community's children a glimmer of hope. The enthusiasm and dedication they bring to their classrooms speak volumes.
My friends become surprised seeing me playing an instrument like a trumpet. They become surprised. They don't expect me.
Each day I come, I learn something. Each day I come, I get something new from my friends. Each day I come, I get to know what should I play, what should I perfect, where am I going wrong.
Many even dream of pursuing this further as a career.
Actually, I want to become a musician specialized in playing emotional songs by playing the saxophone, the trumpet, the violin, and every instrument that expresses a feeling of the song, the heartbeat of the song.
Children who have joined the band say their lives have improved significantly. They hope this path leads to a better future.
So my life before joining the band was really hard. And if I continued living that kind of life, I don't know what kind of a girl I would have been today. Maybe I would have been in marriage or in the market, selling something like that. And my doors are opening. I'm getting connections, meeting different people. I'm getting different skills like public speaking, the life skills from the life skills that I'm learning.
Some of the teachers in the organization were once students of Brass for Africa. They chose to teach because they believe that no one understands the challenges faced by the students better than them. Brass for Africa is not just teaching music, it's changing lives through the power of music. Children from marginalized communities are finding hope and dreaming of a better future. This initiative proves that with the right support, nothing is impossible.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you from the south of Italy, from the sleepy little town of Bari on the Adriatic coast. Some rain clouds welcomed us earlier today, but now it's slowly clearing up. Not what we expected from the European summer. But the weather aside, what are we doing here? Well, this sleepy region will soon become the nerve center of the world. Later this week, the most powerful leaders in the world will be meeting here for the G7 summit. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also been invited. This will be his first foreign trip after taking office in the third term. And we'll be covering all of it from ground zero. The agenda, the politics, the controversy, the security arrangements, and as always, a slice of Italy. So make sure you catch our coverage throughout this week. Tonight, we've got a packed show lined up for you. In the European parliamentary elections, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has emerged as the kingmaker. The United Nations Security Council has backed a proposal to end the Gaza war, but will it change anything? Prime Minister Modi has exchanged messages with former Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, saying India has always stood for peace. And as the Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu visits India, his country has decided to probe the previous government's agreements with New Delhi. American troops begin withdrawing from Niger in Africa. Apple has debuted its new Apple Intelligence, but it is powered by OpenAI. And why are bamboos destroying homes in the UK? All this and more coming up. We are in Bari in southern Italy. In the next few days, world leaders will start arriving here. They're coming to Apulia for the G7 summit. It's a gathering of some of the world's richest economies. The G7 is basically a group of Western elites. The members include Canada, France, Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the host Italy. A total of 7 countries, hence the name G7. Now, their meeting comes at an interesting time because Europe is seeing a political churn with a major election. America is heading to polls. The wars in Ukraine and Gaza continue, and Western economies are still bearing the brunt of it. So the G7 is trying to reinvent itself to show more inclusivity, also hoping to find solutions for some of the world's most pressing challenges. And Italy has put forward an ambitious agenda. It has spelled out some priorities, like the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, the G7's relationship with developing nations and emerging economies, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, and the advent of artificial intelligence. These are the key agenda items. Some European priorities have also been kept on the list. They are on Giorgia Meloni's mind, like illegal migration. The Italian Prime Minister will push the G7 to take a tougher stand on this issue, on illegal immigration. Expect her to engage from a position of strength.
I am ready to welcome and I am proud that this nation presents itself at the G7 in Europe with the strongest government of all.
So the agenda is diverse, as is the guest list. Beyond the G7 leaders, Italy has invited at least 12 other heads of state. And this is quite a significant number. Look at the tally of the previous hosts. Japan had invited 8 other countries, 8 countries apart from the G7 members. Before Japan, Germany and Britain had hosted this summit, and they had invited 5 countries each. Now, Italy has clearly surpassed them this time with 12. India's Prime Minister Modi is among the invitees. Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive here on Friday, and this would be his first overseas trip in his 3rd term as India's Prime Minister. Who else is invited? Brazil's President Lula da Silva, Argentina's President Javier Milei, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and Jordan's King Abdullah. Also Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and this too would be a first. The first time a leader from Saudi Arabia will be visiting this summit. Never before has a leader from Saudi Arabia been invited to the G7. Also, a large contingent from Africa is expected to attend, so there could be several opportunities to build consensus, provided they can build consensus on which issues to focus on. And this is where the G7's differences start to show. Take the United States, for example. It is pushing for a $50 billion loan for Ukraine. Where will this money come from? Russian assets worth tens of billions of dollars have been frozen by the West. The US wants to use this money, frozen Russian assets in the West, for the loan to Ukraine. That's what America proposes. It wants the rest of the G7 to agree to this. So far, there is no consensus. Nonetheless, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has been invited for this summit. And Moscow has been watching all of this. A few days back, Russia issued a warning to the West. It said, if the G7 goes ahead with this plan, Moscow will respond in kind.
We have the same opportunities. We have frozen money in EU accounts. We have assets. We also get income. If there is a decision, we will act similarly. We will respond in kind.
Then there is China. Last year, the G7 took a stand against Beijing. They called out China for its economic coercion. They pledged to take action to counter Chinese attempts to use its economic power and exploit vulnerabilities in trade ties. But the measures they announced were limited. In 2023, the G7 just agreed to share information. This year, there are calls to deal with the oversupply from China. The US and France are pushing for this. They want steep tariffs on Chinese imports. But for now, any punitive action appears unlikely. It will most probably be just a statement of condemnation. But Beijing is already pushing back.
The G7's hyping up of China's overcapacity and its attempts to impose restrictions on China's new energy products are a complete departure from the facts and economic laws, and are protectionism in nature, which are not in the interests of any party.
The summit begins on Thursday. The G7 may be trying to reinvent itself, but handling these differences will be the real test. We'll be tracking all of it from ground zero for you. Now let's look at the host of the G7, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She emerged as a big winner yesterday in the Euro Parliament elections.
So we met here, it was almost 2 years ago, and it was a beautiful night. This one for me is even more beautiful than that of 2 years ago. So I want to say thank you to the majority of Italians who have continued to choose Brothers of Italy and the center-right.
Her party is called Brothers of Italy, and it will now have a much bigger say in the European Union. Let's compare the latest election to the last one, which was held in 2019. Both times, Giorgia Meloni has been part of a conservative coalition, the European Conservatives and Reformists Bloc, or the ECR. In the 2019 EU elections, the ECR got 62 seats out of 751, which is a bit more than 8%. This time around, they've increased their tally. Provisional results give the ECR 73 out of 720 seats. That's more than 10%. So Meloni's coalition has marginally increased its seat share. On the surface, these numbers do not seem like much, but that changes when you dig deeper. In 2019, Meloni's Brothers of Italy party won 10 seats. This time it is projected to win 24 seats, and 24 seats is no joke. Because in the EU, that number can decide the president. Ursula von der Leyen is the current European Commission president. She's standing for re-election, and she has a tough task on her hands. The last time she secured the presidency by a mere 9 votes, just 9. Meloni will likely have 24 votes, which potentially makes her the kingmaker. Von der Leyen has suspected that this might be the case, so she refused to rule out working with Giorgia Meloni, and this is a huge shift for Europe. For years, the EU has been run by the centrists, who always went to the liberals for support. Liberals like the climate-friendly Green parties. But now the centrists must explore alternatives like Meloni and her ECR coalition. Von der Leyen is keeping her cards close to the chest for now. Her coalition says it won't seek a formal deal with Giorgia Meloni, but they could work together on a case-by-case basis. And that signals two things: von der Leyen's flexibility and Meloni's growing clout. Because even 5 years ago, this would have been unthinkable. Ursula von der Leyen allying with the Brothers of Italy, a party with fascist roots and once considered fringe and far-right. But now von der Leyen says she might work with Meloni, even if it's just on a case-by-case basis, and that's still an admission of Giorgia Meloni's clout. It boosts her legitimacy across Europe and at home in Italy.
It is a message that comes to us from Italians. Go ahead, go ahead. I take it as someone's message to say go ahead and do it, if possible with greater determination. A sign that I understand, a sign that I am ready to seize.
Stia diventando di nuovo un sistema bipolare. È una buona notizia.
Giorgia Meloni became Italy's prime minister in 2022. Her party had won about 26% of the vote. In this EU election, she won about 29%. It shows that more Italians trust her today. It's a sign of their confidence in her and a signal. Italians want Meloni to take her policies to the European stage. So whether she becomes a member of von der Leyen's coalition or she stays in the opposition benches, Giorgia Meloni will be speaking for Italy at the EU, and with her resounding mandate, everyone will have to stop and listen. And now on to the war in Gaza. The United Nations Security Council has done the impossible. It has backed a ceasefire deal. It has approved a resolution to end the war permanently. This is a first for the body in 8 months. 14 members voted for it. Russia abstained. So will this now end the war? It depends on Israel and Hamas, the parties fighting this war. Hamas has welcomed it. It has agreed to the ceasefire resolution. Meanwhile, Israel says it is committed to victory. So is this just another proposal that will change nothing in Gaza, or will this 8-month-long conflict finally come to an end? Our next report tells you.
The results of the voting is as follows: 14 votes in favor, 0 votes against, 1 abstention. The draft resolution has been adopted as Resolution 2735.
Finally, the UN Security Council has agreed on something. It has backed a ceasefire plan for Gaza.
Please raise their hand.
14 members backed the resolution. 1 member abstained. It was Russia. But the vote shows that there is a consensus. This is the first time the Security Council has endorsed a proposal to end the war.
To free all the hostages.
As President Biden made.
The ceasefire plan was proposed by the United States. It sets out conditions for a complete ceasefire, including release of hostages by Hamas, return of remains of dead hostages, and the exchange of Palestinian prisoners. It will happen in 3 phases. In the first phase, there will be a short-term ceasefire. Hostages and prisoners will be exchanged. In the second, Israeli forces will withdraw permanently from Gaza. And in the third phase, reconstruction of the Gaza Strip will begin.
It's time for this war to end.
So the plan sounds quite comprehensive. And now the United Nations has backed it too. But will it stop the conflict? That depends on the 2 stakeholders, Israel and Hamas. After the UN vote, Hamas welcomed the resolution. It has also accepted the proposal. Which brings us to Israel. The resolution states that it has accepted the proposal, but Israel hasn't said anything. Netanyahu has not endorsed it. It's an issue Russia raised during the vote.
Hamas is called upon to accept this so-called deal, but still, there is no clarity regarding an official agreement from Israel as is written in the resolution for the deal proposed by President Biden. given the many statements from Israel on the extension of the war until Hamas is completely defeated. So what specifically has Israel agreed to?
Antony Blinken may have the answer to that. The US Secretary of State is in Israel, his 8th trip to the region since the war began. He visited Cairo and Jerusalem, met with regional leaders, held talks with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, all to get the ceasefire deal in place. But Blinken's trip could not have come at a worse time. The top US diplomat has flown right into a political storm in Israel. On Sunday, War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz resigned, leaving Netanyahu's emergency government without a moderate voice. Netanyahu's far-right allies want this war to go on. They are not in favor of any ceasefire. If Netanyahu doesn't listen to them, they may withdraw support, which would mean his government would fall. So, while the UN may have backed a ceasefire proposal, there's a lot of ambiguity right now. Doubts over the language of the deal, no formal commitment yet from Israel, and the risk of Netanyahu's government collapsing. For now, the ceasefire deal is just the first step, but whether it will end the war in Gaza, we'll find out in the coming days.
Now let's talk about Pakistan. It may be trying to engage with India. Yesterday, Nawaz Sharif made a direct outreach to the Indian Prime Minister. He posted a message on social media congratulating Prime Minister Modi for assuming office for the 3rd time. In his message, Sharif said, "Let us replace hate with hope and seize the opportunity to shape the destiny of the 2 billion people of South Asia." Now, we don't need to spell it out. Sharif is signaling that the two sides should resume dialogue. That's what he wants. Within 2 hours, Prime Minister Modi responded. His statement was on expected lines. He said advancing the security of Indians will always remain a priority. And that's a reference to India's long-standing position vis-a-vis Pakistan that terror and talks cannot go together, especially after what happened this week. Jammu and Kashmir was attacked again. Terrorists struck a bus full of pilgrims in Riyasi. 9 people died in this attack. More than 30 others were injured. The attack came on the day when Prime Minister Modi and his cabinet took their oath of office. And the perpetrators are once again linked to Pakistan, an outfit affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This is the same group that carried out the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. So there is no question of India reversing its policy at this moment. Prime Minister Modi got a message from Shehbaz Sharif as well. He is the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the younger brother of Nawaz Sharif. Both leaders kept their statements brief, sticking to just a one-line exchange. Earlier today, India's External Affairs Minister reiterated the government's position and policy on Pakistan.
और पाकिस्तान के साथ ये भी आप जानते हैं कि विषय जो है सालों से वो जो आतंकवाद का विषय जो है क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म, हाउ डू वी फाइंड a solution to it so that that cannot be the policy of a good neighbor.
So the outreach by the Sharifs is a non-starter. They've been at it for some time though. Around 2 weeks ago, Nawaz Sharif made a significant remark. He spoke about the 1999 Kargil War and how Pakistan was responsible for it. Sharif called the Kargil War a mistake on Pakistan's part, which was a major admission.
वाजपेयी साहब लाहौर तशरीफ लाए, याद है या नहीं याद है? याददाश्त कमजोर है ना आपकी? तो तशरीफ लाए और हमसे आके यहाँ पे मुआहदा किया. ये अलग बात है कि हमने मुआहदे की खिलाफ वर्जी की, उसमें हमारा कसूर है.
Before Sharif, his daughter Maryam Nawaz also made a case for dialogue. In the month of April, she said that neighbors shouldn't quote-unquote fight wars and that they should open the door of friendship. Prime Minister Modi has good reasons to not trust these overtures. When he took charge in the first term, he put his best foot forward. In 2014, he called Nawaz Sharif for his swearing-in. In 2015, he made a surprise stop in Lahore on Nawaz Sharif's birthday. Prime Minister Modi was on his way back from Afghanistan, and this was the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Pakistan in over a decade, in 2015. But the optimism was short-lived. India suffered a string of terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, first in 2016 when an Indian military base was struck in Uri, and then again in 2019 when a suicide bomber targeted Indian security forces in Pulwama. Today, bilateral relations remain in a deep freeze. Since 2019, both countries have not posted high commissioners in each other's capitals. They were withdrawn after India made the decision to abrogate Article 370. It withdrew the special status to Jammu and Kashmir. And that has been the situation since. It's been 5 years. Now, Pakistan's leaders say that they want to engage with India. But at the same time, Pakistan continues to provoke India. Here's another example of that. Over the weekend, Shehbaz Sharif was in Beijing. Pakistan and China released a joint statement on Kashmir. And what does it say? It says that the two countries oppose any unilateral actions in Kashmir. This was a challenge to India's rights over Jammu and Kashmir. It was a challenge to India's sovereignty, and India was quick to reject this joint statement. New Delhi said that Jammu and Kashmir remains an inalienable part of India. Today, India's foreign minister issued a more direct message. There can be no dialogue until Pakistan stops cross-border terrorism. Now let's look at the Maldives. India's neighbor keeps blowing hot and cold. This weekend, their president was in New Delhi. Mohammad Muizzu had come to India for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's swearing-in ceremony. He'd been invited by the government of India. It was an olive branch, a chance to reset fraying ties. Muizzu even sat next to Modi during a banquet at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And then he went on to meet Dr. S. Jaishankar, who's taken charge again as India's External Affairs Minister. Jaishankar said that he looked forward to India and the Maldives working together closely. It seemed like a reset was underway. But while Muizzu was in India, his political party was making its moves. One of Muizzu's party MPs launched an inquiry into 3 deals that Muizzu's predecessor had signed with India. The previous Maldivian government had signed with India. And what is the reason for this investigation? Muizzu's party says the deals, and I'm quoting, undermine the sovereignty and independence of the Maldives. So while President Muizzu was being treated like an honored guest in New Delhi, his party was busy painting India as the enemy in Mali. They were back to peddling their anti-India and India out narrative, while Muizzu was in India. So what are these deals that they want to investigate? The first one is the Hydrographic Survey Agreement. It was signed in 2019 when Prime Minister Modi visited the Maldives. The deal was to help survey the country's territorial waters. This would help keep maps up to date, aiding in navigation and keeping the Maldives safe. The joint surveys have been taking place for the past 5 years. 944 square kilometers of the ocean have been mapped. And this includes regions that have not been surveyed since 1853. This has helped the Maldives bring its navigational charts up to date. But now President Muizzu and his party are against it. They in fact never liked the plan. They believe that it was a plot, a way for India to monitor the Maldives. So after he came to power, Muizzu decided to undo the agreement. He allowed it to run till the 7th of June this year. That's when the survey deal was to expire, the 7th of June. And now Muizzu has refused to renew it. And now this deal is under scrutiny. The second deal under the scanner is a dockyard project. India had agreed to develop, support and maintain a Coast Guard harbour for the Maldives National Defence Force. The deal was signed in 2021 when S. Jaishankar visited Mali. The deal was long in the works. The Maldives had raised the request back in 2013 and then again in 2015 and 2016. It took years to iron out the specifics of this harbour deal, but now Muizzu's party is looking to discredit it. The third Indo-Maldivian pact under scrutiny is the Dornier deal. In the year 2020, India gave the Maldives an aircraft. The Indian Navy sent a Dornier maritime surveillance aircraft. This was for rescue and relief missions. Now, normally this would have been celebrated, but Muizzu's party found an issue with this too. No one in the Maldives knew how to fly the Dornier, so India sent soldiers, some 80 of them, to operate and maintain the Dornier and other rescue aircraft. But Muizzu only saw Indian troops on Maldivian soil, not the context behind their presence. And he made the troop deployment a rallying cry for his India Out campaign. The rescue personnel became the Indians that Muizu wanted out. Well, they are out now. All the Indian soldiers left the Maldives last month. They were replaced with civilians. But now no one knows how to fly the Dornier, and it is lying idle. Even though the matter is now closed, Muizu's party does not want to let it rest. The Dornier deal is part of this new inquiry. So why is Muizu's party doing all of this now, when a reset of ties was so close? Well, it may be about domestic politics. Look at the MP's tweet again. He's going after the previous president, Ibrahim Soli, the previous Maldivian president. Muizu's party wants to corner Soli and the previous government by saying that they worked against Maldivian interests. The Indian deals seem to be an excuse. Collateral damage in the domestic politics. But even if India is not the direct target, this new incident leaves a bitter aftertaste, because India extended its arm in friendship, and Muizu's Maldives has chosen to slap it away. Let's now turn to the other Indian neighbor, that is Bhutan. The country's Prime Minister was in India to attend the oath-taking ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Earlier this week, we sat down with Tshering Togbe. We asked him about his expectations from Prime Minister Modi's third term, the Bhutan-India relationship, and how India can boost its neighborhood-first policy. We also asked him if India is drifting away from its neighbors. What was his perception? Listen to what he had to say. Prime Minister of Bhutan, Tshering Togbe, welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Delighted to be here. Delighted to be with you.
Thanks. You attended Prime Minister Modi's third swearing-in ceremony. How was it?
It was grand. It was a celebration of hope. There's a lot of optimism. It was palpable. I was honored to be there. This is my second time. I was here in 2014, also during a swearing-in ceremony. And it's such an honor to represent His Majesty the King and the people of Bhutan at this very important and momentous occasion.
What are your expectations from Narendra Modi in his third term as India's Prime Minister?
My expectations? Well, you look at Modi 1.0 and then you see Modi 2.0, and looking at the track record, you can, I think, confidently say that 3.0, Modi 3.0 is going to be bigger and better. I think you're going to enjoy increasing returns. This is going to be a demonstration of the law of increasing returns. For Bhutan, I can very confidently say that our relations, which are already strong, are going to emerge even stronger under the new government and under Prime Minister Modi for his third term. For the region, I think there's a lot of room for optimism also. And if you extend it further, the global south is going to benefit with Prime Minister Modi as the leader of India.
In the last 10 years that he's been Prime Minister, how has the India-Bhutan relationship in particular evolved according to you?
Well, it's grown from strength to strength. India-Bhutan relations are unique, are special in that the relations have always been strong, based on trust and understanding and mutual respect. But in the last 10 years, I can say with confidence that it has gone up to even higher levels, and I am honored. I've been very fortunate to play a small role in that.
Even the best of relationships have ups and downs and challenges. What are the challenges of this one?
Well, the challenge is we need to be mindful. India is growing very rapidly. And we need to be mindful that we need to also work hard and ensure on the one hand that we benefit from India's inevitable growth, but we also stay relevant. And we've got to make sure that we continue to nurture the relationship. It cannot be nurtured by one part alone. And India and Prime Minister Modi ji is doing a lot to nurture our relations. So we've got to do a bit.
Bhutan is betting big on the Gelefu Mindfulness City, which is a very ambitious smart city project. And I understand that you're also looking at some sort of Indian investment there. What is it that makes this particular project stand out? How is it different from other such initiatives?
Well, we are not betting on the Mindfulness City project. The Mindfulness City, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, is a royal vision. It's a vision of His Majesty the King. And when His Majesty the King starts something, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, a lot of consultation that goes into it. And when we begin the journey, we have always reached our destination. So in that sense, it's not a bet. How is it different from other initiatives of this type? Well, there are many cities around the world, new cities, but and all of them will serve a purpose. They are also intended for the greater good. But that said, I do believe that many of the cities, their development will eventually be taken over by market forces, because that is the way most of our countries operate also. This city is based on the ideals and principles of cross-national happiness. Technology will not be an end. Economic growth will not be an end. They will be a means to better living among people and better living in harmony among people, but also people with Mother Nature.
You mentioned gross national happiness. That's a concept that Bhutan has championed and the world is trying to learn from it. But I understand that there have been economic challenges as well. Has that shaken your trust in the system?
No. Firstly, Palki, Bhutan has not championed gross national happiness. Gross national happiness is a development philosophy that we believe in and we implement for ourselves. So we are not a champion as such. Gross national happiness has succeeded beyond our wildest dreams and expectations. Remember that just a generation ago, my parents, they grew up in a society that was literally medieval. And within one generation, almost every child who is in school, who should be in school, is in school. Literacy rates are very high. Life expectancy rates have reached unprecedented levels. And all this because of free education, free healthcare, while also protecting our culture and preserving our environment. And the kicker is that we have a democracy that is vibrant, robust, and that has been imposed by our kings, not demanded by the people. So these are results of the fruits of gross national happiness. One of the fruits is economic growth also. Economic growth is very important, but it must be balanced with social progress and culture, environment, and good governance. In the area of economic growth also, we've enjoyed a slow progress. Our economy is largely equitably distributed, and it is still very environmentally sustainable. However, economic growth has not kept pace with social progress. And as a result, yes, there is unemployment. Our children, many of our youth are seeking for better opportunities abroad. And so we know we've got to do a lot more. I know that I have my work cut out in developing our economy and developing our economy while also being mindful and true to the values and ideals of GNH.
I think the world is learning from Bhutan on how it's important to balance the two. Coming back to the relationship with India, when Prime Minister Modi took over in his first term in 2014, Bhutan was the first country that he visited. And as he wrapped up his second term, Bhutan was the last country that he visited, and that too in the middle of the election season. And that shows New Delhi's commitment to this relationship. How much of a difference does this sort of a personal outreach and touch make to equations between two countries?
It's important, but what's more important is to understand and to acknowledge why Bhutan, why the neighborhood. India is assuming its rightful place as a world leader, yet Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly shown that the neighborhood matters, and that as far as Bhutan is concerned, Bhutan matters very much. It was a huge honor to receive him on his first overseas trip outside India in his first stint as Prime Minister. And then in his second tenure, his last visit was also to Bhutan. And on our part, well, ministers and prime ministers visit India frequently, but significantly, His Majesty the King visits India. And this has led to even stronger relations between the two countries. This is what nurturing friendship is all about.
But there is a perception that India is drifting away from its neighbors. Do you share that perception, or do you think it's exaggerated?
Yes and no. If there is a perception that India is, you said, growing away, possibly economically. Economically, India has grown very quickly. By now, it should have been a $5 trillion economy had it not been for COVID. Had it not been for COVID, India would be the third largest economy in the world already, a $5 trillion economy. But it's going to get to $5 trillion really soon, and then you are well on your way to a $30 trillion economy. The question is, what about the neighbors? Are we going to progress with India? And that's the second part of the question. India has always been mindful of its neighbors. Prime Minister Modi has made absolutely has said his focus is on the neighborhood first policy. And this is why during his swearing in 2014, the neighborhood was here. 2019, the neighborhood was here. Yesterday, the 2024, the neighborhood is here, and I can see this continuing. But it's not just during the swearing in. I mean, India hosts the BRICS summit and invites the neighborhood. I was here. India hosts G20, invites the neighborhood. So it's very, very clear, and it's very established time and time again that for the Indian government, and in particular Prime Minister Modi, the neighborhood matters, and matters a great deal.
If there were three things that India and Bhutan should be working on urgently under the new government, what would those be, according to you?
With India and Bhutan, we have already a lot on our plate. And Prime Minister Modi, when he visited Bhutan just barely 2.5 months ago, he announced a range of initiatives, including an economic stimulus package to the tune of 1,500 crores, and then also assistance for a 13th five-year plan that begins later this month. At the end of June, it'll begin. And the assistance we are receiving is 8,500 crores. Added to that, we have hydropower corporation, and then Prime Minister Modi has given his full support to the Gelifu Mindfulness City, and we have a lot to do together. So in terms of investments, I would like to work a lot more with Indian investors to see how we can partner, and like I said earlier, to ensure that we also do our own part to grow while India grows. We don't want to be left behind. The other area where we need to pay special attention on is climate change. Now, obviously that India and Bhutan can't do, but India can play a leadership role globally. In the region, yes, but also globally in fighting climate change. The third area I think is critical, is very important for the region, is UN reforms and India's assumption of a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. I think that's very important. I've called for UN reforms and India's membership to the UN Security Council as a permanent member on 2 occasions at the General Assembly. But I think that we actually do need a strategy in the region, because this will benefit not just India but the region. So these are the 3 things I would focus on.
So you mentioned climate change, and you mentioned that India can do a lot more on climate change. How do you assess India's contribution so far? Because Prime Minister Modi has worked on the Solar Alliance and so on and so forth. Of course, as a developing country, we can do a lot more. But as a net zero emissions country, what would your advice be to India and the world?
We are not net zero, we are net negative. Yeah? And we don't have any advice, but India has done so much. Firstly, in terms of solar energy and renewable energy, India is a champion, a role model, an example to the world. And now the push to electric vehicles. And I can see a transition to green energy happening very soon. So I think that India has done a lot, and I think will do a lot more. Vis-a-vis Bhutan, economically, our biggest partnership is in the area of hydropower. All our hydropower is green. It is eventually green energy from fast-flowing rivers, sustainable rivers. And our cooperation is mainly in that field economically. And the amount of energy we generate is big in Bhutanese terms, but it can get and will get a lot bigger. And that's going to generate a lot of green energy for use in Bhutan and in India.
Right. I have a lot of questions, but I think we'll take it in the second conversation because I understand that you have very limited time and a packed schedule. So thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Second conversation?
Yes.
In Bhutan.
I look forward to that. Thank you for your time and insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best. Now we turn our attention to Africa, to Niger in the west, where an exodus is taking place. An exodus of US military personnel. About 1,000 American troops are in Niger. They were deployed to combat terrorism. This country has been hit by a terror insurgency. The previous government was trying to counter it with the help of French and American soldiers. But a coup took place in Niger last year. The junta ousted the French as soon as they took power, but they let the Americans stay for a while. Now it seems that the junta is done with the US as well. Niger and the US negotiated a withdrawal deal last month. The US has till September to leave. So the soldiers have begun packing up. Here's our report.
A few days ago, there was a ceremony in Niger, a relatively somber procession. There were just soldiers in attendance, troops from two countries, the home nation, Niger, and US military personnel. The troops gathered around an aircraft, an American military transportation plane, a C-17 Globemaster III. The troops had gathered around the aircraft to watch it depart.
The June 7th flight of the U.S. Air Force's C-17 Globemaster III from Niamey Air Force Base 101 marks the start of a series of wide-body aircraft rotations to repatriate personnel and equipment in accordance with the May 19, 2024 agreement. Since the agreement on the withdrawal of U.S. troops was signed on May 19, 2024, more than 269 of the 946 troops and several tons of equipment have already left Niger.
The U.S. military is on the clock. They have to leave Niger by September 15th. That means the U.S. has about 3 months. 3 months to pack up all their equipment and make their way out of Niger. It won't be easy, because the US has invested a lot in Niger's defensive capabilities over the years. The Americans were using two air bases in Niger, called Airbase 101 and Airbase 201. 101 was a common base, shared by the Americans and the French. It's located in Niger's capital, Niamey. The US was initially using this for its aerial counter-terrorism operations. But a few years ago, Washington decided it needed a new location, a base closer to the terrorists. So between 2016 and 2019, they built another base, Airbase 201. It's located near the city of Agadez. The base was specialized for MQ-9 Reaper drones. The Americans built the base at a cost of over $100 million, but now they have to dismantle it, take it apart and ship out the pieces, or risk their equipment falling into enemy hands. The US has experienced this already when it withdrew its forces from Afghanistan. The Taliban now use the American weapons and vehicles left behind. The US has 3 months to avoid a similar scenario in Niger. But this time, it won't be militants who'll take over the equipment. It might be the Russians. Russian soldiers are already in Air Base 101, the base in Niger's capital Niamey. After the Americans leave, the Russians will be free to use Air Base 201 as well. Considering the current hostilities between the two nations, it would be a loss of face for the US if Russian troops got hold of American equipment. Niger is trying to soften this blow.
Finally, the two parties reiterate that this withdrawal of American forces will have no impact on current relations between the Republic of Niger and the United States of America.
The junta claims there are no hard feelings. It's all business. It has just gone a different way, opting for assistance from Russia instead of the West. Niger has every right to do that, of course. It's a sovereign nation that is entitled to pick its partners. But the withdrawal paints the US in a poor light. It wasn't allowed to stay, despite having spent millions on Niger's defense. That is a failure of US diplomacy. And it shows that America's clout around the world has started to shrink.
We all have that friend who's always fashionably late to every party. In the world of technology, that could be Apple. It's finally joined the AI race, unveiling Apple Intelligence. It means new apps, AI features, and an AI-powered Siri. But the important update here is that Apple's AI revolution will be powered by OpenAI, the same company that made ChatGPT. It sounds like a great partnership, but not everyone is happy about it, including Elon Musk. He says this is a massive threat to data security. But is it really? Our next report tells you.
The world of artificial intelligence is fast-paced and cutthroat. If you can't keep up, you're out. So for months, Apple found itself in an uncharacteristic position. The trendsetter of the techverse was lagging behind. As Microsoft, Google, and Amazon galloped ahead, Apple found itself trotting along. The company was busy polishing old iPhones into new models instead of diving into the murky waters of machine learning. But not anymore. Apple has finally joined the AI race. And they're not just dipping their toes in the water, they're doing a full cannonball.
Apple Intelligence is the personal intelligence system that puts powerful generative models right at the core of your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. It draws on your personal context to give you intelligence that's most helpful and relevant for you.
In Apple, AI stands for Apple Intelligence. It envisions a future where the AI system knows all about you, can use that knowledge to get information, and in turn takes action on your behalf. Essential to this plan is Siri, Apple's virtual assistant. When Siri was first introduced, it was revolutionary. But now it feels more like a relic from a bygone era. For years, it has been outclassed by Alexa and Google Assistant, relegated to just setting timers and alarms. But Siri is now making a comeback. It will have the ability to answer questions using what's on your screen and the knowledge from across various applications.
For example, you'll be able to say, "Show me my photos of Stacy in New York wearing her pink coat." And Siri will bring those right up. Then you might say, "Make this photo pop," and Siri will enhance it, just like that.
But the piece de resistance of Apple's AI comeback is their newly minted partnership with OpenAI. Yes, the same OpenAI that powers ChatGPT. It will now power Apple's AI revolution. But the move hasn't come without some backlash, especially from Elon Musk. He says it's a threat to data security and has threatened to ban iPhones at his companies. Musk fears that Apple is compromising its data privacy to get ahead in the AI race. But is that truly the case? Well, not really. Apple says that privacy is still a top priority for the company. So how will it work with OpenAI then? It's quite simple. When ChatGPT is given an Apple query, the information will pass on to OpenAI, but Apple will ask for the user's permission. It also says OpenAI can't store the data or train its systems on it.
Your data is never stored or made accessible to Apple. It's used exclusively to fulfill your request. And just like your iPhone, independent experts can inspect the code that runs on these servers to verify this privacy promise.
So brand new updates, an AI-powered Siri, and all without jeopardizing user privacy. It sounds great. So what's the catch? In classic Apple fashion, the new AI features will have limited backwards compatibility. In layman's terms, this means that to enjoy the new features, you'll need to buy a new iPhone. What happens to your old, perfectly functional iPhone? Well, it's as good as gone. It's a strategy as old as time, or at least as old as the iPhone. And Apple seems to have mastered it. They're diving headfirst into the world of AI with a plan that's part genius, part marketing fluff, and entirely Apple. While Tim Cook and company may have joined the AI race late, don't rule them out just yet.
Our last story tonight is about bamboo. It's a valuable plant. It can stabilize steep slopes and cut erosion. It can be burned for fuel, eaten as food, or turned into furniture. Bamboo is reliable and versatile, but in the UK, it is a nuisance. More than a century ago, bamboos were imported to Britain as exotic ornamental treasures. But today, the same treasures are causing trouble for the Britons. Alien shoots are rising from the soil, punching through plaster walls, colonizing the floor beds, and leaving people with legal disputes and hefty bills. So how did it get so bad? Can Britain win this fight against the invasive species? Here's a report.
About a decade ago, when British homeowner Stephen Neville planted bamboo in his garden, he didn't know the monster he was creating. Neville only intended to divide his fence, but as the plant grew, it did so much more. The bamboo's tendrils snaked their way through the garden, into his patio, and even his neighbor's lawn. In 2022, when Neville returned after a family holiday, he saw this. The plant had invaded his kitchen as well. It was growing out of his oven. Nowhere seemed off limits for this bizarre bamboo, and Neville was left with no choice but to spend £6,000 to get rid of the plant completely. That's about $7,600. And Neville is hardly the only one left bamboozled. Bamboos have become a growing problem for the UK. They are striking fear into the hearts of homeowners, punching through plaster walls, rising like spears from the soil, and shooting up from asphalt. These alien shoots are not just horrifying, they're leaving many with astonishing bills or bitter disputes with their neighbors. But before we discuss this, let's get to the root of the bamboo problem. How did it start? The tale begins more than a century ago, when bamboos were imported to the UK as exotic ornamental treasures. By the late 1990s, they were in peak fashion thanks to television. The problem is, there are about 1,600 species of bamboo. But due to a dearth of awareness, the wrong invasive species were imported. Then planted clumsily. Soon they were dominating any plant life they encountered. And they only got tougher. They adapted quickly, even to climate change. Warmer soil only boosted their growth, and soon enough bamboos were multiplying rapidly and turning into a headache for the British. Most Britons were caught off guard. According to a survey, about 1/5 of Britons have bamboo or live next to someone who has it. But 71% of the Britons are not aware that bamboo can cause damage. 84% don't know that it can prompt legal battles. Now, legally speaking, there are no restrictions on planting bamboo. There are no legal requirements to declare its presence while selling a house either. Because bamboo is not legally classified as an invasive species in Britain. Unlike, let's say, Japanese knotweed. Yet, many say that bamboo is the new knotweed, and it's leaving people in knots. When bamboo damages or encroaches on a neighbor's land, this could be grounds for legal proceedings. Plus, the damage can be costly. In 2019, destroying a vast web of bamboo roots cost a homeowner more than £100,000 or $127,000. So if you're planning to get a bamboo, do your research. Understand the kind of bamboo you want. Ideally, it'll be the clumping bamboos, which tend to grow upwards instead of the running bamboos. These are best avoided. Their roots grow horizontally and colonize the ground, creating their own little forest. That being said, for now, people are being urged to avoid planting bamboo altogether. The British hope that this solves their colonizing bamboo crisis. After all, for once, they are paying a heavy price for taking what doesn't belong to them.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Brazil, wetlands are burning as wildfire consumes the world's largest tropical wetland. In Mexico, thousands of dead fish have blanketed the surface of a lagoon amid an intense drought. In China, a rare scale-shaped tidal wave was spotted on a river. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1955, the world witnessed the deadliest crash in motor racing history. 3 cars crashed on a racetrack in France. They plowed into the spectators' grandstand. 83 people were killed and more than 100 were injured. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow from Bari.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, But above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin right here in the United States. President Joe Biden is considering negotiating directly with Hamas for the release of American hostages still being held captive in Gaza. Now, according to a report citing at least 4 U.S. officials, the negotiations would be held via Qatari mediators and would not involve Israel. Now, while the White House has declined to comment, the report cited the Biden administration officials are unsure of what Washington would exactly give to Hamas in exchange. There are at least 5 American hostages that are still being held captive by Hamas in Gaza. And following the report, the parents of a young Israeli-American hostage called for the release of their child.
You hear rumors today that the United States is negotiating something or might. I would not be surprised if either at the same time or soon thereafter we hear about Germany and Argentina and so many of the other countries whose citizens are also being held. Whatever it takes to get everybody home, we support.
Now, upon learning of this new development, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the possibility of unilateral negotiations. Netanyahu is already under intense pressure from family members of hostages to secure a deal. In fact, earlier this week, Israeli officials estimated that nearly 120 hostages continue to remain in captivity out of at least 43 that may have already died.
We have called on all countries to put as much pressure on Hamas as they possibly can to release the hostages, whether they have citizens, dual Israeli citizens, or their citizens in Hamas captivity. We're calling on all countries to do whatever they can to get hostages out.
Now, on Monday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken shuttled between Egypt and Israel, pushing for a truce in Gaza. Secretary of State Blinken first met Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi before flying to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. On his 8th trip to the Middle East since the onset of the war, Secretary Blinken called on countries in the region to pressure Hamas to approve the ceasefire draft outlined by President Biden.
My message to governments throughout the region, to people throughout the region is, if you want a ceasefire, press Hamas to say yes. If you want to alleviate the terrible suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, press Hamas to say yes. If you want to get all the hostages home, press Hamas to say yes.
Meanwhile, the United Nations Security Council also backed the ceasefire plan proposed by President Biden. At least 14 Security Council members voted in favor, while Russia abstained. The resolution put forward by President Biden made headway until Netanyahu refused to halt military activity in Gaza, forcing the Biden administration to rethink its strategy by directly talking to Hamas. And moving to the war in Europe, Ukraine says it destroyed one of Russia's most advanced stealth fighter jets in a drone strike deep inside Russia on Sunday. Kyiv targeted the Sukhoi Su-57 fighter jet at the airbase in Russia's Astrakhan region, which is almost 370 miles from the front lines. Ukraine's military intelligence agency also shared multiple satellite pictures to support the claim. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian military says the destroyed plane was among a countable few of its type in Russia's arsenal. Now, according to Russian state media, Moscow received its first Su-57 fighter jet in 2020 and added more than 10 new planes to its fleet last year. The Su-57 is a supersonic twin-engine 5th-generation stealth fighter jet that is seen as Russia's answer to Western stealth jets such as the F-22 Raptor used by the U.S. Air Force. The latest drone strike marks another success for the Ukraine's low-cost drones taking out Russian high-value assets. The price of the Su-57 fighter jet is estimated to be between $35 million to $54 million. Ukraine has also used its drones to attack other high-value targets, including sinking or severely damaging Russian warships in the Black Sea. So far, the Kremlin has not commented on the latest Ukrainian strike. Meanwhile, a Russian military plane breached Finland's airspace for the first time since the Nordic country joined NATO last year. Helsinki says the Russian aircraft flew at least 1.5 miles inside its airspace on Monday. Russia has, in fact, confirmed that it has multiple bombers and missile carriers operating in the Baltic region, but has not specifically commented on the alleged airspace breach. Now, Ukraine's strike and Russia's airspace breach come as the United States, France, and Germany have allowed Kyiv to use some of their weapons to strike inside Russia. Meanwhile, Germany is also hosting a two-day conference to gather support for Ukraine's recovery in a signal of solidarity. So with the NATO countries extending their full support to Ukraine, Vladimir Putin now has to worry not just about the front line, but also about strikes inside his country. And returning to the United States, where a dangerous Venezuelan gang is slowly making inroads into the country. The notorious crime syndicate is infamous for extortion, kidnapping, murder, and human trafficking. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is already actively tracking the gang's activities in several states, including New York, Florida, Texas, and Louisiana. Our next report gets you more details about the Venezuelan cartel and the danger it poses to Americans.
A crime wave is raising fears across the United States. Whether it's the mysterious killing of a police officer in Florida or the sexual extortion of a woman in Louisiana, several such unrelated crimes have been found to have one common link: a dangerous transnational criminal gang called Tren de Aragua. The name of the gang translates to Aragua train in English, and it originated in the Aragua state of the South American nation of Venezuela. Reports say members of the gang adopted the name between 2013 and 2015, but began its operations years before. The gang's leadership operated out of the Tocoron prison in Aragua up until last year, when Venezuelan authorities raided the facility and found several restaurants and a swimming pool inside the prison walls, along with machine guns, automatic rifles, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. However, the authorities could not find Tren de Aragua's leader, Nino Guerrero. An Interpol Red Notice warns that the mastermind's whereabouts are unknown, and among the countries he could be in is the United States. The notorious gang is infamous for drug and human trafficking, extortion, kidnapping, and murder. The Venezuelan gang has expanded its operations throughout Central and South America, most prominently in Colombia, Chile, Ecuador, and Peru. It has a history of going into local economies and taking over the criminal underground using excessive force. Members of Tren de Aragua shoot victims captured by rival gangs and perform the executions live on social media in order to establish their presence. In Colombia, the gang operates sex trafficking networks. The group exploits Venezuelan migrants and internally displaced Colombians in sex trafficking, taking advantage of their economic vulnerabilities and subjecting them to debt bondage. And now, the criminal syndicate has made its way to North America. The FBI says the gang has followed migration paths and is now established in the U.S. U.S. border officials have confirmed multiple arrests of the alleged gang members over the last year. Tren de Aragua is named in almost 70 cases in law enforcement documents. So far, the group has been found to be operating in the U.S. states of Louisiana, Texas, Virginia, New Jersey, Florida, Georgia, New York, and Illinois. Even former President Donald Trump has commented on the rise of the gang violence. He claims crime rates in Venezuela have dropped as the country is sending gang members to the United States. His remark comes just months after a group of Republican congressmen sent a letter to President Joe Biden and urged him to designate Tren de Aragua as a transnational criminal organization. So, with the Venezuelan gang spreading its operations in the U.S., it remains to be seen how President Biden will react to his latest threat.
And now from the business world, billionaire Elon Musk has warned that Apple devices, including iPhones, could be banned at his companies. Musk criticized the tech giant's recent announcement to integrate OpenAI's ChatGPT into Apple's operating system iOS. In a series of posts on his social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, Musk declared the potential ban as he termed Apple's move an unacceptable security violation. Now, Musk went as far as to say that any visitors to his companies will have to leave their Apple devices at the door, where they will be stored in a cage that blocks all digital signals from coming in or going out. Now, Apple, at its Worldwide Developers Conference on Monday, unveiled its long-awaited strategy as it announced the integration of OpenAI's ChatGPT with its digital assistant Siri. In his 2-hour-long presentation, Apple CEO Tim Cook advertised how Siri would be able to interact with messages, emails, calendar, and third-party apps using AI.
This is a moment we've been working towards for a long time. We're tremendously excited about the power of generative models. And there are already some really impressive chat tools out there that perform a vast array of tasks using world knowledge. But these tools know very little about you or your needs. With iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia, we are embarking on a new journey to bring you intelligence that understands you.
However, Elon Musk argues that such an integration would violate user data. Taking a swipe at the iPhone maker, the Tesla CEO said that Apple wasn't smart enough to make its own artificial intelligence. Neither Apple or OpenAI have responded to Elon Musk's comments. However, during the integration announcement, the iPhone maker did place emphasis on user safety.
Data is never stored or made accessible to Apple. It's used exclusively to fulfill your request. And just like your iPhone, independent experts can inspect the code that runs on these servers to verify this privacy promise.
Now, Elon Musk had co-founded OpenAI back in 2015. However, in 2018, he stepped down as the co-chair due to a conflict of interest. And in March of this year, Musk sued OpenAI and its CEO, Sam Altman, saying they abandoned the startup's original mission to develop artificial intelligence for the benefit of humanity. Since then, Musk has founded his own artificial intelligence startup in a bid to challenge OpenAI and build an alternative to the viral chatbot ChatGPT. And our final story is about an ongoing bloody war in southwest Mexico's Michoacan. Avocado farmers have taken up arms in a desperate bid to reclaim their livelihoods from violent drug cartels. As the demand for this beloved superfood skyrockets, so has the influence of cartels over the lucrative avocado industry. But farmers are saying not so fast and are fighting back against extortion, violence, and environmental destruction brought by cartel influence. Our final report takes you inside the ongoing conflict.
Avocados were once insignificant, but in the 21st century, they entered the mainstream agriculture. They became a highly sought-after superfood. In the US, avocado consumption quadrupled, leading to a 10-fold increase in demand. The Mexican state of Michoacan is the world's most important avocado-producing region. It saw production rise from about 800,000 tons in 2003 to over 1.8 million tons in 2022. Approximately 4 out of 5 avocados consumed in the US are grown in Michoacan. Initially, the farmers managed the entire process from production to export. However, Mexican drug cartels soon entered the avocado business. The high demand for avocados attracted the cartels. Beyond their typical activities of drug smuggling and human trafficking, they stepped into the lucrative avocado industry, eventually turning it violent. The avocado exports from Mexico bring in a business of $2.8 billion annually. And drug cartels exert an extraordinary influence on the industry. They levy taxes on the country's avocado growers. They also seek to control commodity prices through price manipulation. According to estimates, the cartels put a tax of about $50 per hectare per month. And in turn, the cartels provide farmers with protection and better assistance than the government. They also often take care of the families involved in avocado agriculture. However, the involvement of drug cartels has destabilized the industry. It has led to violent confrontations between cartels and farmers. The conflict-ridden avocado trade is also linked to illegal deforestation, child slave labor, and violent clashes involving military-grade weapons. According to estimates, 40% of the forests in Michoacan are being purposefully cleared to make way for avocado groves. Forests are set ablaze or leveled by chainsaws, quickly and indiscriminately. Planters then plant avocado saplings onto the barren earth. But there's a limit to everything. The farmers have gotten tired of cartel repression and environmental degradation. Many have formed vigilante groups and picked up weapons. They have also launched armed campaigns against these drug cartels. Some farmers have achieved success, and many are stockpiling illegal weapons. This has led to the rise of community policing initiatives. Various localities in Michoacan have adopted their own governance models. They have democratically elected councils, militarized environmental commitments, and banned political parties. Mexico's farmers have shown a big avocado to their government. This farmer-led administration focuses on environmental protection. Some have even outlawed avocado cultivation on communal forest land to preserve soil health. Locals are also cultivating avocados sustainably as water shortage remains a major environmental issue. While avocados have become a popular superfood, their high demand has brought significant challenges, including cartel violence and environmental degradation. However, sustainable cultivation and community resilience offer hope. And Mexico is a prime example where farmers are taking matters into their own hands when the government couldn't. So the next time you eat guacamole or an avocado toast, remember the plight of the Mexican farmers who are fighting the bloody avocado war against drug cartels.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you from Bari in southern Italy. In just a day, world leaders will be coming here for the G7 summit. It's a truly charming setting. Good weather, great food and a beautiful coastline. What's not to like? But behind the picturesque views, there are two things central to this region: pasta and mafia. I know it sounds cliched, but these contrasting elements are a part of life in Bari. So we decided to look at both. First, we delve into Italy's pasta crisis, how a staple food caused national upheaval due to soaring prices, and what has the government done to reverse it. After that, we shift focus to the darker side of Puglia, the mafia's influence in the region. Will their shadowy presence affect the G7 summit? Plus, what do the preparations look like? How much does it cost to host a summit like this? And while the guest list may be diverse, the G7 leaders have a lot to deal with, a lot of common issues, from the Ukraine war to tensions with China. Will they use Russian assets to provide aid to Ukraine? Can India help the G7 counter Beijing? All this and more coming up on the show tonight. The G7 summit kicks off tomorrow. We told you about the agenda yesterday. There's a host of issues that these leaders have to address, but one thing stands out, and that is tackling Russia. The G7 is once again gearing up to take an aim at Russia, specifically Russian money. They want to use Russian assets to provide financial assistance to Ukraine. Reports say the deal is done, only some last-minute details are being finalized, and that the US is confident of making an announcement during the G7 summit.
We will announce new steps to unlock the value of the immobilized Russian sovereign assets to benefit Ukraine and to help them recover from the destruction that Mr. Putin's army has caused.
Now, this would be a significant move. It would have wide-ranging implications for the global financial system. It could undermine the world's trust in the system. It's like your neighbor going to a mall and buying products worth billions of dollars, but they are not the ones paying the bills. You are, because your bank decided to charge your credit card for their shopping, and that too without your consent. That's what the West is doing here with Russian assets. Moscow had assets worth $280 billion in Western financial institutions. When the war in Ukraine began in 2022, Western governments froze these Russian assets. They were parked in the West, mostly in 3 countries, Belgium, France and Germany. Now, this money is lying with the banks in the form of securities and cash. And these assets have been frozen, meaning Russia cannot access its own funds. But the money is still lying in the bank and it's generating interest, just like a fixed deposit in a bank would. The West wants to give this Russian money to Ukraine, and this would be done in the form of a loan. That's what the Americans have proposed. Here's their plan. The G7 will extend a $50 billion loan to Ukraine. The repayments could be financed through the earnings of the Russian assets. This is the interest generated by Russian government assets lying in the West. And this interest is significant. Every year, these assets could generate more than $2.5 to $3.5 billion in interest, $3.7 billion according to some estimates. This money could be diverted to repay the $50 billion loan. European leaders are calling this a solidarity package for Ukraine.
We will meet again about this at the G7 summit where, we both hope, all G7 members will agree again to commit to a solidarity package to Ukraine of $50 billion.
Now, this plan has 3 benefits for the West. First, it ensures an uninterrupted flow of funds for Ukraine. Second, Russia loses the profits. Its core investment stays intact, but Moscow will lose the earnings from interest. And third, Russian assets will become bargaining chips for future negotiation with Moscow for potential peace talks. Now, if this plan goes through, what will Russia do? Can Moscow stop the West from diverting its money and handing it over to Kiev? Back in the month of March, Russia had threatened to sue the West. The Kremlin had said that if profits from its assets are diverted, it will use, and I'm quoting, all possible judicial mechanisms to hit back at Europe.
We consider any attacks by the European Union or by anybody else against Russian assets as illegal and in violation of the fundamental principles of international law. We are talking about another attempt to legitimize theft at state level.
But the EU is ready to push back, so there could be a legal face-off. Although Vladimir Putin is going a step further now, last month the Russian president signed a decree which gave the Russian state some new powers. If they want, they can now simply seize any Western asset in Russia. This includes properties, real estate, securities, even Western stakes in Russian companies. They can take all of it. And the Russian state can now step in and simply take over. Moscow claims it has identified some assets already. These assets are worth $290 billion. Currently, they're owned by Western interests. So if the G7 goes ahead with this plan, Moscow is expected to respond in kind, and this battle is expected to escalate. But it's not just about Russia and the West. This face-off sends a troubling signal to the rest of the world too. Financial assets of sovereign nations are being weaponized here. This is already leading to unintended consequences. Central banks around the world are nervous. Today it's Russia, tomorrow it could be them. Their assets held by Western institutions could also be frozen in a similar fashion. So this is a clear vulnerability. They're increasing their gold reserves and they prefer to hold them at home now, within their borders. That's what banks are doing. In 2020, 50% of the world's central banks held part of their gold reserves at home. By 2023, this number shot up to 68%, and it's likely to go further up. By 2028, 74% of the central banks may move most of their gold reserves back home. Recently, India's RBI the Reserve Bank of India, also shifted around 100 tons of its gold back from the UK to India. This was a rare move. Since 1991, the RBI did not think about executing such a transfer. And how much gold does the RBI have in its reserve? Reports say around 822 tons of gold. So part of it is outside India, the other half stays in India. So how did the RBI explain this move? The central bank said it had the space to store the gold within the country, so it decided to use that space. There was no mention of the geopolitical tensions between Russia and the West, but it goes without saying that these tensions are influencing the decisions of central banks around the world. Their faith in the international banking system is eroding. The G7 may succeed in transferring Russian money to Ukraine, but they would end up paying a huge price for it. Now let's talk about the G7 members, the leaders of the participating nations. 6 out of the 7 face domestic hurdles. Tough elections on the horizon, dwindling support, and the possibility of an ouster. 6 of the G7 leaders face this. The only exception is the host, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Her stock is on the rise, while the other leaders are facing a rout. First, let's look at the struggling politicians. 3 of them are in immediate danger. US President Joe Biden, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and French President Emmanuel Macron. Biden faces an election in the month of November this year, and he's barely hanging on. Recent polls showed that he's neck and neck with his rival Donald Trump, even though Trump is now a convicted felon. That shows that the US public does not rate Biden very highly, and he may just get the sack in a few months from now. Things look even worse for Rishi Sunak. The British Prime Minister is trailing by a massive margin. His party is staring at a rout in the election next month. Their fate should be sealed in about 3 weeks from now. So it's likely that this G7 summit will be Rishi Sunak's last. Then there's Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who's taken a risky gamble. He called for snap parliamentary elections after his party got a drubbing in the recent European Union parliamentary elections. The EU results showed that Macron's party has lost public confidence, and he wants to turn that around immediately. If his ploy works, if his party manages to win the election, his position will be secure. However, if they lose, Macron will become a lame duck president. The opposition will take over the French parliament. They will block every move of the president. So Macron will be almost powerless till he leaves office in 2027. So this is how Biden, Sunak and Macron are placed. Then we come to the other 3 leaders who are struggling. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Scholz is in the same boat as Macron. His party did very badly in the recent EU elections. They came 3rd in Germany. So like Macron, Scholz seems to have lost popular support. But unlike Macron, Scholz is not trying to salvage his legitimacy. So far, he has resisted calls for a snap election. It seems that he wants to ride out the storm instead of facing it head-on. But this strategy may not help his popularity. And whatever he does, Germany will still go to polls next year at the latest. So if not now, Olaf Scholz may be out of the door in a year's time. Then there's Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. His country goes to polls next year as well. And he currently has a record low approval rating, the lowest in history for a leader of his party. Opinion polls suggest that Trudeau won't survive the next election. Then there's Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. His cabinet has hit its lowest approval since he took charge. They've been rocked by one scandal after another. His party has been linked to a controversial church. The alleged ties led to the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. 4 of Kishida's cabinet ministers had to quit last December over a fundraising scandal. This prompted a new funding law last week in a bid to control damage. But Kishida's popularity continues to sink, and he may not be able to survive the next general election that is slated for 2025 in Japan. So to recap, Biden, Sunak and Macron could lose power this year. Scholz, Trudeau and Kishida could be out next year, which means 6 out of the G7 government, 7 leaders, are in a weak position, 6 out of 7. The only exception, like I said, is the host, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She emerged as a big winner of the recent EU election. Her party more than doubled their seat tally. It makes her a force to be reckoned with in Europe and in the G7, and Meloni knows this.
It is a message that comes to us from Italians: go ahead, go ahead. I take it as someone's message to say go ahead and do it, if possible with greater determination. A sign that I understand, a sign that I am ready to seize. And I'm proud that we are heading to the G7 and to Europe with the strongest government of all.
She said, the strongest government of all. Giorgia Meloni knows that she's firmly in the driver's seat. She's the only G7 leader who seems to have public support. In fact, support for her has increased since she came to power. So as the others struggle with their legitimacy, Meloni could be the one taking the lead. One of the key discussions this week will involve the EU's top job, the post of European Commission President. The current President, Ursula von der Leyen, will be at the G7 summit. She will sit down with Scholz, Macron and Meloni to try and formalize an EU parliamentary coalition. Now, von der Leyen needs support from at least two of these three leaders, and Meloni is in the strongest position to negotiate a deal here. If she extends her support to Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission would have to accommodate Meloni. And this would cement her place as a global leader. And given how her peers are struggling, no one seems to be better suited to take on a bigger role at the global stage. So Meloni has the mandate, both at home and in the EU Parliament. And there's been so much buzz over this European Union election in the past few days. I'm sure some of you have wondered, what exactly is the European Parliament? What does it do? Why does it hold elections? And why do the European parliamentary elections matter? And since we're focusing on Europe, let's address these issues one by one. First of all, what is the European Parliament? Now, Europe is made up of about 50 countries, the continent of Europe. 27 of these countries form a bloc called the European Union. Now, each of these countries has their own government, their own election, and their own way of functioning. But as part of the EU, they also have some things in common. They share some things in common, like a common market, a common currency, and the same rights. And to regulate and run all of this, the European Union has some common institutions. These are bodies that take decisions for the entire bloc. And which are these bodies? The European Commission, the European Council and the European Parliament. They all work together, all three of them, to take decisions for the bloc. The European Parliament focuses on 3 Ds: debate, decision-making and democratic rights. It works with the European Council and the European Commission to pass, amend and reject legislation. And who sits in this European Parliament? There's a total of 720 members. They are elected as members of national parties. They contest as members of national parties in their respective countries. But once they join the European Parliament, they're organized by political affiliation. Like there are leftists, centrists, and the right wing. Right now, there are 7 such groups, plus some independent members in the European Parliament, which brings us to the second question. Who elects them? The people of EU countries. 450 million citizens cast votes to elect these members of the European Parliament. In fact, it is the only EU institution where members are elected. So essentially, it's like the voice of the people. This election is held every 5 years through a secret ballot. It is organized by the 27 member states. The number of seats for each country depends on its population. For example, Germany is the most populous EU state. It has more than 84 million people. So Germany gets the most number of seats in the European Parliament, and that is 96. Malta is the smallest country by population, so it gets 6 seats. Once elected, these MEPs, or members of European Parliament, look at all kinds of issues, from migration to climate change. Another big responsibility is the EU budget. The Parliament approves it. It also controls how the money is spent. But the EU Parliament is not all powerful because it cannot propose its own law. That power lies with the European Commission, not with the Parliament. The Parliament can ask the Commission, it can pass or reject a law, it can also amend a law, but it cannot draft a law. Which brings us to this year's election. The so-called far right or the Eurosceptics have made huge gains in this election in the European Parliament. Voters were worried about migration, security and the future of the bloc, and they seem to have voted for these parties. They've picked these parties, the Eurosceptics. Does that mean that these parties can now change the way the European Union functions? Well, not really. The European Parliament is important, but like I told you, it cannot function without the Commission or the Council. And those two bodies, the Commission and the Council, still remain in the hands of the centrists. So not very much will change immediately. For that to happen, the Eurosceptic parties must unite as a larger group. And that's often a challenge, because each party has different priorities, different ambitions, and a different voter base to cater to. Take Marine Le Pen's national rally in France. She once said that Germany's AfD was too toxic to be an ally. So the Eurosceptics also have divisions amongst themselves. And these elections may show growing support for the far right in Europe. The result can help these parties in their respective countries, but it may not significantly alter the trajectory of Europe in the short term. Last year, Italy faced an unusual crisis, one that had the entire nation in turmoil. Pasta prices had shot through the roof. The Italian government called a special meeting. Since then, the situation has improved. But what led to the hike in the first place, and how did Italy tame it? We met the nonnas or grandmothers of Bari to find out. These women make pasta on the streets every day. It's an art that they seem to have perfected. But how did the rise of pasta prices affect their business? And have things become better for them now? Also, is Italy's love for pasta the secret ingredient to its economic resilience? Take a look. Long and winding, short and curvy, thick and hollow. It doesn't matter for the Italians. If it's pasta, it must be eaten. Very few food items have this sort of power over a country. But as they say, power comes at a cost. Around this time last year, the Italian government had an emergency meeting. A central minister called some officials and industry experts, not to discuss a national security threat or a health emergency. It was a pasta crisis. Pasta prices in Italy were up by 20%, while overall inflation had risen only by 8%. So obviously, the Italians wanted answers, and that is why the government called an emergency meeting. It's been 1 year since that meeting, but has the situation improved since? We'll find out today. Bari is the perfect place to test this out. One of the key landmarks here is the Norman Castle. Around 100 meters away, you see this narrow passageway. These women run the show here, the nonnas or grandmothers of Bari. Their work is equal parts inspiring and mechanical. Stretch, cut, roll, and repeat. It's a routine they have perfected over many years. And the end product looks like this. It's called orecchiette pasta, which means little ears. If you look at the shape, it's clear why. They come in different colors but the same shape. But what do the nonnas have to say about pasta prices? Has it affected their sales too?
Not only pasta and wheat, the prices of other food items like fruits, vegetables, and milk had also gone up.
Not surprising. Pasta is an emotion in Italy. Every year, this country makes 4 million tons of pasta. 60% of Italians eat it every day. The average Italian eats 23 kilograms of pasta every year, and these are mind-boggling numbers. But it's not just pasta in Italy. The situation is similar across Europe. In 2022, food inflation touched 8.5% in Europe. Food and fuel became more expensive. Do you know what else happened in 2022? Russia invaded Ukraine. And Europe's response to this invasion was to isolate and punish Russia. But in the process, they ended up punishing their own people. Take the pasta example. Pasta is made of wheat. Do you know who produces and exports this wheat? Russia and Ukraine. So the sanctions ended up making pasta more expensive for Europeans. Italy did make amends though. First, they created a monitoring agency to regulate the price, to make sure sellers are not hoarding. Then they expanded supply chains. Russia and Ukraine were the source of Italy's problem, but they turned it into a solution. After the war, Italy bought more agro products. from Ukraine and Russia, around 150% more from Ukraine and 9% more from Russia. Slowly, these moves are working. Italy's inflation slowed down to 1.3% in March 2024. Compare that to the EU average, which is more than 2.5%. So Italy's strategy worked. In 2022, their inflation was at a 4-decade high, but since then, it has fallen 10 percentage points. And it comes at the perfect time. Germany and France have been the two top economies of the EU. They were considered Europe's growth engines. But now Italy has a chance to break this duopoly. Inflation is already under control here. Its GDP is growing faster than Germany and France. And chances are that going forward, Germany and France will be caught up in domestic squabbles. So this is Italy's opportunity to steal their thunder. It's all about consistency. Maybe their love for pasta is not their weakness after all. Maybe it will strengthen their resolve to fight inflation. So Italy's economic situation has been improving, but has it improved enough to bear the cost of the G7? Because global summits are not cheap, and the G7 is no exception. Canada was the G7 host in 2018, and the summit cost taxpayers $605 million Canadian dollars. That's about $440 million US dollars at today's exchange rate. In 2019, France was the host. They toned down the spending, but the bill still came to over 36 million euros, which is more than $39 million today. And this was when France decided to use existing infrastructure. The UK played host in 2021, and the bill for that summit crossed $115 million. So clearly the G7 is a drain on the host nation's coffers. And Italy looks like it is going all out. Let's show you the venue, the Borgo Egnazia Resort. It's a luxury resort located in southern Italy's Fasano town. The resort will host the G7 members, the delegates from other invited countries and their entourage. So it definitely won't be cheap. And the costs don't end here. There are also gifts.
Male prime ministers will be gifted silver cufflinks made according to my design in a package branded Tallarico for the G7. For female prime ministers and the spouses of the male prime ministers, there will be handbags, a shopper, a bag that I created about 1.5 years ago, and it is having success, and I am very pleased that this new product was chosen as a gift by Meloni for the summit in Puglia.
That was Maurizio Tallarico, the owner of an Italian tailoring store. His products are bespoke and world famous. His ties have been worn by almost every Italian prime minister or president. Even US presidents like Barack Obama and Donald Trump wear his ties. So this gift hamper will be worth quite a bit. Next, there are the security costs. When you have world leaders, you also have world-class security, and Italy is taking this up a notch. The Italian Interior Ministry has chartered a cruise ship for the police. It's called the Goddess of the Night. 2,600 officers will be accommodated on board this vessel. Safes on the ship will be used to store weapons. There will be specialized rooms for police equipment. And the cruise ship will be docked at Brindisi, a city near the G7 venue. And how much will this cost? The charter cost has not been made public, but cruise ships can cost upwards of $1.5 million a day. Then there will be cost for police deployment as well. When the G7 was held in the UK in 2021, more than half the cost was for security, so the Italian cruise corps will squeeze the taxpayers. Now, considering all these tall expenses, the G7 summit will have to deliver results. And that depends on who's coming. You obviously have the G7 members, they're all coming, but the other guests are equally important. Meloni has gone all out. The guest list includes Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Jordan's King Abdullah II, multiple African heads of state, and even the Pope. The Pope will be delivering a lecture on artificial intelligence, which may sound odd, But apparently the Pope has been working with AI for years. The Vatican and firms like Microsoft began collaborating in 2020 on some principles known as the Rome Call for AI Ethics. So that is why the Pope will deliver a lecture on artificial intelligence. Then there are the other guests. Giorgia Meloni has opened the doors for almost everyone, it seems. She wants the world present for her moment of glory when she takes her place as one of the G7's most powerful leaders. The guest list shows various priorities: the war in Ukraine, the war in Gaza, illegal immigration to Europe, and ties with Arab nations. Meloni wants to be part of all these conversations, and that is why she's invited so many delegates. It's her signal to the world that Italy has finally returned to the global stage. Puglia is famous for a lot of things. Its olive groves, its picturesque streets, the beautiful coastline. But there's also something else that this region is known for, and that is the mafia. I know what you must be thinking, Italy and mafia. How cliched, but it's also true. This region is home to Italy's fourth organized crime group. They infiltrate almost everything from local businesses to the government. So what explains this mafia culture? And more importantly, will it affect the G7 summit? We decided to find out. Great weather, not a lot of buzz, and awesome food. This is probably why Giorgia Meloni chose Puglia to host the G7. It oozes weekend getaway vibes. The locals are never rushed, the cafes are never packed, and the roads never busy. But beneath this calm, Puglia and Bari are hiding a secret.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
That's right. Bari has a mafia problem. Look at these headlines in the local media. Maimings, kneecappings, and death threats. All classic signs of a mafia turf war. Italy has three main organized crime groups: Cosa Nostra in Sicily, Camorra in Naples, and 'Ndrangheta in Calabria. The one in Puglia is emerging as the fourth one, the Sacra Corona Mafia. So how bad is the situation? In Italy, the mafia often infiltrate public projects. Say there's a residential complex or a bridge being built, the mafia will attach themselves to it. They will infiltrate local governments, and this is more common than you would imagine. Earlier this year, a mayor near Bari was arrested for trying to buy votes from the mafia. Elsewhere, 15 town councils have been dissolved over mafia infiltration. So the equation around here seems to be quite clear. If you want to remain in power, you have to make deals with the mafia. The Puglia Mafia has 30 clans. Put together, they have around 5,000 members, nearly all of them men. Their main business is drug trafficking. See this long and pretty coastline? You may think it's great for tourism and trade, but the mafia sees it differently. For them, the coast is great to smuggle drugs. This illegal trade generates billions of dollars in revenue. And what do they do with it? Most of it is laundered back through proper businesses, like hotels and restaurants.
Business principale è il traffico degli stupefacenti.
Drug trafficking is the main business. Narcotics are truly the main objective. Then, that is always accompanied by extortion, usury, and now, like all over the national territory, we have infiltration into the public administration and procurement.
Nella pubblica amministrazione, negli appalti.
This whole mafia business raises three questions. 1. What explains the mafia culture in Italy? 2. Is anyone fighting against it? And 3. Will it endanger the G7? To answer these questions, we visited the University of Bari. Professor Marilu Mastrogiovanni teaches journalism there. She is a crusader against the mafia.
The mafia always pursues its profit motive at any cost. Every opportunity for profit is seized. Modern mafias mold themselves on economic and social changes. They adapt to socio-economic and even political changes. So during the pandemic, the mafia found the ideal terrain to proliferate a situation of instability, of emergency, a liquidity crisis on the part of companies, on the part of families.
I know what you're thinking. Italy and mafia, how dramatic and Hollywood-esque. Well, yes. Consider what happened in February this year. A judge in southern Italy got a rude surprise at her front door. A beheaded goat and a butcher's knife covered in blood. Next to it was a chilling message. It said, "Like this." And what was the judge's fault? Issuing arrest warrants for 22 mafia members. So yes, it is very dramatic. Professor Mastra Giovanni was also targeted by the mafia. The threats forced her to move her family away.
For more than 20 years, the mafia has been interested in me. It did so in various ways, first with soft signals, i.e. telephone threats. Then there were a series of episodes of damage to the editorial office of the Heel of Italy, up to the theft of all the computers in the editorial office, all the way to the threats towards me as a person, towards my family, like the episode of my dog being clubbed to death.
The question is, will it also jeopardize the G7? Looks unlikely right now. More than 5,000 soldiers have been deployed in the Puglia region. A US aircraft carrier is on its way to Puglia as we speak. So the summit venue itself is like a fortress under lockdown. We've been moving around Bari all day and this place is crawling with police officers. So the G7 summit may not be at risk. But what about life beyond the summit? By the end of this week, world leaders would have come and left. But the people here, the locals, will continue to live in fear. For them, the mafia is not some Hollywood villain on the silver screen. It is very much a part of their life. Can India help the G7 counter an aggressive and expansionist China? The Indian Prime Minister's presence at the summit may open up some new opportunities. Italy, the host, wants deeper coordination with the Indo-Pacific. On its part, India too may be ready to deal with the China threat head-on. Reports say New Delhi is working on a tit-for-tat move. In the month of April, China had renamed 30 locations in India's Arunachal Pradesh. And we told you about it, how Beijing gives Chinese names to Indian towns. Now, India is planning a similar move in response. A list has been compiled. India plans to assign new names to more than 24 territories in China's Tibet. And this list could be released soon. Who has prepared the list? The Indian military establishment. What's the source of these names? Apparently, Indian officials have looked through historical records. They plan on using ancient names in Indian languages for territories inside Tibet. Plus, India is challenging the Chinese renaming on another front as well. Take a look at this social media post. It is from the Indian Army's Eastern Command. It was posted last month. It has names of 7 areas in Arunachal Pradesh. Beijing had issued Chinese names for these areas in the Indian state, and this post is the Indian Army's counter to China. It highlights the Indian names of those 7 territories. So India seems to be changing its strategy because earlier when China released such a list, New Delhi's response was limited to statements of rejection and condemnation. But now India seems ready to offer a clear counter-narrative. And the shift is perhaps necessary. In the last 7 years, China has issued as many as 4 such lists, renaming more than 60 territories in Arunachal Pradesh. Beijing has been pressing its bogus claims more aggressively. They have no basis in history, no international support or recognition, but China keeps doing it. Arunachal Pradesh is an Indian state, but Beijing calls it South Tibet. And with every such list, China has sought to rename more and more territories in India. Recently, it also protested a visit by the Indian Prime Minister to the state of Arunachal Pradesh.
The southern Tibet region is Chinese territory, and the Chinese government has never recognized and firmly opposes the so-called Arunachal Pradesh illegally established by India. The China-India border issue remains unresolved, and India has no right to unilaterally develop the Chinese southern Tibet region.
So a pushback was long overdue. Renaming territories inside Tibet can be one part of it, but the government will have to come up with a more comprehensive strategy to deal with China. Yesterday, S. Jaishankar was asked about the border dispute. He's back as India's External Affairs Minister. He said that the government will focus on finding more solutions.
चीन के बारे में हमारी फोकस तो होगी कि सीमा में जो स्थिति जो है उसमें अभी भी कुछ इश्यूज बाकी बचे हुए हैं तो उसको कैसे निपटाया जाए.
So India may be considering new and diverse diplomatic options, and it needs to keep at it because the China problem is not going away in a hurry. One area of significant concern is India's economic dependence on Chinese goods. And this remains a major challenge for New Delhi. Take a look at this new report. India could greenlight joint ventures between Indian and Chinese companies. This is what the report says. But this would happen with some preconditions, like the position of the Indian partner. They must hold a majority stake in the joint venture. This is the proposal at this point. But such joint ventures could create economic vulnerabilities for New Delhi, because Beijing has a reputation of using trade as a leverage to extract concessions. So how can India avoid this? One possible option would be to work with like-minded allies, and on this front, the G7 may prove to be a valuable forum. China is very much on the agenda of this summit, specifically the overproduction from Chinese companies and factories. The G7 wants to rebalance the global supply chains. It wants to stop the oversupply of goods from Chinese factories. They're considering raising tariffs on Chinese goods. Some members have already made moves in this direction, and this creates both a challenge and an opportunity for countries like India. Because observers say that Western tariffs also pose a risk. They may push China to start dumping goods in India. So India should raise this issue and demand safeguards at platforms like these. It also has a chance to improve trade relationships and push for a rebalancing of trade equations with the West. You see, the Chinese economy is weakening, so there cannot be a better time for New Delhi to make the most of this global shift. This Sunday, terrorists attacked a bus carrying pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi district. The incident shocked India. Yesterday, a second attack happened in the Kathua district. 2 terrorists opened fire at a village. Both were neutralized, but a civilian was injured and a police officer was killed. Soon after, there was another attack, this time in the Doda district. Terrorists attacked a joint checkpoint of police and security forces. 6 people, including 5 soldiers, were injured. That is 3 attacks in 3 days. So Jammu and Kashmir is on alert. But the escalation is not limited to this region. India has been fighting terrorism on multiple fronts for years. Even ahead of the G7 summit here, a Mahatma Gandhi statue has been vandalized by suspected Khalistanis in Italy. It's an issue that world leaders must focus on, but don't hold your breath for them to do it. Because some of these leaders are themselves guilty of appeasing the Khalistanis and turning a blind eye to Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. Here's a report.
Last evening was like any other in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district. But around 7:30 p.m., things changed. 2 people entered a village in the district. They went from house to house asking for water. Villagers became suspicious. They raised an alarm. And that's when the 2 terrorists opened fire, injuring a civilian. Security forces killed one of the terrorists on the spot, but the other fled. While the police and paramilitary forces launched a search operation, there was another attack, this time in the Doda district. Terrorists attacked a joint checkpoint of the police and security forces. Again, they opened fire. They also hurled a grenade at the checkpoint. Security forces retaliated. The exchange of fire continued till early Wednesday morning. 6 people, including 5 soldiers, were injured, but the terrorists fled. Around the same time, police were able to neutralize the second terrorist who was on the run after the Kathua incident, and a police officer was killed during the operation. 2 back-to-back terror attacks in Kashmir within a matter of hours. On Sunday, there was another one. Even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi was taking oath for a historic 3rd term, terrorists attacked a bus carrying pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi district. They opened fire at the bus. The bus lost control and fell into a gorge. 9 people were killed. 33 people were injured.
बस हमारी जो है थोड़ी सी आगे जाकर खाई में पलट गई। 5-6 राउंड गिरने के बाद एक बड़ा पत्थर में जो है बस फंस गया और रुक गया। और सभी लोग जो है छोटी लोग हैं, उसमें कोई पड़ा था बेसुध, कोई इधर, कोई बाहर, कोई बस में, और सभी लोगों को एकदम जो है चोट लगा हुआ था। और फायर होता रहा, तब भी जो है 10-15 मिनट तक और फायर हुआ।
So that is 3 attacks in 3 days. The big question is, who is behind these attacks? The Pakistan-backed TRF, or the Resistance Front, claimed responsibility for the Riyasi attack. The TRF has been linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. It has also been responsible for terror attacks in Rajouri and Poonch over the last month. Meanwhile, Kashmir Tigers has reportedly claimed responsibility for the Kathua attack. It's an offshoot of the Pakistan-backed terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. Since its inception in 2000, the group has carried out several attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, including the Uri attack of 2016 and the Pulwama attack of 2019. So far, many details remain unclear, but one link is clear. India's neighbor, the hotbed of terrorism, Pakistan, continues to ravage Kashmir. Ironically, these attacks come at a time when former Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his historic win. Sharif says that advancing the well-being and security of both nations will remain Pakistan's priority. So, is fueling terrorism in Kashmir Pakistan's idea of advancing security?
ये हमारा एक हॉस्टाइल नेबर है जिसके यहाँ पर जो पीसफुल हमारा सारा एनवायरनमेंट है उसको डैमेज करने के लिए उसकी हमेशा कोशिश ये रहती है तो लिहाजा ये जो इन्फिल्ट्रेशन है ये अपीयर टू बी फ्रेश इन्फिल्ट्रेशन
Jammu and Kashmir is on alert, but this escalation is not limited to it. Ahead of the G7 summit in Italy, a Mahatma Gandhi statue has been vandalized. But this time, the alleged culprits are Khalistani extremists. India's security is being threatened on multiple fronts. While the West loves to preach to India unnecessarily, it would be better if they instead use their voice against these cowardly attacks on India and its national icons.
With nearly 70 countries going to the polls, 2024 is the largest global election year yet. Many are calling it the AI election year. Elections across the world are loaded with deep fakes, robocalls, and now, believe it or not, even AI candidates. The UK goes to polls next month, and AI Steve plans to become Britain's first AI MP. Now, AI Steve is an AI persona of a real-life businessman named Stephen Endicott. It uses a rendition of Endicott's voice and an avatar. AI Steve can have up to 10,000 conversations at once. So voters can ask AI Steve questions or raise concerns, and people will have a 24/7 access to this artificial intelligence candidate. But if elected, who will show up in the parliament? Will it be the AI persona or its creator? Should people vote for an AI candidate? Also, is this a sign of the times to come? Here's a report.
Stephen Endicott is a UK-based businessman. For years now, he's been frustrated with the government. So Endicott decided to quote-unquote stop talking to the outside, get inside the tent and start changing policy. In 2022, he stood in a local election in a bid to enter politics. Although this venture ended in a loss, Endicott hasn't given up. As the UK goes to polls next month, he claims this time it will be different. Because this time, Endicott will not put himself forward as a candidate. This 4th of July, AI Steve will stand in the general election. AI Steve is an AI candidate. It's an AI persona of real-life Stephen Endicott, meaning it uses a rendition of Endicott's voice and an avatar, which has grey hair, broad shoulders, and vacant eyes. It pretty much looks like your average white male politician. Maybe that explains the overconfidence. Because AI Steve aims to be the UK's first AI MP, it's running for the parliament as an independent. As dystopian as that sounds, if AI Steve is elected, how will it work? AI Steve can have up to 10,000 conversations at once.
Hi, I'm AI Steve, standing to be MP for Brighton and Hove.
It can transcribe and analyse, so voters can ask AI Steve questions related to policy making. They can raise issues. People will have 24/7 access to this possible policymaker. AI Steve will incorporate suggestions and requests into its platform. Based on the data, it will make policy decisions. But here's the catch. If it wins, you won't find AI Steve visiting the parliament. It's merely a conduit. Ultimately, it's Endicott who gets the seat. And AI Steve will be represented by its creator Endicott, who will attend parliamentary sessions and meetings. But there are a few problems here. First, Endicott claims that he will vote always in line with the constituent preferences, meaning the opinions expressed by AI Steve. But that sounds like a hefty promise, almost too good to be true. Second, how trustworthy is AI Steve? What do we really know about him? AI is known to hallucinate or glitch. Plus, at least for now, it lies in the hands of the creator. Who's to say that the technology can't be used for the wrong reasons? The worst-case scenarios are one too many, and they're not limited to AI Steve. This is the year of AI elections. With nearly 70 countries going to elections in 2024, AI is being used across the board.
Putin's illegal occupation of Kyiv and the impending...
From AI-powered callers to deepfakes.
Yes, indeed, I and my surroundings...
AI is transforming this global election year, all while policymakers are playing catch-up with technology. Without better guardrails, it will not be long before AI comes for their jobs, almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. As some say, politics is too serious a matter to be left to the politicians.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the UK, a man throws objects at Nigel Farage, the leader of Britain's right-wing Reform Party. In Argentina, a daredevil attempts to climb a 30-story building without safety gear. He managed to scale 25 floors and was later arrested. In El Salvador, more than 2,000 inmates are transferred to a mega prison. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 2005. Kuwait appointed its first woman cabinet minister. A veteran women's rights activist was named planning minister. This came only a month after legislators granted women the right to vote in the West Asian country. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin with the latest from the Middle East. Israeli officials claim that hostages in Gaza are being moved around by Hamas. Now, while some are being shuttled from one apartment to another, others are being moved to underground tunnels. Now, according to a report citing Israeli officials, Hamas has ordered its members to shoot and kill the hostages if they sense that Israeli forces are in fact approaching. The development comes after the Israeli Defense Forces recently carried out an operation in central Gaza, resulting in the rescue of 4 hostages. Israel's efforts are being further complicated, however, by the fact that hostages are now being hidden in more secure locations. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is meeting officials in Jordan and Qatar in a bid to get regional powers to push for a ceasefire in Gaza. Secretary Blinken also said that additional international support should not stop as it serves as a much-needed lifeline for Palestinian civilians.
As we conveyed directly to the Israeli government, it is crucial to speed up the inspection of trucks and reduce backlogs, to provide greater clarity on and shorten the list of prohibited goods, to increase visas for aid workers and to process them more quickly, to create clearer, more effective channels for humanitarian groups to deconflict with IDF operations.
Now, in a sudden turn of events, a senior Hamas official accepted a United Nations-backed ceasefire resolution just yesterday and has given assurances the group is ready to actually negotiate a deal. But even though Secretary Blinken called this a hopeful sign, he added that it was still not conclusive.
At least what's so far been dispositive one way or another is the word coming from Gaza and from the Hamas leadership in Gaza. That's what counts, and that's what we don't have yet. And that's why I say we're waiting to see. Everyone has said yes, except for Hamas. And if Hamas doesn't say yes, then this is clearly on them.
Israel, however, continues to send mixed messages, accepting the ceasefire proposed by President Joe Biden, though refusing to acknowledge this publicly, all the while continuing to widen Israel's operations in central and southern Gaza, despite saying that Rafah was in fact the last remaining stronghold of Hamas. Now, adding to the chaos and confusion, it remains to be seen how Israel and the United States will in fact react to Hamas ordering the killing of hostages if the Israeli army attempts rescuing more captives. Shifting focus to Russia, which conducted military exercises near the United States in the Atlantic Ocean on Tuesday. The drills involved Russia's nuclear-powered submarine and a naval frigate that are heading to the Caribbean nation of Cuba. The warships fired high-precision missiles at mock enemy targets from a distance of more than 370 miles. Now, these vessels are among the 4 Russian warships en route to Cuba, and they're expected to arrive in Havana today. Now, Cuba says this reflects the historically friendly relations between the two nations. The Russian warships that will dock in Cuba will be carrying the Zircon hypersonic missiles that could be used against both ships and ground targets. Vladimir Putin has touted these missiles as a potent weapon, which have a range of over 600 miles and travel 9 times faster than the speed of sound. Last week, the Cuban government said the Russian warships would not be carrying any nuclear weapons. The statement came after Washington raised alarms as it tracked Russian warships near the Caribbean Sea. Now, the U.S. has said that it does not see Russia's move as threatening. However, the U.S. Navy will continue to monitor these exercises. And joining the United States in tracking the Russian activity is its Latin American ally, Guyana.
The view is that shared by some of our partners is that it's not something that we should worry about, that it doesn't represent a direct threat to Guyana or Guyana's interests. Nevertheless, we're vigilant and we're keeping this issue firmly in our policy radar.
Now, of course, this is not the first time that Russia has in fact sent warships to the Caribbean. However, it is worth noting that their visit to the region comes at a time when Cuba is inviting more and more Russians to visit the country.
We were invited to come and consider the Cuban option, and we picked it because it's a great country and with good people. We had heard a lot about Cuba. Our countries have been friends for years, and, strictly speaking, it's safe here.
Now, with the naval drills in the Caribbean and an increase of Russians visiting Cuba, this projection of power could be more than meets the eye. But of course, time will tell what exactly Putin has up his sleeve. And here in the United States, President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, has been convicted by a jury for lying about his drug use on a form when buying a gun, which is illegal. A 12-member jury in a federal court in Delaware found him guilty on all 3 counts, making him the first child of a sitting American president to be convicted of a crime. The 54-year-old could face up to 10 years in prison on the first count, 5 years on the second, and another 10 years on the third count. The U.S. Department of Justice Special Counsel David Weiss, who was appointed by former President Donald Trump, brought the Hunter Biden case, and he spoke after the verdict. He said Hunter Biden's gun trial was not about addiction, but the illegal choices that Hunter Biden made.
No one in this country is above the law. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, even this defendant. However, Hunter Biden should be no more accountable than any other citizen convicted of this same conduct. The prosecution has been and will continue to be committed to this principle.
The trial in Delaware featured testimony from Hunter Biden's ex-wife, former girlfriend, and sister-in-law, who all provided firsthand accounts of his escalating addiction in the period before and after he purchased the gun in October of 2018. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden's legal team aimed to demonstrate that he was not in fact using drugs at the time of the gun purchase and had no intention to deceive. The judge overseeing the case is yet to announce a date for sentencing, but did mention that it would happen within the next 120 days. After the verdict, Hunter Biden was seen leaving the courthouse holding hands with his wife and mother, First Lady Jill Biden. Meanwhile, the president flew to Delaware to see his son, who greeted him at the state's Air National Guard base in Newcastle, Delaware. President Biden said he accepts the outcome of the case and would respect the judicial process as his son Hunter Biden considers an appeal. The commander-in-chief added that he and the First Lady would always be there for their son and that nothing would ever change that. Ironically, at a gun violence prevention summit only hours after the verdict was rendered, President Biden showcased his administration's efforts to cut illegal gun trafficking and reduce gun crime.
This is most important. The only industry in America that has immunity are gun dealers. We got to end it. End it now. No, I mean it. We got to stop it. We got to stop it and stop it now. More children are killed in America by guns than cancer and car accidents combined.
Now, Hunter Biden's conviction comes at a politically fraught time for his father, who is in a tight race with Donald Trump for re-election this November. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, who was convicted of falsifying business records just last month, rejected any suggestion that the trial of his political opponent's son showed the U.S. justice system to be politically impartial. And now moving to southern Mexico, which is grappling with deadly cartel violence. More than 4,000 residents were forced to flee the town of Tia after drug cartels opened fire and burnt down their homes. The violence erupted last week and lasted for 3 days until the Mexican army arrived. The displaced residents, who are now scared of going back to their town, are living in a makeshift shelter. Meanwhile, Mexico's president has downplayed the attack, calling it infighting between the town's residents. Our next report gets you more details about the rising cartel violence in Mexico.
Drug cartels and gangs have wreaked havoc in southern Mexico in recent weeks. Over the weekend, more than 4,000 residents fled the town of Tila in the state of Chiapas because armed gangs opened fire and burnt their houses and vehicles. The violence erupted last week when dozens of armed men stormed the region. They began shooting at houses and businesses and set buildings on fire. Eyewitnesses say the gunmen returned the next day with high-caliber weapons and military outfits, and the siege lasted for 3 days until the Mexican army arrived on the scene. This eventually forced the residents to flee their homes in Tila to a makeshift shelter in a football court in the nearby town of Yajalon. This is probably the biggest mass displacement in Chiapas since 1997.
We have around 4,000 displaced people, but some come at different times, so sometime around 350 sleep here because in Yajalon, we have big hearts, so many have taken shelter in different places. The shelter distributes food to around 2,000 people, and we have other places where people go for food.
Now, while some 5,000 troops are patrolling the area since the attack, the displaced residents are still scared of going back to their homes.
Terrorífico. No hay palabras para describirlo. Sentir que tu vida depende de un hilo, que le ruegas a Dios porque no te encuentran, que le pides a todo el mundo ayuda y que nadie puede hacer nada por ti. La preocupación de toda la noche, de sentir que tu hija está a tu lado y que está.
According to Mexico's human rights groups, a gang called Autonomos was behind the violence, which is said to be linked to drug trafficking. Tila residents say the gang members had been extorting them for months. And if their demands were not met, they threatened to kill victims, rape women, recruit young people, and burn their homes.
No pagaron el derecho de piso. Y algunos que sí ya habían pagado, también les quemaron la casa. En mi caso, yo no, o sea que me han querido extorsionar por teléfono, pero cuando yo veo los números, que yo no tengo nada que ver, no contesto.
The Mexican state prosecutors say at least 2 people have died and around 17 buildings have been burnt down in the violent attack. However, the government maintains that the violence in Tila resulted from a local land dispute. Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has depicted the assault as a conflict between the very same people of the town, referring to a long-standing land dispute between farmers. However, Tila is not the only community that has become a ghost town in Chiapas. Battles between rival drug cartels and the army have hit several townships in the Mexican state because the area is a main route for smuggling drugs and migrants. But this has not affected President Obrador, who has long sought to downplay the violence in Chiapas and has accused those who write about it of sensationalism.
And finally, in Europe, in a hot turn of events, Denmark has decided it's time to cool it down. The nation has recalled several popular South Korean ramen noodles, citing safety concerns over their fiery taste. Danish officials say spice levels in the Korean ramen are at poisonous levels. The spicy flavors come from capsaicin, which is essentially a chili pepper extract. Our final report tells you why Danes are finding ramen too hot to handle.
In a world full of lip-smacking food options, only a select few transcend borders. Only a handful enjoy global likability status. We're talking about the Pizza, Burger and Chicken Tikka Masala Club. And guess who else is a member? Ramen. Haters will say ramen is basically a noodle soup, but it's so much more than that. It's a blend of rich, flavorful broth, a variety of tempting noodles, a selection of juicy meats or tantalizing vegetables. It often climaxes with a perfectly boiled egg. It's a dish that can make your taste buds tingle with excitement as your body thanks you for the warm comfort food. Ramen's popularity doubled after South Korean K-dramas and music bands gave it the spotlight. Whether it's being slurped in the Oscar-winning film Parasite or devoured by the ever-popular BTS boy band, ramen has become a global sensation. The market is overflowing with varieties, all thanks to South Korea's global export boom. But wait, Denmark is throwing a tantrum. Yes, you heard that right. The simple, convenient and also affordable dish has lost its charm among the Danes. The spicy instant noodle is too hot for them to handle. It has pushed Denmark to recall Korean ramen. From now on, 3 times spicy and hot chicken, 2 times spicy and hot chicken stew won't be gracing Danish shelves. The excuse? Danish officials claim the spice levels could be toxic. The culprit? Capsaicin, essentially a chili pepper extract. In high amounts, capsaicin can lead to nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain and diarrhea, or so the Danes say. According to Denmark's Food Institute, the levels of total capsaicin in a single pack of these noodles are sky high, hence posing a risk of acute poisoning. And their advice is to discard or return the spicy ramen noodles. Danish authorities have issued an advisory for parents, urging them to contact the poison line if their children exhibit symptoms after consuming the noodles. And what about the South Korean company that produces these noodles? Well, they've been left in the dark. They had no clue that Danish authorities had made such a ruling and are now scrambling to investigate the matter. So, Denmark's search for the perfect ramen noodle continues. This isn't the first noodle ban in the country, though. In 2022, Thailand's Lucky Me Pancit Canton noodles were recalled for pesticide traces. So, while the rest of the world revels in the steamy, spicy delight of ramen, Denmark has decided that it just can't handle the spice.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with South Africa, where the country's political future is hanging in limbo. The African National Congress lost its majority for the first time in 30 years in the May 29th general election. However, it still remains the largest party and will control 159 of the 400 seats in the new parliament. Ever since the historic polls, the ANC has been drawing up plans and negotiating with potential partners to form a government. Now, as the date approaches to convene the country's parliament, there is no clear sight of who will take charge as South Africa's next leader. The Office of the Chief Justice has said that the newly elected parliament will meet on Friday. The first meeting will take place at a convention centre in Cape Town. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo will oversee the swearing-in of the newly elected or re-elected members of the National Assembly. Following this, he will preside over the election of the Chamber's Speaker. And finally, Zondo will preside over the election of the country's president by the lawmakers. Last week, ANC Cyril Ramaphosa said that the party favoured forming a national unity government. He called on other political parties to form an alliance.
We have therefore agreed that we will invite political parties to form a government of national unity as the best option to move our country forward. The modalities of the government of national unity will take into account the conditions prevailing at this moment in our country's history. The purpose of the Government of National Unity must be first and foremost be to tackle the pressing issues that South Africans want to be addressed.
But the proposal was met with a cool reception by some. The economic freedom fighters initially even dismissed the idea of joining hands with the Democratic Alliance.
We're going to form part of any government with the Democratic Alliance. We're not going to sit alongside the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front Plus in government as the economic freedom fighters. And we are not desperate for positions in government.
But over the weekend, the DA held internal discussions to decide a way forward. Business leaders and financial markets would favor a deal between the ANC and the DA. But that is a widely unpopular choice among ANC supporters. That's because many regard the DA as a defender of white privilege. Meanwhile, an alliance with the EFF would be more popular with parts of the ANC base, but that may not sit well with the financial markets. Investors have expressed concerns about the EFF's policies, such as nationalizing banks and mines. And Jacob Zuma's MK party is a further complicating factor. MK had earlier said it would not back an ANC-led government if Ramaphosa remained at the helm. But the ANC plans to keep him. And now Zuma's MK party is even trying to block Friday's meeting. The party has filed an application claiming that last month's elections were rigged. Despite outperforming in the polls, the party says it was marred by fraud. Under South Africa's constitution, the parliament must convene no more than 14 days after the declaration of election results, and a leader must be elected by a majority of the lawmakers. If the National Assembly fails to agree on a new president, the Chief Justice can order lawmakers to adjourn for no more than 7 days and then resume voting. And if they still can't choose a leader within 90 days of reconvening, fresh elections must be held. Now, as parties continue to reject one another, South Africa's fate has been left hanging in the balance. And that makes it further uncertain whether any kind of deal will be reached by Friday. Now, for more on this, we have with us Professor Andre Duvenage, a political analyst and research professor at Northwest University. He is joining us live from Potchefstroom, South Africa. Hello to you, Professor. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, Alison. Nice talking to you and to the viewers.
Now, Professor, what are the implications of the ANC's significant electoral decline on the political landscape, and how might this affect the party's strategy during these negotiations on forming a government of national unity?
Well, if we look at the support base, when the ANC took over government in 1994, they received a 65%. They pick it up in 2004 to 69.7%, and then gradually it went down to 57.5%, and then the most recent election just over 40%. So that is a severe decline. And to refer to it as the country is in limbo, I believe is an accurate assessment of the situation. At this point, the ANC with 40% can basically negotiate on two lines. Towards the center right, we have the Democratic Alliance, the IFP, and some smaller parties. And then to the center left, it seems only to be the EFF and the MK party. But we must take into consideration that the EFF is not very cooperative with the ANC, although may be popular in certain circles, and currently the MK party is not accepting the Constitution of South Africa. They are not accepting the results of the election, and they would like to get rid of President Ramaphosa. So this is basically leaving the ANC leadership with the choice of the Democratic Alliance and the IFP. And as you have mentioned, this is not very popular in certain circles. Now, what I am expecting to happen, we will have the constituting of the Parliament, the 7th Parliament of South Africa on Friday. The Chief Judge will basically elect or select the Speaker, and then the Speaker will take the procedure forward to go and initiate bringing all the members of Parliament and legitimate them, and then they need to elect the President of the country. Now, at this time, it is going to be very difficult because there's a lot of negotiations behind the scenes. The parties are not communicating, and there are indications that the EFF is going to put their own candidate as president, and then also we have the MK party boycotting the whole process.
Yeah. Right. And Professor, how are the opposition parties, particularly the Democratic Alliance and the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, positioning themselves in these current talks, and what impact could this have on the formation of a government?
Well, the reality is with the leading party only having 40% of the support, they need a strong and reliant partner or partners. And at the moment, I think they follow the strategy of what they call a government for national unity. And old President Ramaphosa opened up the conversations saying they are prepared to talk to anyone. So my understanding was that there were talks between the ANC and several parties, but it seems as if the most conversations going the way of the Democratic Alliance, and there are rumors behind the scenes that there may be some sort of an agreement, a tentative agreement between the Democratic Alliance, the IFP, and the ANC. Now, this can be extremely problematic for President Ramaphosa because this is not fully accepted within his party. And the problems are, amongst others, that there are individuals within his group that is not accepting the connection with the DA. COSATU is against it, and so also the SACP as a political party. There are also problems with regard to the positioning of individuals like the deputy president of the ANC, Paul Mashatile. But at this point, the EFF is out, the MK is boycotting the process, so the DA and the IFP is still around. And if President Ramaphosa will be elected, I think it will have been done with the support of these two parties and probably a number of smaller parties.
And with the ANC's proposal for this national unity government, and as you've explained, these deep rifts among the parties, what are the chances of reaching a consensus, and what could be the role of smaller parties in this process?
Well, in 1994, before 1994, we had a very, very difficult situation where two parties, the old National Party and the ANC, was in a struggle involved for decades, came together at Kudesa, and they negotiated a settlement ending up in the new democratic constitution. So it is not impossible that parties can find each other. And it's interesting that President Ramaphosa recently said that despite the coalition talks, there are also another forum for talks, the so-called national dialogue, where different interest groups, not only political groupings, but also groupings from the economic sector, civil society, and others can participate in discussing a future for South Africa. What is absolutely clear is that this was a watershed election for South Africa. And now we need to plan for the future of South Africa, and we can only do this through negotiations. And I believe this is not necessarily a weak position to be in. This is an opportunity to make a big difference to South Africa's future and the future of all its citizens. But what is important is that we have players that are constructively playing the political game and the game of negotiations, not the type of strategies we have seen from parties like the Umkhonto we Sizwe party and to a certain extent the Economic Freedom Front. So I think this is an opportunity. Small parties and small interest groups can play a role. They can really make a difference in this regard. And this is what we call in the political science punctuated equilibrium. It's an opportunity. It's the result of a tipping point. And now we can come together. We can negotiate to a certain extent new settlements to take the country forward on a very difficult road where we have major political, economic, and social challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Professor, for being with us on Firstpost Africa and, as always, your valued insights.
Thank you very much.
Malawi is marking 21 days of mourning after a plane crash killed the country's vice president along with 9 others. The mortal remains of Vice President Solos Chilima have been brought back to the capital Lilongwe. People in the southern African nation have been disturbed by the tragedy.
I am devastated because of this tragedy. We all are mourning because as the vice president, he was helping us in many ways. He was there when we needed him. Now we have lost. It's heartbreaking.
Now, the military plane carrying the vice president disappeared on Monday. The other passengers included members of Chilima's staff and security, as well as Malawi's former First Lady, Sanil Dzimbri. Now, the aircraft was headed to the Mzuzu International Airport, around 380 kilometers away from the capital. However, the aviation authorities directed the plane to turn around due to poor weather. It was then that the plane went off the radar. Then an intense search and rescue operation was ordered to locate the missing plane in the mountainous forests of the northern parts of Malawi. The plane wreck was found in the area on Tuesday with no signs of life.
And rescue team has found the aircraft near a hill in the Chikangawa forest, and they have found it completely destroyed with no survivors, as all passengers on board were killed on impact. Words cannot describe how heartbreaking this is, and I can only imagine how much pain and anguish you all must be feeling at this time.
Authorities swung into action as soon as the plane went missing. Both regional and national agencies were involved. The Malawian government also reached out to neighboring nations and countries like the US, the UK, Norway, and Israel. Rescuers had to face challenges of extreme weather conditions. However, many have criticized the government for their slow response. Many Malawians are also not happy with the way the search and rescue was handled by the government.
Our country is going nowhere. I don't see us progress in any way if things are handled like this. Government needed to have moved fast to search for the plane, even within the same hour it got lost on the radar. These people are prominent. A plane is not like a small bird. It can't just vanish like that.
Vice President Chilima was just back from South Korea on Sunday after attending the Korea-Africa Summit. Before the fateful tragedy, he was headed to attend the funeral of a former cabinet minister. The 51-year-old was seen as a potential candidate in next year's presidential election. Malawi now mourns the loss of its vice president in a year that has already seen the loss of world leaders like Iran's president due to plane crashes. Now, our next story uncovers the details of the plight of African students and migrants in Russia as Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine rages on. Africans are increasingly becoming collateral. According to a report by Bloomberg, Russia is forcing African students and migrant workers to join the Russian armed forces. Moscow has threatened not to renew their visas if they refuse to do so. Now, these African students and workers who migrate to other countries in pursuit of a better future are effectively left with two jarring choices. Either return back to their own country, where there are likely fewer opportunities, or agree to fight against Ukraine, which may eventually result in their death. The report, citing European officials, said that some African workers have even been threatened with deportation if they did not agree. Meanwhile, others have resorted to bribing Russian officials to stay out of the conflict. Now, Russia's practice of sending migrants to battle is not new. It dates back to much earlier in the war. In fact, these troops suffer especially high casualty rates because they are increasingly deployed in risky offensive maneuvers, and that's to shield the more highly trained units for important escalations. 2 years into the war, both Russia and Ukraine are suffering high casualties in their armed forces, and this has forced Moscow to enlist migrants and convicts from its prisons to fuel its war efforts. As Russia's prison population plunges to a historic low, the country is conducting a recruitment drive to enlist foreign mercenaries. Now, these army recruitment campaigns, conducted across nearly 21 countries, include several African nations. According to Britain's Ministry of Defence, there has been a recent uptick in Russian recruitment activities targeting Central African nations, including Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and Uganda. They offer lucrative incentives, including a $2,000 registration bonus, a $2,200 monthly salary, and some have also been promised a Russian passport. Recruiters have also targeted migrants and students who previously looked for employment in Russia, and in some cases, people were roped into the scheme on promises of better work opportunities before they were forced to deploy to the front lines. Now, there are currently 35,000 to 37,000 African students in Russia. And according to a government agency, about 6,500 African students go to study in Russia for free. But now these students have become Russia's newest tool to advance its regional agenda. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid news headlines of coups and crises in Africa, many positive stories from the continent often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from the Tunisian island of Giorgia. In the face of environmental challenges and historical upheaval, the Ibadi Muslim community is leveraging artificial intelligence to preserve its century-old manuscripts by digitizing fragile texts and using AI to decipher ancient scripts. Now, the community is not only safeguarding its heritage, but also reclaiming its cultural legacy from obscurity. Our last report gets you all the details.
Today's era is marked by rapid technological progress, and artificial intelligence is spearheading it. People are using it in every way they can, from businesses to using it as a companion for loneliness. The dependency and usage of AI is on the rise. Communities worldwide are using modern tools to preserve their cultural and historical legacies. One of them is the Ibadi Muslim community on the Tunisian island of Giorgia. They are using artificial intelligence to protect their centuries-old manuscripts. This mission has been started by a 74-year-old librarian. Saeed Al-Barouni has taken on the mammoth task of protecting his community's relatively unknown heritage. Barouni took over his family's library in the 1960s. The collection is almost 6 generations old, and he has been working tirelessly to preserve as many Ibadi manuscripts as possible.
My grandfather and my father are graduates of Zitona and were passionate about this heritage and took on the responsibilities of Sheikh and Imam. They preserved the collection. We then took up the torch and made them available to researchers across all universities, both in Tunisia and abroad.
Because ancient Arabic cursive is difficult for modern readers to interpret, Barouni has started using Zinki, an AI software that reads and simplifies ancient manuscripts. Feras Ben Abid, a London-based Tunisian software engineer who created Zinki, believes the tool makes it possible to access numerous manuscripts that would otherwise be indecipherable. It also helps to correct misunderstandings about certain topics, such as Ibadi heritage. The library houses over 1,600 ancient Ibadi texts and books. The material is on a variety of subjects, including astrology and medicines. Some of the work dates back to 1375 AD.
Around 1,200 pages of manuscripts were digitized. We formed around 5 teams to correct the errors, because the artificial intelligence software leaves a margin of error of between 1 and 10%. We formed teams to correct the small margin of error, and we managed to correct completely.
Barouni keeps the manuscripts in a small conservation room. Numerous weathered books stand among ozone generators that prevent paper deterioration by stopping mold and other harmful organisms from forming. The manuscripts are cleaned and digitized. Barouni sees it as the only viable solution today for saving these old texts. Most of their manuscripts are now kept in family libraries. Every family in Djerba has these libraries, but many manuscripts have been sold or traded.
Fortunately, our grandfather had stipulated that these books were not to be inherited, sold or shared. So we kept everything. And then the founder's children and grandchildren added to the collection by buying manuscripts sold in the Djerba market.
The Ibadi Muslim community in Tunisia's Djerba is the perfect example of resilience and adaptability. By incorporating AI technology, they are not only safeguarding their rich heritage, but also ensuring that future generations can access and appreciate these historical manuscripts and bridge the gap between the past and the present.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage from Bari. Soldiers on the streets, helicopters buzzing above us, frenzy at the media center. All of this means just one thing. The G7 summit is officially underway. World leaders are here, and for the next 2 days, they will discuss everything from Ukraine to Gaza to China and even artificial intelligence. We'll tell you what's on the agenda, including what the world leaders will eat. Meanwhile, here in Bari, residents are divided over the war in Ukraine because of a gift from Vladimir Putin. Also, why are Russian warships in Cuba? Is the BRICS challenging the G7? Why has Pakistan hiked its defense budget again, even as its economy struggles? And what is the NEET controversy that is making headlines in India? Also, a special report on a Bitcoin ATM here in Bari, 2 of them in fact. All of this coming up ahead on the show. We are in Italy to cover the G7 summit, but we've been tracking the developments in Kuwait too. The tragedy that took the lives of 49 workers. 40 of them were Indians. They were killed in a deadly fire. They were employed by a private company, mostly to do odd jobs. More than 50 others have suffered injuries and are in hospital. We have some pictures from the aftermath of the tragedy, but before showing them, we would like to advise viewer discretion. These images are disturbing. That's the building which caught fire. It is near Kuwait's capital, Kuwait City. More than 200 workers were crammed into this 6-story building. They came from different parts of the world: Pakistan, the Philippines, Egypt and Nepal. But a majority of them came from India. Yesterday morning around 4:30 a.m. local time, the building caught fire. Most people inside were sleeping at the time, so they were there trapped in the fire and died due to suffocation. Some of the bodies have been charred beyond recognition. This is one of the worst fire tragedies in Kuwait's history. And it has led to a swift response from New Delhi. Last evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed about what happened. He released a statement on social media. Prime Minister Modi said that he was saddened by the incident. He directed Kirti Vardhan Singh to leave for Kuwait. That's India's new Minister of State for External Affairs.
DNA test is underway to identify the victims, and as soon as the bodies are identified, their kin will be informed, and our Air Force plane will bring the bodies back.
New Delhi has opened hotlines for the family members of the victims. India is also speaking to local officials in Kuwait to repatriate the mortal remains of the victims. The government of India will compensate their families, but it should not end there. India must ensure that this is not repeated, and for that it must insist on better treatment of its workers overseas, especially those living in the Gulf, because this incident has once again cast a spotlight on their terrible living conditions. Many of them travel to the region for work and are engaged in odd jobs. They work as masons, carpenters, drivers and domestic workers. They lack protections from exploitation and abuse. The Indians who died in Kuwait could have been protected. The early findings of investigators point towards negligence. Workers were crammed in tiny spaces and fire safety norms were clearly ignored. The fire probably started in a kitchen on one of the lower floors, and then it spread rapidly. One of the reasons for that could be this. Some partitions were built inside the apartments to accommodate as many workers as possible. Highly inflammable material was used to build these partitions, and this may have helped the fire spread quickly. By the time the workers realized what was happening, the entire building was on fire. They tried to escape, but they couldn't. Going down the stairs was not an option. The fire had spread everywhere. Some workers tried to exit, but they died of suffocation. Others tried going to the rooftop, but could not because the door was locked. So they were trapped inside a burning building. It was a desperate situation. An eyewitness shared the story of a man who tried to save himself by jumping from the 5th floor. He died after hitting the corner of a balcony. Like I said, a very tragic turn of events. Kuwait's leadership is promising tough measures. Sheikh Fahad Yusuf Al Sabah has spoken. He is Kuwait's Deputy Prime Minister and Interior Minister. He has blamed the owners of this building for the tragedy, accusing them of being greedy. So Kuwait is promising swift action. But what about the others? There are Indian workers across the region living in similar conditions. There are growing complaints about them being exploited. From 2019 to 2023, Indian embassies in the Gulf received more than 48,000 complaints. 48,000. These were made by Indian workers in countries like Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, which means that Indian embassies received at least one complaint by these workers every day for years. They were about abusive behavior of the employers, violation of workers' rights, and poor living and working conditions. India sends the largest number of migrant workers overseas. By 2020, some 18 million Indians were living abroad, and the Gulf is a top destination for them. By 2022, 9 million Indians were living in this region. They're also important for the Indian economy. India is the biggest receiver of remittances in the world. In 2022, Indian workers overseas sent some $111 billion back to India. The Gulf countries contributed the biggest share. Countries like Kuwait are completely run by an Indian workforce. 4.2 million people live in Kuwait. Indians make up 21% of the country's population and nearly 30% of Kuwait's workforce. Clearly, these workers are an asset, not just for the Gulf nations, but also for India and its economy. It is time for New Delhi to do more to support them. The stage is set, the leaders are here, the meetings have begun. The G7 summit is officially underway here in Italy. This is the 50th G7 summit. It is happening in southern Italy. The leaders are staying in a secluded oasis, a luxury resort called Borgo Egnazia. It is located in Apulia and it's really far from everything. So who's going to be there? The G7 is a group of 7 nations that were once the biggest economies in the world. That's the United States, Japan, Germany, France, Italy, Canada and the UK. They make up the G7. So you could say it's a club of rich countries. Their leaders are all here. Then there are the other guests. This list is at the discretion of the host country. They can invite whoever they want to. Usually it's just a handful of readers, but this year, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy has gone all out. She's invited leaders from more than 11 countries, including Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will address the G7 outreach session tomorrow. The Prime Minister says that he remains committed to consolidate the India-Italy strategic partnership. The other invitees include Ukrainian President Zelensky, Brazilian President Lula da Silva, Jordan's King Abdullah II, Argentinian President Javier Milei, Saudi Crown Prince MBS, and Pope Francis. It's the first time that a Pope will attend a G7 summit, so the guest list is quite long and diverse. And that means that there's a lot on the agenda. The discussions start with Africa. It's a top focus at the summit, for the host country especially. Several African leaders will be present here, and it's the perfect opportunity for Giorgia Meloni to engage with them. Africa is critical for Italy as it tries to control illegal immigration. Prime Minister Meloni has been working closely with African leaders on this. She's been traveling frequently to the continent. In the month of March, Meloni visited Egypt. In April, she was in Tunisia. And now in June, she's hosting African leaders and pushing for what's called the Mattei Plan. Here's what it's about. Meloni wants to position Italy as an energy hub between Europe and Africa. She wants to invest in the continent, boost growth in Africa, which may in turn help curb immigration. It's an ambitious plan, but Meloni is hoping that she can get the backing of the G7 for it. Second on the agenda is the Gaza war. Israel's war will dominate most conversations here, but the G7 may not do very much about it. So expect words, not action. They've already backed the US drafted peace plan, and that's all that they want to do for now. The other war will get precedence here, and that is the war in Ukraine. The summit has 2 sessions dedicated to this war. President Zelensky has been pushing for more Western aid. But I don't think he'll have to really ask here, because it seems that the G7 has already agreed to lend Ukraine $50 billion. This money will come from Russian assets. As we've been telling you, the Russian central bank has assets both in Russia and outside. It has money held in banks and financial institutions outside Russia. Now, when the war with Ukraine broke out, the West froze those Russian assets. They were immobilized. Moscow could no longer access them. But the point is that this money still belongs to Russia. The West cannot touch it. What they can do is use the profits generated by these assets. And they want to use this money to aid Ukraine. There will also be discussions on migration, economic security, and even artificial intelligence. A final statement will come on Saturday, but it won't be binding. It's more like a guide, an indication of how the group thinks. But does it even matter? Is the G7 still significant? You see, the Group of 7 was founded in 1975. Back then, it was a group of the world's 7 biggest economies. They made up for 70% of the world's GDP. So it was the group with the deepest pockets. Russia joined it in 1998 and it became the G8. But that was short-lived because Moscow was thrown out in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. So they were back to G7 in 2014. Now for long it was like the cool table in the school cafeteria. It's where everyone wanted to sit. But things have changed in the last decade. The significance of the G7 has waned. Right now it makes up for 40% of the global GDP and only 10% of the global population, which is not very good representation. Plus, they have competition from other groups like the BRICS and G20. Both of them represent more countries and bigger economies. So is the G7 still the big economic club that it claims to be? Or is it just a relic of the past? It's something for the group to think about as they meet over the next 2 days. A lot of issues will be discussed during this G7 summit, and one of the major topics would be China. The West has a number of issues with Beijing, and it seems that they have finally decided to take a stand. It's not just some simple rebuke this time. The West seems to have launched a multi-dimensional attack on China, on the Chinese economy and their diplomatic aggression, basically just short of an actual physical confrontation. A number of attacks, in fact, have been launched back-to-back. Let's start with the EU's move.
The Commission has also pre-disclosed today the level of provisional countervailing duties it would impose on imports of battery electric vehicles from China.
The European Union is imposing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. These tariffs will range from about 17% to a whopping 38%. Major Chinese companies will face these tariffs like BYD, SAIC, Geely and others. Chinese EVs have been gaining ground in the European Union. In 2019, their market share was just 1%, but now it's closer to 8%. The reason for this growth was the cheap prices. Chinese EVs typically cost 20% less than the European ones. So the EU has decided to nullify China's price advantage. As you can imagine, Beijing is not happy about this.
What I want to emphasize is that this anti-subsidy investigation is a typical case of protectionism. China will take all necessary measures to firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests.
Beijing has issued a warning. The EU tariffs could start a chain reaction, possibly a trade war, but the Europeans will have support from their biggest backer, and that is the United States of America. Washington had announced a similar tariff hike last month. US tariffs on Chinese EVs were increased to 100%. So Europe still lags behind. But it's a clear signal that the West is united in its opposition to China. So that was one battlefront, Chinese electric vehicles. The next one is advanced computer chips. The US has been fighting a chip war with China since 2022. It has been trying to restrict Beijing's access to advanced chips, like the ones used to power artificial intelligence technology. It seems the US is planning to up the ante. It is planning a new round of restrictions, not just on American-made chips, but also on chips made using American technology. There's a technology called Gate-All-Around, or GAA. It is used to improve chip performance and reduce power consumption. And this technology is patented. So the US wants to block the exports of anything made using this tech. It would be another blow to China's chip sector, marking an escalation in the US-China chip war, and that is the second prong of the Western attack, advanced computer chips. The third prong is less direct. It involves sanctions against Russia. The US is planning more sanctions, and this time Chinese firms will become collateral damage. The US believes that China is helping Russia evade sanctions. It says Chinese firms are sending microchips, drone parts and weapon components to Russia. So a few dozen Chinese firms were sanctioned yesterday. This won't stop the evasion though, but it does send a message. Biden is sanctioning China on the eve of the G7 summit. He will want the EU to follow suit. And if Europe joins in on the sanctions, Beijing will have to deal with another battlefront. So EVs, chips and sanctions. These are the West's economic targets. But the US and Canada have begun a diplomatic assault as well. After decades, they're reviving the issue of Tibet. Yesterday, the US Congress passed a bill. It urges Beijing to re-engage with the Dalai Lama to find a resolution to the China-Tibet dispute. The American bill comes on the heels of a Canadian one. The Canadian Parliament passed a motion on Monday. They unanimously supported the Tibetan people's right to self-determination. Both these acts are symbolic. Canada and the US cannot force China to free Tibet, but bringing up the issue could make China uncomfortable and throw some light on Beijing's imperialistic behavior. And that is another attack. The fourth in a few days. It shows that the West is trying to corner Beijing to apply pressure. But will it work? Will Beijing back down amid a multi-pronged attack? I guess we'll have to wait and see. One of the key issues at the G7 will be Russia. A lot of people thought that Giorgia Meloni would be soft on Putin, but she has turned out to be a staunch Western ally. Just ahead of this summit, Italy unveiled a new military package for Ukraine. But here in Bari, the sentiment is mixed. And a big reason for that is Santa Claus. Not the one that you're thinking about. This is a 4th century saint who inspired the modern day Santa Claus. His remains are buried right here in a basilica in Bari. And right next to it is a gift from Vladimir Putin. How is Bari coming to terms with this contrasting reality? How is Bari related to Russia and Putin? Our next report tells you. When I say Santa Claus, what is it that comes to your mind? Red dress, long white beard, maybe a few reindeers. Well, that's the marketed version of it. The real Santa Claus is right here in Bari. And today we are heading to his place of burial. The calm Mediterranean Sea on one side, the old Bari town on the other, and nestled in between is this basilica. It is dedicated to Saint Nicholas, a Christian saint. The Santa Claus you know is based on him. Saint Nicholas was born in the 4th century in present-day Turkey. As a Christian saint, he became famous for secretly giving gifts, especially to poor children. That's how Saint Nicholas became Santa Claus. In this part of the world, in the Mediterranean, he's a very important religious figure. Thousands of Christians visit this basilica every day to offer prayers. Inside it are the remains of Saint Nicholas. Around 1,000 years back, Turkish sailors stole them from the home country and brought them here. And this has become an important religious symbol. The locals here love him. Saint Nicholas brings in a lot of tourists. He is also a global symbol for peace and forgiveness, sort of like an ambassador for Bari. Statues of Saint Nicholas are common here. So is the tradition of keeping his photo inside your wallet. The belief is Saint Nicholas is watching over you. So that's ambassador plus guardian angel. A lot of pressure for one saint. Now you can add politics to the mix. Christianity is said to have 3 main branches: Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox. The Catholic Church is very powerful in Italy. It is headed by the Pope in the Vatican. And the Orthodox? Most of them are in East European nations like Russia, Ukraine, and Bulgaria. Bari has been a meeting point for these branches. This basilica itself is a Roman Catholic institution. But Saint Nicholas is revered by the Orthodox Christians too. So once a week, his crypt is open to them. They can go in, do their own Orthodox rituals, and pay their respects. In 2007, one such Orthodox Christian from Russia visited Bari, Vladimir Putin. In Russia, Saint Nicholas is probably the most important saint. He is said to have rescued Russia multiple times from crises, which is why Putin came here. As president, he's built a close alliance with Russia's Orthodox Church. It's a symbiotic relationship. Putin backs the Orthodox Church, the Church offers him legitimacy. But 2007 wasn't Putin's first interaction with Bari. That happened many years ago. This is a Saint Nicholas statue right outside the basilica. And next to it you can see a plaque. It has gotten dark around the edges, it's an old one, but if you look closely you can still make out. This is a letter of friendship and cooperation to the people of Bari. And here is a signature of Vladimir Putin. This is what it says, Vladimir Putin. The Russian president gifted this statue to the people of Bari in the year 2003, and with it he wrote a letter of friendship, which was then converted into a plaque. For years, no one really cared about it, but now it has become a politically charged issue. Because Italy is firmly in Ukraine's corner in the war against Russia, and a lot of people think that if not the statue, at least this plaque signed by Putin should be removed. The chorus is quite strong. In 2022, a petition was drafted to remove the plaque. Around 12,000 locals signed it, but the town mayor said no. He says history cannot be cancelled.
St. Nicholas is in our hearts. For us, it is culture, on top of faith and religion. But St. Nicholas is our patron saint, so it will never happen, that's for sure. I mean, we won't make it happen.
Roman Catholics and Orthodox Christians have many differences, often bitter ones, but Bari stood as a symbol of hope. In 2017, the Pope announced a very important decision. He decided to send parts of St. Nicholas's remains to Russia, specifically his ribs. You wouldn't believe the joy in Russia. Thousands queued up outside a church in Moscow. They waited hours to catch a glimpse of the relics.
An event like this does not happen every year or even every decade. When I left the church, I had a feeling that I wasn't walking on the ground, I was just floating. It was an amazing feeling. I feel very good and comfortable in my soul.
Putin too arrived at the church. He kissed the glass case holding the remains of St. Nicholas. It was indeed a show of cooperation. But the war in Ukraine has changed it all. Not only has it pitted Roman Catholics against Orthodox Christians, it has also pitted Barisians against Barisians. This city has long been Italy's gateway to the East. As a result, a lot of East Europeans live here. Ukrainians, Russians, Slovenians, and Bulgarians. They too are divided over the war. Some are silent on the invasion, others are vocal in condemning Vladimir Putin. It's a sad turn of events for a city that once stood for a lot more. We're talking about two power centers of Christianity, the Roman Catholic Church of Italy and the Orthodox Church of Russia. This city and this basilica gave hope of cooperation between these two power centers. In fact, the Pope allowed some of the remains of St. Nicholas to be taken to Russia in the last decade, sort of like a goodwill gesture. But now politics has interfered. Putin is no longer welcome in Bari or anywhere in Europe. Meanwhile, there's a buzz around here that Ukrainian President Zelensky may visit. Now, speaking of Russia, Moscow has made a power move on the other side of the world. Yesterday, some Russian ships arrived in Cuba. Russian warships. There was one guided missile frigate, the Admiral Gorshkov. It's the lead ship of an entire class of frigates, armed with Caliber cruise missiles, Zircon hypersonic missiles, and Onyx anti-ship missiles. It arrived in the Havana port yesterday, flanked by a tugboat and a fuel ship. So a Russian frigate, armed to the teeth, docked in Cuba, a country that the US has embargoed since 1958. You heard that right, 1958, 66 years. It is the longest trade embargo in modern history. So it's safe to say that Cuba and the US aren't on good terms, and now a Russian ship has docked in Havana. It's a signal from Putin that Russia can waltz into America's backyard anytime it wants to. And the frigate wasn't even the real message. Putin's big warning cruised in a little later, half submerged, Cuban and Russian naval flags fluttering in the wind, and a contingent of soldiers on the deck. It was a Russian nuclear-powered submarine, the Kazan. Cuba greeted the vessel with a cannon salute. The residents of Havana had lined up to get a glimpse of the ships, especially the submarine.
I saw it, a submarine, and I said, wow. And I took a picture. I have never seen a submarine in Havana in my life.
It impresses me a little because I have never seen something so close, such a large ship of that magnitude.
The Cubans were clearly impressed. But Putin isn't doing this to capture their attention. His target is a little to the north. Barely 160 kilometers away from Cuba, that is where Florida begins, which means that Putin has just sent his warships to America's doorstep. This comes weeks after an American provocation. The US recently gave Ukraine a green light. It allowed Kiev to use American weapons to strike Russian territory. Putin said that it was an escalation, and now he has responded by sending warships to Cuba. This has some Americans worried.
Hopefully this is not the beginning of something that could be unpleasant for humanity, because we are the ones in the middle. We are the ones who pay the highest price for the conflicts and disagreements that one group has with the other group, and in the end they stay safe, because they send war, and we are the ones who pay a high price.
Washington is trying to downplay this incident. They say this keeps happening, that Russia keeps sending ships to Cuba, which is partly true. But while Russian ships do keep going to Cuba, Moscow hasn't sent a submarine before. And this time, there's a nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable Russian submarine in Cuba. Washington says the submarine is not carrying nukes. Cuba was also quick to clarify this, which is to be expected, because this country has been in this situation before, at the frontier of a war between Washington and Moscow. I'm talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Back in 1962, Cuba was the site of a showdown between the Soviet Union and the US. The previous year, in 1961, the US had placed nuclear weapons in Italy and Turkey. It was a provocation, so the Soviet Union retaliated by preparing to place nukes in Cuba. In 1962, US spy planes captured the preparations. Washington could not have that, but they could not attack either. Instead, they decided to blockade Cuba. The Americans sent out their warships, but the Soviets blocked their path. So Soviet and American vessels were face to face, and the world was minutes away from an all-out nuclear war. Eventually, both sides backed off. That, in a nutshell, was the Cuban Missile Crisis. Cuba was about to be the flashpoint for a nuclear war. So this country has a symbolic importance, and now Putin has sent his warships to Havana again, including a nuclear-capable submarine, which is a loud warning to the US. Russia is telling them that its patience is running out. But will the US listen, or will it continue to egg Ukraine on? The G7 summit is a test for its leadership. Can they solve the world's biggest problems, or will they let them fester again? The success of this summit hinges on this question. And there's a reason why I say this. Some alternatives to the G7 are punching above their weight, like BRICS, the group of leading emerging economies. This week, the foreign ministers of BRICS nations met. They met in Russia. Indian diplomats attended the meeting. A joint statement was released. The BRICS countries are sending a message to Israel on its Gaza offensive. They want Israel to stop the war. The BRICS has condemned Israel's operations in Rafah. They're concerned about the increasing attacks, the growing death toll, and the humanitarian crisis due to the war. The BRICS nations have slammed Israel for what they call a blatant disregard of international law. And they support full membership of Palestine at the United Nations. Moreover, the statement uses the term occupied, and this choice of words is significant because it paints Israel as the occupier. This is a sweeping criticism of Israel's war. More importantly, India has signed off on this statement. Along with the rest of the BRICS members, India has signed, which is again quite significant because so far India had walked a fine line, balancing both the interests of Israel and Palestinians. When the Hamas attacked Israel, New Delhi called it a terrorist attack, but in the same breath, India backed the two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist. Just a few days ago, New Delhi had maintained the same balance while discussing the Israeli attacks on Rafah.
The heartbreaking loss of civilian lives in the displacement camp in Rafah is a matter of deep concern for us. We also note that the Israeli side has already accepted responsibility for it as a tragic incident.
But in Russia, India sided firmly with the BRICS and endorsed the use of harsh language for Israel. Does this mean a shift in India's policy? Well, not exactly, but it does show how the developing world views Israel's war in Gaza. They want it to end soon. The BRICS made progress on other fronts as well. They discussed using their native currencies for trade. They challenged protectionism in global trade, and they called for a reform of the World Trade Organization. BRICS nations want special treatment for developing nations at the WTO. By raising these issues, the BRICS is taking an aim at the West and challenging the G7, which is also interesting because barring Russia and China, the other original BRICS members have all been invited to the G7 summit in Italy. South Africa will skip due to domestic reasons, but India and Brazil are attending. Nonetheless, BRICS is carefully positioning itself. Last year, they surpassed the G7 in GDP. Its 5 original members, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, contributed more to the global GDP. This is on a purchasing power parity basis. This is a measure of economic productivity and living standards. Now, going by this report, the share of BRICS nations stood at over 31%. What about the G7? The 5 BRICS countries together contribute nearly 31.5% of the global GDP, compared to 30.7% by G7 countries. Their share was around 30%. Now, this year, the BRICS has gotten bigger. It has added 5 new members, that is Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, Iran and Ethiopia. This newly expanded BRICS represents over 3.5 billion people, and their combined economies are worth more than $28 trillion, which is about 28% of the world's economy. These numbers challenge the economic influence and positioning of the G7. It doesn't represent a large section of the world's population, and it's not being able to solve major global issues. Take the pandemic, for instance. The G7 promised to deliver 1 billion shots to the world. Instead, they kept most of the vaccines for themselves. They did not share the supply. This hoarding may have led to deaths. At least 600,000 lives could have been saved had the vaccines come on time. The G7 has failed to deliver on climate change as well. It promised to provide $100 billion per year for the world's transition away from carbon fuels. So far, they haven't paid up. Now they seem to be heading towards another failure. Recently, the G7 leaders endorsed Biden's truce plan for Gaza, but it has failed to gain traction. The efforts of BRICS leaders, though, are getting attention. The Palestinians have welcomed the BRICS statement on the Gaza war. That was to be expected, of course. One of their diplomats has thanked the BRICS and India for taking a stand against Israel. So here's where we are at. The G7 are neither the richest nor the most influential, which again is a point to ponder for the leadership. Cryptocurrency was a big topic at last year's G7 summit, and this year, barely a mention of it. Crypto's fall has been as rapid as its rise. Today, Bitcoin prices are rising, but the dreams of using it as a currency have been dashed. Here in Bari, we found evidence of it. This city has 2 Bitcoin ATMs. Both were opened with much fanfare during the pandemic, but both are largely unused right now. So we decided to find these elusive Bitcoin ATMs to understand what Italy's crypto scene looks like. Here's a report. Today, we are searching for an ATM. Before you ask, doesn't this stuff happen when the camera is off? Hold on. This isn't just any ATM. This one is designated for cryptocurrencies. There are thousands of crypto ATMs in the world, but most of them are located in the United States, the headquarters of all dubious ideas. Bari doesn't fit that bill. This is not a haven for tech bros or eccentric billionaires. Why then does Bari have not 1 but 2 crypto ATMs? Not sure if I should say expected or unexpected. The first Bitcoin ATM was set up in 2020 at a financial center, but later it was moved to this location, a cannabis store. Now, cannabis is not legal for recreational use in this country, but holding or possessing it is not illegal either. And that is the tricky thing about cryptocurrency. People use it to buy things that they cannot buy with cash, maybe drugs or other illegal items. Let's head inside and find out. Nothing much to say here. It's a cannabis store in southern Italy. Everything here is cannabis themed, from clothes to pouches to more discreet items. But on the billing table, you see this small machine, an ATM to buy Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Normally, an ATM connects to your bank account. This one doesn't. It connects to your digital crypto wallet. Now, there are 2 important numbers to note here. One is your digital crypto wallet, which is a bit like your bank account. The second is your private key, which you enter to transfer or buy crypto. And this machine has certain limits. A minimum of 20 euros per day and a maximum of 1,995 euros per day. So you put in your cash, you enter your private key, and the machine does the rest. It converts your money into crypto. Let's talk rules now. The European Union does regulate cryptocurrencies. They have a set of laws called MiCA, Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. It covers consumer protection, asset classification, and market abuse. Italy too has updated its cryptocurrency rules. It is perfectly legal to buy and sell cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin in Italy. There is only one condition. You must go via registered crypto markets or agencies. This ATM is operated by a Lithuanian crypto service. It's called Crypto Local ATM. I'm sure they bought into the crypto craze of the pandemic, but as you can see, it's not exactly buzzing with people. The shopkeeper says the ATM is rarely used. They accept Bitcoin on their website, but not for direct sales. Plus, people are worried about being scammed. No worries though, there's another crypto ATM in Bari. Maybe we'll have better luck there. This one is definitely bigger than the first. You can't miss the big black board that screams Bitcoin. Inside, things get interesting. The ATM machine is placed inside something that can only be described as a cage. Iron bars separate you from the outside. On the screen is the prevailing Bitcoin rate, a whopping 62,000 euros. After multiple crashes in the last few years, Bitcoin is rising again. Bari has around 13 businesses that accept Bitcoin. Rome has more than 120 such businesses. Some Italian giants tried using it as a method of payment. Like Ferrari, the legendary Italian car maker started accepting Bitcoin last year, but payments remain extremely rare. The problem doesn't seem to be acceptance. Around 8% Italians say that they have bought some sort of cryptocurrency. The problem seems to be usage and reliability. Cryptocurrencies are too volatile to be used for daily transactions. You must be tech savvy to buy, sell, or exchange crypto. A lot of people thought that cryptocurrency is the next big thing, but that bubble has been burst. There have been a lot of crypto scams in the US, and even here in Italy, these ATMs are on the radar of the financial watchdogs for money laundering. ATMs like these are an easy way to convert your black money into Bitcoin or any other kind of cryptocurrency. And we told you about the mafia problem in this part of Italy yesterday. So a free laundering service is the last thing that they need. What about investments? A lot of people buy Bitcoin as an asset, not as a currency. Well, there's tax on that. Italy has slapped a 26% tax on the gains made from cryptocurrency. So Bari's crypto problem is much like the world's. The pandemic triggered a lot of interest, which led to rapid crypto growth. In Bari's case, 2 ATMs in no time. But then came a dose of reality. Even in this small corner of Italy, the crypto bubble is bursting. Now let's turn our attention to Pakistan, South Asia's most fiscally irresponsible nation. That's not an easy title to win, but Pakistan does it year after year. One way or another, Islamabad finds a way to go bust. Then they run to China, the Gulf nations, or the International Monetary Fund, asking for a bailout. How does this keep happening year after year? Because the Pakistani government keeps blowing away money on its bloated military. And this year it's no different. Pakistan just released its new budget, and it has increased its military expenditure by a whopping 17.6%.
2.1 trillion rupees will be provided for defense expenditure, 839 billion rupees for civil administration, 1,014 billion rupees will be provided for pension expenditures, and 1,363 billion rupees will be allocated as subsidy on electricity, gas, and other sectors.
That was Pakistan's Finance Minister, Mohammad Aurangzeb. He presented Pakistan's budget yesterday. Amid a chorus of boos from opposition lawmakers, he said the Pakistani military will be getting more than 2.1 trillion Pakistani rupees this year, which is about $6.15 billion US. It's an increase of more than 17%. Last year, the military got about 1.8 trillion Pakistani rupees. Pakistan is in an economic rut. Listen to the finance minister again.
For the fiscal year 2024-25, there is an expected 3.6% economic growth target. Inflation is projected at 12%.
He's expecting low growth and high inflation. The country is negotiating a loan with the IMF. They want an extended fund facility worth $6 to $8 billion. To get this IMF deal, Pakistan is preparing to squeeze its taxpayers dry. They want revenue collection to be increased by 40%, which is a tall ask and impossible without bleeding the average citizen. Amid this bleak outlook, Pakistan is planning to increase military spending by more than 17%. So obviously, the move will draw criticism. Islamabad knows this, so it has tried to cover its tracks. The budget itself is absurd. Pakistan's government is showing an overall expenditure increase of 30%. That is about $15 billion more than last year. It's unrealistic for a country that is struggling financially, but Pakistan has declared this in its budget. And because of the inflated numbers, the Pakistani military share seems small. The 17% increase is hidden amid the bloated expense figure. Then there are other accounting tricks. Pakistan's military budget does not include military pensions. The pension amount is 662 billion rupees, that is more than $2 billion US. But this won't come out of the military budget. A different government department will pay military pensions in Pakistan. Similar accounting tricks have been used for major military purchases, like nuclear development. That funding comes from a different source, not the military budget. Pakistan does this intentionally to hide the real amount of military spending from its citizens. Now you may wonder, why is the Pakistan government doing this? Why is it lying to its citizens, taxing them dry, all to feed its bloated military? Well, you must understand that Pakistan is not some normal country with an army. It's a military establishment that masquerades as a country. The Pakistani army controls all the strings, including the purse strings. It will keep taking a lion's share of the budget and hiding its true expenses from the public while squeezing them dry. That's the only thing the people of Pakistan should expect from this and every other budget, it seems. Now let's talk about NEET, National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test. So NEET, N-E-E-T. It's the only entrance exam for undergraduate medical courses in India. So if you want to get into a medical college, you will have to appear for it. Every year, hundreds of thousands of students appear for this test, and it's quite difficult to crack. But this year, it got even tougher for the students. There have been allegations of paper leak, unfair marking, and grace marks being awarded without consideration. It has led to an uproar across India. And the agency conducting the test is under fire. So what is this fiasco about? And what will happen to the 2.4 million students who appeared for this exam in 2024? Our next report tells you.
May 5th was an important day for 2.4 million students here in India. It was the day of the NEET, the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test. For aspiring medical students in the country, this is the be-all and end-all. This is the test they must crack if they want to become a doctor here in India. Now, the pattern of the test is quite simple. There are 200 MCQs, that's multiple choice questions. Candidates need to answer 180 of them. The total marks for the entire test is 720. So that is the highest score you can get. Correct answers get you 4 marks. If an answer is wrong, a mark is deducted. Unanswered questions don't impact the score. But if you choose multiple answers, marks are deducted. Which brings us to the controversy. 67 students got the perfect score, that's 720 marks. Out of these, 8 students were from the same exam center. So that raised suspicion. A few of them even got marks like 718 or 719. So questions were raised over that as well. Plus, there were allegations of a paper leak. In Rajasthan, students were apparently given the paper with pre-marked answers. But that's not all. Then there was the issue of grace marks. It was awarded to 1,563 students. This was for the loss of time due to multiple reasons. This became another point of contention. The controversy grew so big that the matter reached the Supreme Court. Students filed petitions against the NTA, that's the National Testing Agency. It's the body that conducts this exam. They sought the cancellation of the exam on grounds of question paper leaks and other malpractices. Today, the top court heard the matter. It has led to the scrapping of the grace marks awarded by the NTA. The centre said the process was wrong, and it now leaves the 1,563 students with two choices. They can either retake the test or forego the compensatory grace marks they got and get a new ranking. But the entire controversy has raised a few questions. This is one of the biggest medical exams in the country. It's an exam that determines the fate of millions. So why can't the process be more transparent? Many questioned why the exam can't be held online like other engineering exams in India. Technology could lead to more transparency in the process. Either way, this controversy has raised questions over the integrity of the NEET, and it's unlikely to die down even with a retest.
Now, coming back to the G7 summit, with diplomacy on the menu, the leaders will have plenty on their plates, quite literally. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is seizing this opportunity to showcase the dining prowess of Italy. The menu is a gastronomical journey from the south of Italy to the north. There are some classics, like lasagna and lobster risotto. Then there are unusual combinations like tomato-flavored ice cream. This is an opportunity for Italy to showcase its cultural richness and pair it with not only its famous wine, but also inclusivity. After all, leaders from more than 18 nations will be attending this summit. Over the years, food has played a powerful role in diplomacy. So how have other G7 hosts fared? Have some leaders chosen the menu in bad taste? Here's a report.
The G7 summit is officially underway. Leaders from several nations will spend the next few days in Italy's Apulia. This includes the G7, of course, or the group of 7 nations. That's the US, Japan, Germany, France, Italy, Canada, and the UK. And along with them, there will be guests from over 11 countries. There's a lot on the agenda. It's expected that world leaders will be negotiating difficult situations, working long hours, and spending a lot of time talking to people. In short, it's going to get busy. But no matter what, like anyone else, the leaders will have to eat. And like most diplomatic get-togethers across centuries, food is going to play a crucial role at this summit. Which is why Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is going all out with gastro-diplomacy. So what's on the menu? A journey to Italy. It begins from the south, with crunchy bread and gold leaf from Campania, fish soup from the Adriatic, blue lobster risotto and bergamo from Calabria, and tomato ice cream for dessert. To most of us, it sounds unusual, but this ice cream is a hit in Italy. Over the next few days, the menu will shift with flavors from the north of Italy. The star of the show is the crunchy pot of lasagna. The signature dish is exactly what the name suggests, with slightly overcooked corners of the lasagna. Then there's a little finger tortellino from Modena. Some may say what holds the menu together is bread. A lot of attention is being paid to it. And a lot of room has been created for meat as well. It has directly been sourced from Piedmont. This menu, offering food in Italy's favorite green, white and red colors, has been designed by Massimo Bottura, a top Italian chef who has been awarded 7 Michelin stars. Bottura is clearly being experimental, because the combinations proposed for the G7 summit are not exactly classic. The food will be served with some of Italy's best wines. Some Italian sommeliers may turn up their noses on the pairings, but these wines are loved by foreigners. After all, gastro-diplomacy is complicated business. The menu must focus on conveying Italian values. It should represent the country's biodiversity and cultural richness, along with a side of inclusivity. After all, leaders and politicians from across the world will have a go at it. For instance, at the G7 summit last year in Japan, leaders were treated to a belt-expanding tour. The menu showcased the best of Japanese dining. including Japanese oysters, Hida beef, and sea urchins. But Japan didn't always get it right. In 1992, when then US President George Bush visited Japan, he was offered raw salmon with caviar. He then made history by becoming the first sitting president to vomit on the Prime Minister of Japan. When it comes to food diplomacy, the stakes are always high. Clearly, Italy has a lot on its plate.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. While the G7 summit is underway here in Italy, lawmakers brawl in the parliament over reforms. In the US, a person rafts down flooded roads in Florida amid torrential rains. In Colorado, a rescue team frees a dog trapped for 3 hours in a house vent. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in the year 1900, the Boxer Rebellion began in China. The Boxers were a resistance group. Their primary aim was to evict all the Europeans from China, but their real motive was to occupy parts of China to establish a German colony. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from South Africa, where the new parliament is slated to convene for the first time on Friday, after the May 29th election, which had no party emerge as an outright winner. President Cyril Ramaphosa and the ruling African National Congress have been scrambling to form a government with the opposition parties as it seeks to form a unity government. After days of limbo, there seems to be some headway as the opposition Inkatha Freedom Party, or the IFP, has now agreed to join a unity government with the ANC and the Democratic Alliance.
The IFP will join a government of national unity that includes the ANC and the Democratic Alliance. In reality, the only options are to become part of the government or part of the opposition. The mandate we received from the electorate is for the IFP to contribute to the effective governance of South Africa.
Both the DA and the ANC have not confirmed the agreement yet. For the first time in 3 decades, the African National Congress lost its majority in parliament. The ANC is the party of Nelson Mandela and has been ruling South Africa since the end of apartheid in 1994. However, owing to economic woes, corruption, rising crime rates, the ANC failed to win the voters' trust. Now, the party managed to secure only 159 out of 400 seats, well short of the halfway mark of simple majority. Trailing behind is the centrist DA, which secured 87 seats. Then there is former President Jacob Zuma's new MK party with 58 seats, followed by the far-left EFF with 39 seats, and the conservative IFP, which secured 17 seats. After the results, ANC proposed forming a government of national unity instead of a narrower coalition with 1 or 2 parties. It invited all 17 other parties represented in parliament to be a part of it. However, Ramaphosa and the ANC have been struggling to bring all the parties onto the same page ahead of the Friday deadline, when new parliament members elect the country's president. Now, the Conservative IFP says it will join the government with the ANC and the DA. Such a coalition would also sit well with business leaders and financial markets. However, a deal with DA is a widely unpopular choice among ANC supporters, and that's because many regard the DA as a defender of white privilege. Analysts say that including IFP could help temper concerns regarding the DA. Now, many in the ANC have favoured an alliance with the MK or the EFF, both of which are led by former ANC leaders Jacob Zuma and Julius Malema. However, these 2 parties have refused to work with the ANC. MK party leader and former President Jacob Zuma even filed an application at the country's top court seeking the postponement of presidential elections scheduled for Friday. However, this bid has been rejected by the court. Zuma, in his application, had alleged vote irregularities in the parliamentary elections, but the court has ruled that the application was a self-created urgency and it lacked merit. Now, for more on this, we have with us political analyst Sean Duthie, who is joining us live from Cape Town. Thank you for being with us, Sean.
Thank you.
Now, what are the main benefits and the main challenges of forming a unity government in South Africa, especially considering the country's complex political landscape and history?
I think the benefits and the challenges really depend on what the makeup of the government of national unity will be. I mean, the proposed one, as you mentioned, and the most likely one at the moment is the ANC with the DA and the IFP and potentially other smaller parties as well. That's the most business-friendly government and the best one for the market. And if this was to go forward, I think we could expect more market-friendly legislation, more initiatives that would help it be better for the business environment and which would help the economy in the long term. But this said, there's still no guarantee of this government coming into power. And there's a lot of active opposition within the ANC to partner with the DA, which may lead to the EFF or other more radical parties joining a government, which won't be as business friendly. And of course, there's still no guarantee that even if the unity or coalition government actually comes together once formed, whether it will be able to work together, which might lead to policy stasis, as we've seen in municipalities around the country that are governed by coalitions. So there's still lots of challenges ahead for the governance of the country, but I think really the benefits and the challenges going forward will depend on what happens tomorrow.
How do these ideological differences between the key political parties involved in the unity government discussions impact the potential for collaboration and ultimately effective governance?
Yeah, and this is really the largest issue which has made the process of forming a government so difficult. And the ANC internally is the one that has to find its way on whether it's going to go with the more market-friendly option, which, as you said, is also seen and touted as a way to push more white minority interests, or will it go with the more radical option and include parties which have called for nationalization of all land or scrapping of the constitution. So it's a real crossroads for South Africa, and the decision on which path economically and politically we're going to take is quite important, and it's going to be roadmap based on which parties the ANC decides to partner with. I think in terms of collaboration and effective governance, regardless of the path chosen, it's going to be quite difficult because there's an internal split within the ANC, which is going to affect voting patterns in the National Assembly, but also because political parties now in South Africa see everything as a zero-sum game. And they're still going to try and claim victory for themselves as a political party, as a single party, rather than being able to function as a united government, which is going to make governance very difficult at a national level.
Yeah. And in what ways does the current attempt to form a unity government in South Africa differ from the unity government that was established post the 1994 elections? And what lessons could be applied from that historical precedent?
The main difference is that in 1994, the interim constitution that was in effect was written knowing that there was going to be a government of national unity. And so it was prescribed of how cabinet positions would be allocated. And there was a framework for how things would work. The new constitution that came in 1999 doesn't have this. And this isn't a bad thing, because I think for a coalition government or government of national unity, there needs to be flexibility, there needs to be negotiation between the parties on what the government should look like and on how it should govern. So I think that's probably the biggest difference between 94. I mean, in terms of lessons, I actually think more lessons can and should be learned from our experiences with coalition governments at a municipal level, and basically on how poorly they've worked, with small parties being able to completely derail the sitting government and cause havoc and a lack of governance. So at the national government, this is going to be the first time that these parties, the DA and the IFP, have ever been in opposition at that level. And they're going to have to accept that they're not there anymore to keep the executive to account. They're part of the executive. And they're going to have to compromise in order to keep government working as it needs to for the people of South Africa.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sean, for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued analysis on this.
Thank you.
From South Africa, we now shift focus to Sudan, where over 16,000 have been killed and over 12 million displaced in over a year of civil war between the Sudanese army and the RSF paramilitary. The conflict has devastated the northeast African country. Now reports say that two countries are making this war deadlier, Iran and the United Arab Emirates. They have reportedly been supplying drones to warring sides in Sudan. Both Iran and the UAE have been accused of violating a United Nations arms embargo, which bars supply of weapons to the Sudanese government and armed factions in Darfur. In March this year, the Sudanese army celebrated an unprecedented military advance. General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan's forces recaptured the state broadcaster's headquarters in the capital Khartoum. However, videos of the attack by the army showed that it was carried out with the help of Iranian-made drones. In January, the Sudanese paramilitary force shot an army drone at the Wadi Sedna military base. Now, videos showed the drone resembling an Iranian-manufactured drone called the Mohajer 6. The Mohajer 6 can fly up to 2,000 kilometers and carry out airstrikes with guided free-fall munitions. Earlier in December, a Boeing 747 plane belonging to Iranian cargo carrier Qasem Fars Air took off from the Bandar Abbas airport in Iran, headed toward the Red Sea, and disappeared from the radar. Hours later, satellites captured an image of a plane of the same type at a port in Sudan airport, where the Sudanese army officials are based. Now, the photo of the same plane on the airport's runway later circulated on social media. This flight reportedly made 5 rounds until the end of January, which is when the use of the Iranian drones were documented in Sudan's civil war. Iran's Qasem Fars Air has been accused of transporting weapons and fighters around West Asia, particularly to Syria. The airline had been sanctioned by the United States. Sudan's army has maintained strong presence in the skies since the war began. While the paramilitary force had ground control of most of Khartoum and Darfur, but with the appearance of drones, the situation on the ground significantly changed. Sudanese army managed to break the siege imposed on its soldiers in several locations. The RSF has also withdrawn from some neighborhoods in Khartoum. Sudan had a strong military tie with Iran until 2016, when Khartoum sided with Saudi Arabia in its conflict with Iran. Since the start of the civil war, the Sudanese government restored ties with Tehran. On the other side, it is the UAE that has been reportedly arming General Dagalo and the Sudanese paramilitary RSF. Now, early in the war, the RSF used quadcopter drones capable of dropping 120mm mortar shells. The Sudanese army had shot several of these drones down. Weapons experts say that the UAE had supplied the same drones to its allies in other conflict areas, such as Ethiopia and Yemen. Earlier this year, a UN report presented to the Security Council said that aviation tracking experts had observed civilian aircraft air bridge allegedly transporting arms from the UAE to the RSF. The United Arab Emirates denies this allegation. It says that the flights were delivering humanitarian aid, not weapons. By arming the warring factions, both Iran and the UAE have the same goal, which is a stronger foothold on the Red Sea. But in this race of weapons and geopolitical control, Sudan has turned into a country that is falling apart. Moving on to the Democratic Republic of Congo. In a tragic incident, over 80 people have been killed as a boat capsized on a river near the capital, Kinshasa. Now, the incident took place after a locally made boat carrying more than 270 passengers broke down due to engine failure and sank in the Kwa River. While around 185 of them managed to swim and reach the nearest shore, 86 passengers could not make it alive. Authorities say the incident was caused by night sailing. In a statement on social media, Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi has said that he was devastated. The president offered condolences to the families of the victims, and he has also called for an investigation into what caused the mishaps and to prevent such a disaster from happening again in the future. Deadly boat accidents are common in the Central African nation of Democratic Republic of Congo. Boats are frequently overcrowded with passengers who are rarely given safety jackets. In October last year, at least 52 people were killed in the northwestern part of the country after a boat carrying more than 300 passengers capsized in the Congo River, while another 6 people were killed months earlier after a boat carrying 150 villagers overturned. Congolese officials have often warned against overloading of boats and have vowed to punish those violating safety measures. Many have to rely on river travel in the country, where the road network is not well established due to its vast forested areas. Most passengers who belong to remote areas are also not able to afford public transport for the few available roads. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today's story is from the West African nation of Ivory Coast, where an orchestra is transforming lives of children in the small rural town of Odienne. As an escape from poverty, child labor, and lost childhoods, music is giving them hope for a better life and is adding wings to their dreams. This orchestra has performed at some of the most prestigious events in the country, including the Independence Day celebrations with the Ivorian president and the closing ceremony of the 2024 Africa Cup of Nations. Our next report gets you more about their incredible journey.
Music has the power to heal people. It gives them strength to deal with their pain. The chords can help one in zoning out miseries. You must have heard about the power of music. But a small town in the West African nation of Ivory Coast is a living example of it. Away from the hustle and bustle of Abidjan city, the northern rural town of Odienne is grooming budding musicians. These children between the ages of 6 and 16 use music to shape their lives. Around 140 children of Odienne have formed an orchestra. Odienne relies heavily on agriculture, sometimes involving child labor. The childhood of these youngsters is often lost to poverty and the uncertainty of high unemployment. But in the middle of all this, a bus takes them away from their realities to the joyous world of music. These children gather once a week, but every day a few youngsters gather to practice. The music sessions have given 9-year-old Leila Koulibaly a way of leading her life.
I want to be a professional musician because the orchestra changed my life. There's nothing here. The orchestra is important for us. It helps us to organize ourselves well, to tolerate each other and be disciplined.
While 15-year-old Siaka Saisavan uses his music lessons to forget about the exhaustion that comes from helping his mother in the market and his brother in the field.
In the morning, at midday, and in the evenings when I get home from school, I don't have lessons in the evening, so I come to help my mom. After that, on Saturdays and weekends, I go to the field. And now, in the evening, when I go to the orchestra, I eat a lot before going to the orchestra. I take my time to wash up. I do all that before going to the orchestra and meeting up with my friends to play.
The economic woes are not the only hurdle. They also have to fight conservative parents, especially in predominantly Muslim areas where music is not considered a fit for followers of Islam. Given the situation and the hopes that the orchestra brings to these children, the group's instructor believes it's a crazy project.
In fact, we're doing the opposite of what a traditional orchestra does. That is to say, at a traditional orchestra is a gathering of all the best musicians who have passed competitions, who have got their diploma, etc. Here, the Odienne Orchestra started by bringing them together as an orchestra, and that's where they learn about instruments, playing technique, music theory, and so on.
La technique de jeu, le solfège, la musique et tout.
While being taught to tune their instruments, these children also learn to tune in the chords of their lives. The orchestra has given them hopes of a better future and encourages them to fight the harsh realities to chase their ambitions.
It has changed my life. Yes, ever since I was little I've dreamt of being a musician. I wanted to play the trombone. Ever since I was a little boy, I've dreamed of being a musician, and now my dream is coming true.
They can play Mozart's March of the Priests from the Magic Flute. Their performance on Coup de Marteau became a hit during the closing ceremony of the Africa Cup of Nations this year. They have also played for Ivory Coast's president, Alassane Ouattara, last year on the anniversary of independence from France in 1960. This shows that despite the odds and hardships, dreams do come true. And these children and their determination are a testament to that.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene.
The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in Europe, where Italy is hosting the Group of Seven, or G7 nations. President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are scheduled to meet and sign a new bilateral security agreement on the sidelines of the G7 summit. Now, the pact will commit both countries to a long-term defense and security cooperation framework, and it's expected to be an executive agreement which will make it less formal than a treaty and non-binding for any future presidents. Confirming the agreement, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated that it would not include the direct deployment of U.S. troops to Ukraine. He also called it a bridge towards Ukraine's potential inclusion into NATO. Now, on the sidelines of the summit, President Biden is also expected to press G7 leaders to move forward with a complex strategy to convert seized Russian assets into a new funding source for Ukraine. Now, this will enable billions of dollars to be allocated for Kyiv to bolster its defenses in the year 2025 and beyond.
This is a critical moment. The stakes of this war are high, and Ukraine's survival is on the line, but so is all of our security. None of us would want to live in a world where Putin prevails. We would all be less secure if tyrants think that they can trample borders and cow their neighbors.
Now, as part of the latest agreement, Washington plans to hold consultations with Ukraine immediately following a future attack by Russia. However, this agreement will not include a mutual defense clause, which would otherwise commit the United States to defend Ukraine militarily in the event of another attack. Now, while President Zelensky has welcomed these commitments, he's also emphasized that they do not promise full NATO membership, which includes a mutual defense of allies under Article 5. Now, the proposal continues to be logistically complicated and legally thorny, as some European officials still harbor doubts about its viability. However, NATO allies have increased their support for Ukraine, including allowing Kyiv to fire Western weapons into Russian territory. Over the last 2 weeks, France, Germany, the UK, and the United States have allowed President Zelensky to attack Russian military targets inside Russia, and the move has already paid massive dividends. President Biden remains hopeful, however, the G7 will unify around this framework that will provide the much-needed resources to fortify Ukraine and serve as a bulwark against an increasingly bellicose Russia. And now moving to South America, Argentina's Senate has voted to approve the first set of harsh austerity measures proposed by President Javier Milei. The bill was passed after a marathon debate and seeks to boost investment by privatizing public entities and providing incentives for businesses.
For those Argentinians who deserve to regain the pride of being Argentinian and always thinking of everything for Argentina, my vote is affirmative for today's Order 3724.
Now, the move has sparked tensions among Argentines who protested violently on the streets of Buenos Aires. Thousands of protesters gathered near the Senate building in a demonstration against Milei's reform bill. While the protests began with songs and street barbecues, they soon turned violent as riots erupted shortly after the debate unfolded inside the congressional building.
No, we can't give in. He's not Nero, he's waiting for us to set everything on fire. This man thinks he is an emperor, that's why I say he is crazy. It's not like that. This guy thinks he owns everything, that he can change everything. It's not going to change it.
Argentinian police tried to disperse the crowd using tear gas, rubber bullets, pepper spray, and even water cannons. Several opposition leaders who were part of these protests had to be hospitalized and treated for burns to their eyes and skin. The police detained 18 people in the connection with violent protests, and the Malay administration accused them of attempting to overthrow the government. Now, President Malay has vowed to slash state spending with his chainsaw campaign and contends his austerity measures will bring inflation and the country's sovereign debt under control. However, critics predict the steep cuts will only worsen the situation.
This is a disastrous law for the Argentine people, where there is a labor reform without severance pay, where workers pay the salary tax again, where President Terminator is empowered to take any measure for 1 year, where international corporations are empowered to invest in our country with a 30-year grace period on taxes.
The Argentine president has already planned to dismiss 70,000 government employees in the coming months, along with slashing state subsidies for fuel, cutting off funding to provincial governments, and freezing public works. All of this comes at a time when Argentina's annual inflation rate sits at nearly 300% amid a recession that's only deepening.
This law attacks all workers in Argentina. I am a retired teacher, and I do not want to be the last generation of retirees in my family. I want my sister, who is a doctor, to be able to retire, my niece, who is a student, and my daughters, who are professionals and who will not be able to retire if the pension package passes today.
The controversial reform bill that's sparking nationwide outrage features 600 articles and must be approved by lawmakers article by article. Now, if everything falls into place, President Malay could finally claim his first legislative win, a monumental milestone which has so far eluded him 6 months into office. And staying in South America, the Brazilian government has hired the tech company OpenAI to assist the country's judiciary. Artificial intelligence will now tell Brazil's Solicitor General about which cases need to be addressed urgently while flagging legal loopholes. The Brazilian judiciary says that hiring OpenAI would also help in reducing legal costs. The Brazilian government is estimated to spend an astounding $13 billion on judicial decisions just next year alone. Our next report goes into detail about Brazil's trailblazing experimentation with AI.
Artificial intelligence disruption is the next hot topic. The real-world application of the technology is being widely tested. Tech companies like Google and OpenAI are accelerating the embrace of AI. As they strive to deploy the benefits of artificial intelligence to everyday life, countries across the world are tapping into the technological advancements, aiming to streamline operations across various sectors. And Brazil is the latest to join the list. The South American nation has now hired OpenAI to cut its legal costs. The technology is expected to help the Brazilian government avoid losing money on expensive fees on court battles that are straining its budget. The technology will be used to speed up the process of screening and analyzing thousands of lawsuits. It is expected to flag the cases that require government action before final decision, or to map trends and avoid making costly mistakes. OpenAI services will be provided through Microsoft's cloud computing software Azure, though it's not clear how much Brazil will pay for these services. But the government has spent a hefty amount so far owing to its court losses. As per the estimates, it's going to spend over $13 billion next year on the cases it can no longer appeal. This consumes a growing share of Brazil's federal budget. As the government turns to AI to solve the crisis, it also assures that the technology would not eat up jobs and will only aid in gaining accuracy and efficacy. While Brazil tests AI in the legal arena, countries across the world are deploying AI tools in various forms. In sectors like healthcare to banking and even education, artificial intelligence is being used for better services and results. One of the leading examples is the US government, which is leveraging AI technology not just in areas like healthcare and transportation, but also national security and defense. A slew of other nations are also catching up, including China, Russia, the United Kingdom, and India. Though the debate around AI replacing humans is here to stay, with the significant rise of AI in such fields, for now, the focus remains on how effective the technology can be in streamlining government functioning.
And now returning to the United States, billionaire Elon Musk is facing an increasing number of lawsuits. The latest accusation alleges the SpaceX and Tesla CEO of having sexual relations with his employees. A striking report claims a former SpaceX employee and the tech billionaire had a brief romantic relationship back in 2017. She states that he continued to pursue her, often sending late-night texts and inviting her to his mansion. And despite her initial excitement about the job, the professional relationship grew uncomfortable due to Musk's persistent advances. According to the report, these interactions made her role increasingly difficult, prompting her to seek a different position within the company. She also alleged that the situation reached a critical point when Musk asked her to bear his children. And upon her refusal, she was denied a raise, suggesting retaliation for not complying with his request. However, this is not the first time former executives and employees have voiced their concerns about Elon Musk. Various workers claim that complaints about Musk's behavior were often ignored and that the billionaire was exempt from the rules that apply to others. The former employees say that this created a toxic work environment where employees felt pressured to tolerate inappropriate behavior from the top. Now, Musk has not publicly commented on these latest allegations. However, Gwynne Shotwell, SpaceX's president and COO, has defended Musk, stating that he is one of the best humans she knows. She highlighted that SpaceX thoroughly investigates all harassment claims and takes appropriate actions to address them. SpaceX and Elon Musk's lawyers have also dismissed the reports, claiming it's full of untruths. The recent allegations are particularly sensitive for Musk, as he is already under intense scrutiny for his substantial $46 billion pay package at Tesla, which is being contested by shareholders. The growing controversy over his personal conduct could further impact public perception and investor confidence in his leadership. And finally, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, it seems, can't catch a break. The 44-year-old conservative leader is facing flack for his remarks once again. Sunak, who attended one of the UK's most expensive schools, has said that his childhood wasn't all that privileged. When asked in an interview what hardships he faced while growing up, Sunak said he didn't have cable TV. Now, these remarks come at a time when many in Britain are finding it difficult to put food on the table and afford basic housing. Now, the millionaire prime minister is being heavily criticized on social media, with users accusing him of being out of touch with the reality of ordinary citizens in the country. Our final report takes you inside the latest controversy plaguing the prime minister.
UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's controversial remarks have made headlines once again. The 44-year-old, who sits on a fortune of over $820 million with his wife Akshata Murthy, has said that he went without lots of things as a child, including a satellite TV. In a recent interview, Sunak reflected on the sacrifices his parents made during his childhood. When asked about what he missed out on while growing up, Sunak struggled to provide a clear answer. And when the interviewer pressed him to be more specific, the Prime Minister, who attended one of Britain's most expensive boarding schools, thought only of not having the satellite-linked Sky TV as his best example of hardship.
I wanted as a kid that I couldn't have, right? Famously, Sky TV.
Sunak's comments have been receiving a massive backlash on social media, with people accusing him of being out of touch with ordinary citizens. The millionaire has also ignited a flurry of memes on X, formerly known as Twitter, with users calling him Poor Rishi and setting up a fake GoFundMe campaign for him. This isn't the first time that the Conservative Prime Minister has made such remarks. Earlier, he also faced scrutiny over his perceived detachment from the working class. A resurfaced clip from 2007 captured Sunak saying that he did not have working-class friends during his upbringing. The opposition Labour Party has always tried to use Sunak's personal wealth to suggest that he is unable to relate to the problems faced by most people in Britain.
Never again will a Prime Minister or Chancellor be allowed to rush through plans that are uncosted, unscrutinised and wholly detached from economic reality.
Now, Sunak's latest remarks have further strengthened the opposition's point, especially when the country is grappling with sky-high inflation and a cost of living crisis. The UK has seen prices of rent, food and energy increase dramatically since 2021, and Britons feel that Sunak, who took office in 2022, has failed to address their issues.
I think Labour will get in because people will just want to vote the Tories out. It won't be a particularly they want Labour in, they would just want the Tories out. And I think the sad thing is the country's it seems to be in such a mess. National health is in such a mess. I don't really know what someone else coming in can really help. It took years to get in this mess. It'll take years to get out.
The United Kingdom will vote on the 4th of July in a snap election that was called for by Sunak last month. So, with a net worth that puts him even ahead of Britain's King Charles, is Sunak too rich to rule?
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you once again for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
It's day 2 of the G7 summit here in Italy, and we have a lot of developments to share with you. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived here late last night. He had a busy day today. G7 sessions, multiple bilaterals, even a chat with the Pope. We'll bring you all the top highlights of the second day of the G7 summit from Italy. Also, this is the first foreign visit for Prime Minister Modi in his third term. So what does it mean for India-Italy relations? And what is his message for the rest of the world? Why did the Pope talk about artificial intelligence at the G7? Why is Africa a top focus for the Italian Prime Minister here? How will Italy become a transport hub? We'll bring you a ground report from the port of Bari and a special report on the G7 host, Giorgia Meloni, how she overcame the far-right tag to become a darling of the West. All this and more coming up. Day 2 of the G7 summit. The meetings are still underway. A joint statement is expected, but broadly the outcomes are on expected lines. The G7 are getting tough on Russia and China. There's more support for Ukraine, including both financial and military assistance. A promise to boost big-ticket investments and a clear message to Israel and Hamas to de-escalate. Let's bring you the top 5 highlights. Highlight number 1, Russian money for Ukraine. After much back and forth, the G7 has pulled the trigger on this proposal. They will use frozen Russian assets to support Ukraine. The G7 will give $50 billion to Kiev, which is a multi-year loan, but Ukraine doesn't have to repay the loan. Profits of the frozen Russian funds will be used to repay this loan. And where will Ukraine deploy this money? Broadly in 2 areas. First, to buy more weapons from the West, and second, for the reconstruction efforts. Italy's Prime Minister and G7 host Giorgia Meloni announced this deal.
I can confirm that we have reached a political agreement to provide additional financial support to Ukraine of about $50 billion by the end of the year. We are not talking about a confiscation of these assets, but of the interest that accrues over time.
Obviously, Russia is not happy. Moscow is threatening, quote-unquote, extremely painful retaliatory measures. But it's not the only agreement here that will displease Moscow. Here's highlight number 2. The US and Japan have signed security accords with Ukraine. These are long-term security commitments valid for up to 10 years. And what do they entail? pretty much everything that Ukraine needs. Both the US and Japan are promising more defense equipment for Ukraine, more intelligence sharing, training for Ukrainian soldiers, assistance to ramp up weapons production, and humanitarian aid. The US and Japan have pledged all of this. Now, this pact is non-binding, so there are no guarantees in terms of delivery, but Ukraine's President Zelensky is still happy. He's attending the G7 summit, and he has called these agreements historic. He says they will pave the way for Ukraine's NATO membership.
The issue of NATO is covered through the text of the agreement. It states that America supports Ukraine's future membership in NATO and recognizes that our security agreement is a bridge to Ukraine's membership in NATO.
Ukraine has similar agreements with other allies. So far, Kiev has signed at least 15 such pacts. But the promises made by the US and Japan stand out. Zelensky says the US has promised more lethal weapons to Ukraine. This includes new squadrons of F-16 jets and Patriot missile systems. Japan is giving more financial aid to Ukraine. It has outlined a commitment worth $4.5 billion. Europe, too, is promising to expand support to Kiev.
So that's a commitment that the G7 have made in a united way. So it will be shared by each member. And there will be a decision to be taken in Europe by the Americans, the Canadians, and the Japanese. It's a joint effort by the entirety of the members of G7.
The G7 is also sharpening its attacks on Russia. That's highlight number 3. G7 leaders have made a pledge. They want to weaken Russia financially. And for this, they have identified 3 targets. First, Russian oil supplies. The G7 will strictly enforce a price cap on Russian oil. Second, future energy projects in Russia. The G7 wants to restrict the flow of funds towards these projects. And third, Russia's metal trade. The G7 plans to clamp down on it.
It is a strong signal that we are sending to Ukraine that we will support Ukraine in its fight for freedom for as long as it takes. It is also a strong signal to Putin that Putin cannot outlast us.
The goal is to restrict Russia's international trade and significantly reduce its revenues. And to achieve this goal, the G7 will slap more sanctions and double down on enforcement. Because so far these tools have been ineffective. Russia has managed to skirt most sanctions. It is also reducing dependence on the global financial system. The Moscow exchange has suspended trading in dollars and euros, and going forward, Russia has plans to target European assets.
The countries of the West have frozen now a part of Russian assets and currency reserves. Now they are thinking about any sort of legal grounds allowing them to finally appropriate them. Despite all the chicanery, theft will certainly remain theft, and it will not go unpunished.
So the West versus Russia battle is only set to intensify, both on the battlefield of Ukraine and on the economic front. But what about the other war, the Israel versus Hamas war? Well, that came up for discussion too, and that is highlight number 4. The G7 is sending some clear messages to Israel. They're against a full-scale invasion of Rafah. And they don't want the war to spill over, especially to the north, where Israeli forces are intensifying their operations against the Hezbollah in Lebanon. But there is no movement on the ceasefire proposal. And US President Joe Biden is blaming Hamas for the lack of progress.
The biggest hang-up so far is Hamas refusing to sign on, even though they have submitted something similar. Whether it now that comes to fruition remains to be seen. We're going to continue to push. I don't have a final answer for you.
So this conflict isn't ending anytime soon. The G7 leaders also discussed China at length, and that is highlight number 5 on our list. The G7 is planning curbs on Chinese exports, particularly its electric vehicles. Chinese cars are piling up on European ports. There is an oversupply from China, so the G7 wants to raise export barriers. It has also warned Beijing against supporting Russia's war. Zelensky, too, issued a warning to Chinese President Xi Jinping.
I had phone conversation with the leader of China by phone. He said that he will not sell any weapon to Russia. That is the first. We'll see with you. We'll see. But he said to me, if he is a respectable person, he will not, because he gave me the word.
The G7 is challenging China on another front too. They will challenge China's Belt and Road with their own counter-initiative. It is called Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. Now, this is something that was announced in 2022 by the Group of Seven. The plan is to mobilize some $600 billion. Where will this money go? It will be used to fund development projects around the world after a sluggish start. The G7 seems to be making some progress on this front. Some new initiatives have been announced at this year's summit. Collectively, they're worth $30 billion. This money will fund a wide range of projects the world over. They will cover areas like infrastructure, digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, and climate change. And who is footing the bill for these projects? Mostly the private sector.
All told, I'm proud to announce the United States has mobilized more than $60 billion in investments around the world thus far. That's double where we were last year. Now we've still got a long way to go to close the infrastructure gap that holds too many countries back.
The G7 is still far away from its target of $600 billion, but at least this is a start. So overall, the G7 leaders have covered a lot of ground, but for those who had hoped for solutions to pressing global problems, the summit may disappoint. Meetings, agreements, bilaterals, deals, and so much more. It's diplomacy at its peak. That's what the G7 summit is about, but not without some fun moments, some awkward greetings, some random wandering, and even a birthday celebration. Social media can't seem to get enough of these videos, so we decided to compile them for you. Take a look at the top viral moments from the 50th G7 summit.
It was a very long wait, almost excruciating, but the Italian Prime Minister took it like a champ. Giorgia Meloni stood patiently, fixed her hair a few times, inspected the signage, had a few laughs with the photographers, and even took a selfie with them. But there's only so much that you can do at the G7 entry point. 21 minutes later, her last guest finally arrived, Joe Biden. Aviators in place, he trudged along to greet Meloni. No one knows why the US president was so late. Maybe his driver took a wrong turn, or who knows. Maybe it's just fashionable to be late to a party. But Meloni wasn't one to let it slide. Soon, bygones were bygones. The two leaders greeted each other. They exchanged kisses, they hugged, they posed for the camera, and it was time to leave. But Biden had to do a Biden. He shook Meloni's hands, and usually that's good enough. But the US president took it a step further. He saluted her. But it wasn't the only salute at the G7. It looks like Biden has made it his go-to form of greeting. He met Ukrainian President Zelensky, and what did he do? Well, salute again. Aye, aye, Captain. The G7 is a tough ship to steer, and Meloni seems the best suited at the moment. Look at the other leaders, embattled at home, poor ratings, facing re-election. The resort they are staying in, Borgo Egnazia, has a motto: nowhere else. And right now, these world leaders would not prefer to be anywhere else, especially their own countries. With dark suits and solemn faces, they look like a class that has just been pulled up. Meanwhile, Meloni, in her pink suit, exuding the confidence of a class topper. She greeted leaders with full smiles and an Indian touch, a namaste. Well, maybe she should have stuck with that, because some hugs were longer than others. Greetings done, the class of G7 2024 huddled together, not for serious talks, but for some celebrations. It was German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's birthday, and what's a birthday without some singing, even if it's off tune?
Happy birthday, dear Olaf. Happy birthday to you. Yeah!
No cake though, because the leaders already have a lot on their plate. Once the singing was done, it was finally time for diplomacy. You know, the boring part of the summit. And someone seemed to doze off. No prizes for guessing who. Well, maybe Biden was just resting his eyes. But Zelensky wouldn't have it. He jumped from his seat to wake him up. But the most viral moment of this summit happened here, at the flag ceremony. It was the last event of day one. World leaders gathered under the setting Italian sun to see the spectacular display. And then there was Biden, shuffling away from the group, wandering off to speak to a parachutist. But Meloni would have none of it. She dragged him back and other leaders positioned themselves around him. Disaster was averted. Seems like these G7 leaders are like any other family. They're dysfunctional. They have tensions between each other. And sometimes they have to steer a wayward member back to the right way. But when it comes to the family photo, it's all smiles.
Now let's look at the G7 from an Indian lens. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Italy last night. He was among the few non-G7 leaders to receive an invite, which is not unusual. He's been a regular at G7 summits for a while now. This is Modi's 5th summit in as many years, the 5th in 5 years, and it is India's 11th invite overall. So the industrialized world knows that India is a key player, and they've known it for a while, which is why Modi's invite was only to be expected. This is his first trip after being sworn in as Prime Minister for a 3rd time. He put out a statement about this before he left for Italy. Take a look. He spoke about the India-Italy strategic partnership and his role at the G7 summit. His goal is simple. Modi wants to raise the issues that affect the global south, and this will be a useful platform for that. It's also useful for another reason. India has just had its general election. Modi has returned to power for a 3rd consecutive term. Going for the G7 summit sends a signal to the world that nothing has really changed. It's business as usual when it comes to India. The G7 summit is the perfect place for Prime Minister Modi to make that point. He is participating in the G7 outreach session. Now, this is the session where the non-G7 invitees will take center stage. There are 3 major topics for the outreach session: artificial intelligence, energy, and Africa and the Mediterranean. Now, India has interests in all these matters, and New Delhi is expected to contribute to all the discussions. But the outreach meeting is not the only reason why Prime Minister Modi has gone to Italy. He's taking full advantage of the opportunity to be here to better India's bilateral ties with various nations. Modi is taking part in 5 bilaterals today, with 5 out of the 7 G7 heads of state. He's had bilaterals with 5: Macron, Sunak, Scholz, Kishida and Meloni. A bilateral with Joe Biden fell through because of the packed schedule. The bilateral with Macron came first, the French president.
Great to be here.
The 2 leaders discussed a host of topics, from defense to artificial intelligence and critical technologies. India wants to strengthen its partnership with France in all these fields. Prime Minister Modi also took the opportunity to wish Macron luck while hosting the upcoming Olympics, not elections. After Macron came Rishi Sunak. Another big hug, signaling warm ties, and then came the talks. The focus was on trade and defense, with special emphasis on improving cooperation in the defense industry. After this came a meeting with a fellow non-G7 guest, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
इतने व्यस्त समय में भी मेरे चुनाव विजय के लिए आपने फोन किया, मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Now, Modi and Zelensky have met before at the previous G7 summit in Japan. And they've had a number of calls over the years to discuss the war in Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi caught up with President Zelensky at the sidelines of this summit too and reiterated India's stance, encouraging a peaceful resolution to the war. Another summit is taking place tomorrow in Switzerland. It's a summit for peace in Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi won't be going, but he has promised Zelensky that he will send a high-level delegation in his stead. The hectic morning was followed by the G7 outreach session that we mentioned. All the world leaders had gathered for this event. They greeted Meloni before taking their place in the hall. During the outreach session, Prime Minister Modi received glowing praise from French President Emmanuel Macron, who lauded the Indian leader's initiative on artificial intelligence as the G20 chair. And now the bilaterals will have resumed by now. Modi will now be meeting the German leader Olaf Scholz, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. That is Prime Minister Modi's packed schedule today. Multiple bilaterals with an outreach session squeezed in. But one leader seems to have been snubbed, and that is Canada's Justin Trudeau, which was only to be expected. Trudeau has been instrumental in bringing Indo-Canadian ties to an all-time low because of his appeasement of Khalistanis in Canada. He hasn't stopped shielding the extremists, no matter how many times India has asked. So Modi decided that he did not want to waste time with Trudeau. The Indian Prime Minister had bilaterals with everyone else though, and we'll see the result in the days to come. So this visit is significant for multiple reasons. Like we've been saying, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first foreign visit since taking office in the third term. Plus the venue is Italy, an increasingly close partner of India. The two countries share a long history. They've had their share of setbacks too, but in the last few years, things have only improved. Last year, when Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was in India, they upgraded the India-Italy relations into a strategic partnership. What does it mean for the two countries? Our next report tells you.
Last year, the Italian Prime Minister was in town. She met PM Modi, and she had a lot to say. But one thing stood out. Giorgia Meloni said that PM Modi is the most loved leader.
Prime Minister Modi has reached, I think, is the most loved one of all around the world.
Says a lot about the India-Italy relations, right? Both countries are ancient civilizations. They have rich cultural heritage. In the 13th century, Marco Polo traveled to India. He even wrote about his experiences. During World War II, Indian troops were deployed to Italy. They were serving with the British Indian Army. They fought against the Axis powers. Which brings us to political relations. The two countries established ties in 1947. Since then, there has been a regular exchange of visits, both at the political level and the official levels. But ties have not always been great. In 2012, there was the Enrica Lexi case. Indian authorities arrested 2 Italian Marines, accusing them of killing 2 Indian fishermen. Then there was the Augusta Westland VVIP helicopter scandal. The defense firm was accused of bribery. It was owned by the Italian company Leonardo. India cancelled the procurement deal. In 2015, Leonardo was banned from the defense market. So there were setbacks. But things have changed in the last few years. In October 2021, PM Modi paid his first official visit to Italy. In 2023, PM Meloni paid her first ever state visit to India. This was after her victory in the 2022 elections. This was the first high-level visit from Italy to India after a gap of 5 years. She also visited India for the G20 summit. Since then, there have been a lot of high-level engagements. India and Italy have upgraded their ties. It's now a strategic partnership. The focus is on defense, Indo-Pacific, energy, and technology. Plus, there are robust bilateral ties. In 2022, bilateral trade between India and Italy stood at $15 billion. Italy is India's 4th largest trading partner in the EU. India accounts for 1.5% of Italian imports. Indian industries have contributed over $400 million to Italy across sectors. Italy is also home to about 2 lakh Indian origin people. It's the third largest community of Indians in Europe. And there's also a focus on defense trade. Italy is keen to revive defense ties with India. This is after India lifted a ban on the Italian defense major Leonardo. So things are looking up for India and Italy, with a strategic partnership in the balance. Both nations look to boost trade, defense, and bilateral ties.
The host is supposed to be the life of any party. It's true at the G7 too. From the red carpet to the family photo to the group sessions, Giorgia Meloni has been the star of this show, which also tells you a story. When she was elected in 2022, the West was wary. Meloni's ideology was far right, so the West had all sorts of concerns. Would she be soft on Vladimir Putin? Would she take Italy further away from Brussels? Well, all those worries have disappeared. Meloni is now a favorite of the Western leaders, quite unlike her peers from the European far right. So how did she manage it? Our next report tells you. The year was 2022. A political earthquake swept through Italy, an earthquake named Giorgia Meloni. The elections that year came after a period of turmoil. First, the Wuhan virus pandemic ravaged the Italian countryside, then the lockdown sapped the national economy. All of this had destroyed the credibility of mainstream political parties and leaders. Enter Meloni. Her party, the Brothers of Italy, swept to power. The global media was splashed with headlines like these. They branded Meloni a far-right politician, someone cut from the same cloth as Benito Mussolini. It's been 2 years since those headlines and predictions. Today, Meloni is stronger than ever within Italy and Europe. She's also a darling of the US and the European Union. So how did a far-right politician manage this feat? Meloni was born in southern Rome, a region known for its left-of-center ideology. But as a teenager, she was drawn to right-wing politics. She joined the youth wing of the Italian Social Movement, an organization that evolved from Mussolini's fascist party. As Italy's longtime dictator, Mussolini crushed democracy and freedoms in the country. He also dragged Italy into war and ruin. His imprint and legacy can be seen even here in Bari. This city and this region have historical ties to fascism. Mussolini cultivated Puglia as an agricultural basket. After the First World War, he wanted to convert Italy into a self-sufficient country. And this is the region that he chose for it. He intensified grain, olive oil and wheat production, and all of it was monitored from this building behind me, the Palazzo del Governo, or the Government Palace, a building that was built in the 1800s, later converted by Mussolini into a government headquarters. It is from here that the fascists exercised control over Bari and southern Italy. In 2012, Meloni founded her Brothers of Italy party. In the 2018 general election, the party got just 4% of the votes. But the following years altered Italy's society and economy forever. Italy was among the worst affected countries during the pandemic, with almost 200,000 deaths. Suddenly, Meloni's right-wing policies did not look radical. They looked like the solution to the problems created by mainstream parties. Her party won 26% of the votes in the 2022 elections, and Meloni became Italy's first female prime minister. Many commentators wrote doomsday predictions. They accused Meloni of being a neo-fascist. But in her first speech as prime minister, Meloni rejected those allegations. She embraced the idea of a united Europe.
I never felt sympathy or closeness to undemocratic regimes, any regime including fascism. Just as I have always considered the racial laws of 1938 the lowest point in Italian history, a shame that will mark our people forever.
The far right was long considered political kryptonite in Europe. But look at these pictures from the G7. Forget kryptonite, Meloni is the summit favorite. The question is, How did she manage this? With 3 political strategies. The first is restraint. Meloni has supported policies against abortion, gay rights and immigration, but she hasn't taken radical steps to roll them out. Most far-right leaders make the mistake of moving too fast with their agenda. Meloni knows that will backfire. Of course, the times have changed. Italy is a strange case when it comes to democracy and liberal thought. It is not as open-minded as some of the countries in Western Europe like France and Germany. It is not even as close-minded as some countries in Eastern Europe. And Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has used this gap to her advantage. Her basic ideology is anti-abortion and anti-LGBTQ. But she's not rushing to push it. Unlike, say, the conservatives in the US. Donald Trump got 1 term in office and he packed the Supreme Court with judges to limit abortion rights in America. Giorgia Meloni is not making that mistake. She's moving slowly to limit the backlash. In her speeches, she's still the firebrand far-right leader, but Meloni has not touched Italy's Charter of Rights. The second strategy is communication. European far-right leaders are not exactly crowd favorites. Their political language is often sharp and offensive. Not Giorgia Meloni. She has built an aura of likability around her. Whether it's clicking selfies on her tours, or a strong social media game, or talking about her love for Tolkien. That's right. Giorgia Meloni is a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. She calls them sacred books. In 2008, as Italy's youth minister, she was to be photographed for a magazine. And guess where she decided to pose for this photograph? Near a statue of Gandalf. Her third strategy is foreign policy. Most European far-right leaders have antagonized mainstream Western institutions like the EU and NATO. In fact, many far-right parties in Europe are called Eurosceptics. But not Giorgia Meloni. She has positioned herself very carefully. She firmly backs Ukraine's defense against Russia. She has participated in various EU initiatives, and she's also supported NATO's expansion in the Nordic. So Giorgia Meloni has emerged as a firm and reliable Western ally, which is why her position on issues like abortion and human rights often takes a backseat. Meloni has succeeded where other far-right leaders have not. Look at Hungary's Viktor Orban. He may have captured power in his country, but he faces constant criticism from the EU. He is very much isolated in Brussels. Another example is Marine Le Pen of France, another loose cannon leader who has struggled to gain traction. Giorgia Meloni has shown them the way. At 47 years of age, she has a long political career ahead. If she plays her cards right, she could reshape European politics for the years to come. Before we begin our next story, let me show you some images. This is Pope Francis, the Holy See, the sovereign of the Vatican. Now this is him wearing a puffer jacket, riding a motorcycle and drinking beer at a music festival. No, the pontiff is not leading a double life, not that we know of. These images are deep fakes, meaning digitally altered images of the Pope, created using artificial intelligence. Last year, when these images went viral, all eyes were on the Holy See, which is why today the Pope has travelled across Italy from St. Peter's Square to Bari to make a historic intervention at the G7 summit. The Pope was welcomed by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. There was banter, goofing around and some expectation setting.
Ancora ridi? Ancora ridi? Siamo in due. Da dove? Mi fa tanto piacere, un grande regalo questa tua presenza. Grazie. Veramente. Sono molto contenta. Sarà una lunga giornata, lei lo sa.
Afterwards, the Pope greeted leaders from G7 and other nations. Macron put his jacket on as a mark of respect. Argentina's Javier Milei shared a hug. Biden shared a close moment with the Pope, quite literally, and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted him like an old friend. After the meet and greet, the Pope got down to business. He spoke about artificial intelligence.
Faced with the marvels of machines, which seem to know how to choose independently, we should be very clear that decision-making, even when we are confronted with its sometimes dramatic and urgent aspects, must always be left to the human person. We would condemn humanity to a future without hope if we took away people's ability to make decisions about themselves and their lives by dooming them to depend on the choices of machines.
He pushed for stronger guardrails on AI and stressed on the ethical implications of the technology.
We need to ensure and safeguard a space for proper human control over the choices made by artificial intelligence programs. Human dignity itself depends on it. This starts from an effective and concrete commitment to introduce ever greater and proper human control. No machine should ever choose to take the life of a human being.
Now, he's the first pontiff to address this summit. But this should not come as a surprise because Pope Francis has a record of breaking convention. He is known to weigh in on world affairs. He has sent loud messages on ending the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. He has approved blessings for same-sex couples. He has pushed for women's participation in governing the church. For a sovereign of the Vatican, these are all bold opinions and decisions. But what is surprising is this. Technology is not obvious territory for the church. So why is a pope talking about AI? Yes, the matter is personal for him, but his concerns go far beyond this unintentional stint of sneaker modeling. As a young man, the pontiff trained as a chemist. Technology interests him. He believes AI offers exciting opportunities, but he also foresees grave risks to mankind. So from a moral authority lens, this is something that the Pope can talk about, and he has. Since the launch of ChatGPT, AI has dazzled the world. But there are fears about AI safety as well, from risks in everyday life to creation of bioweapons. Time and again, the Pope has echoed these concerns. In his annual peace message this year, Pope Francis called for an international treaty on artificial intelligence. The Vatican Research Institute has issued a document as well. It lays out principles for the ethical use of AI. Top tech players, including Microsoft, IBM and Cisco, have signed this document. And this is the soft power of the papal office. Giorgia Meloni knows this. So it is not surprising that she would invite the Pope to talk about a mutual concern. Last year, Italy placed a temporary ban on ChatGPT. It also plans to penalize the misuse of AI. Meloni supports an ethical framework for artificial intelligence. And what better than give it a push during the G7 summit that she is hosting? With G7 leaders who are at the forefront of the AI debate, the European Union has a wide-ranging AI Act. It is set to take effect over the next 2 years. Japan is drawing up a code of conduct for AI developers. It has a framework of global regulation for AI. The US is calling for an AI legislation. Britain pushed for a dialogue during an AI summit last year. So slowly but surely, G7 nations are trying to regulate artificial intelligence. Meloni can only hope that the papal star power gives them a boost. Strategic location, rich history and a long coastline. Bari is truly a picturesque port city, but it's more than just another tourist hub. It's a key part of Italy's ambitious plans. As the world rethinks supply chains, towns like Bari are coming into focus. With global trade evolving, Italy is positioning itself as a crucial player. So what role will Bari play in this? How will Italy become the transport hub that connects Europe to the East? Here's a report. Every era is defined by a catchphrase. For this era, it's supply chain. Recent events have made world leaders think hard about them. The pandemic showed why making in China is a huge risk. You're betting on a country with little to no transparency. Then in 2021, there was a traffic jam at the Suez Canal. One ship got stuck in the crossing and trade worth $10 billion was halted. Both these events have made one thing clear. Our supply chains and trade routes must be more reliable and diverse. This realization has put the focus on cities like Bari. In the ancient times, if a city wanted to grow, the most important resource was this, the sea. I'm talking about a time before steam engines and oil. If you wanted to trade or travel, you had to depend on the sea, and that's where Bari is blessed. It's a city located on the Adriatic port. Behind me is the port of Bari. Every month, it welcomes dozens of vessels, from cruise liners to shipping containers. In fact, Bari is considered as Italy's gateway to the East. especially the Balkans and West Asia. Bari isn't a bustling port like Rotterdam or Dubai. It handles around 2 million passengers every year, plus around 8.2 million tons of goods. But its potential is immense. Bari lies straight across Eastern Europe and the Balkan region. It can also link Italy to Greece, Turkey and West Asia. The ancient Romans realized this strategic advantage. They turned Bari into a prominent cultural and commercial hub. Of course, that also made this city a target for invaders. As a port city, Bari has changed hands many times. You can see Greek and Roman influence very prominently in the architecture here. And fun fact, Bari was also a Muslim emirate for a brief while before being taken over by the Christians again. It's all about the location. From Bari, you can take goods further up north to Rome and other parts of Italy. In fact, this port city has been mentioned in texts from 181 BC. That's more than 2,000 years ago. So everyone wanted a piece of the city. That history is now repeating. Italy is hoping to expand its ports and turn the country into a transit hub. The plan has been gradual. First, Italy bet on China to improve its trade infrastructure. It was the only major Western country to join their Belt and Road Initiative. But last year, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni pulled out of it. She intends to partner with the Gulf states and India now. To realize Italy's dreams, 2 ingredients are necessary. The first is a gift from nature. Italy's coastline is around 7,500 kilometers long. It is located in a very busy commercial waterway, the Mediterranean. This region accounts for 30% of global maritime trade. So Italy is blessed with location and coastline. Now comes the second part, investments. Italy has announced a special National Recovery and Resilience Plan. It has allocated more than $10 billion to upgrade Italy's ports. The European Union is also pitching in. Their lending arm, the European Investment Bank, has extended loans to Italy, around $30 million for port expansion. Italy has set aside a lot of money to develop its ports. Terminals are being expanded here at the port of Bari. Some additional dredging is being done to welcome bigger shipping containers. Further south, you have another major port, the port of Brindisi. It's all part of the same project to develop Italy into a transport hub. And we saw indications of that last year at the G20 summit, when India, Europe and the Gulf states announced a joint project to develop a transport corridor connecting India to the Mediterranean via the Arabian Sea. It's going to be a time-consuming project, but Italy wants to be prepared when the route opens. Port operations are key for Italy's economy. It makes up 9% of the national GDP. The country is also a net exporter of goods. In 2023, Italy had a trade surplus of more than $24 billion, meaning they exported more than they imported. So domestically, port expansion will help Italy. But the real money lies elsewhere. Ports in Northern Europe remain far ahead of Italy, like Rotterdam, Hamburg and Antwerp. Rotterdam alone handles 10 million TEU, or 20-foot equivalent. It's a measure of cargo size. But Italy's entire port capacity is 10 million. So Rome will have to keep pumping more money into these projects, especially eastern ports like Bari. These ports could become the focal point for Italy's trade with the East, including India and China. And Prime Minister Meloni knows this. She has cultivated great relations with the leadership in India. Her G7 guest list also included West Asian leaders, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and King Abdullah of Jordan. MBS could not make it, but it shows her priority. Both Saudi Arabia and Jordan are part of the India-Europe Economic Corridor, so Italy is courting them. This mission will not be easy though. Italy will face competition from neighbouring Greece, which has a strong shipping industry. The ports up north will also put up a fight, but with global trade picking up pace, maybe there's enough room for multiple players. Now let's look at another focus of this G7 summit, Africa. Specifically, migration from Africa into Europe. This is a major issue. for the G7 host nation Italy in particular, and for the rest of Europe in general, represented by Macron, Scholz and the EU delegates. Meloni, of course, is at the forefront here because Italy is in southern Europe, surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore it receives thousands of migrants who often leave Africa on ramshackle boats organized by human trafficking gangs.
Africa, with its difficulties, its opportunities, asks us for a different approach than we have often shown in the past. Linked to Africa, not just Africa, is another fundamental issue that Italy has put at the center of the presidency, which is the issue of migration and the increasingly worrying role that human trafficking organizations are taking on, clearly exploiting the desperation of human beings.
About 22,000 people have arrived in Italy via boat this year. Last year, this number was at 150,000 people, and this is not a safe journey. The migrants had to brave the Mediterranean Sea, where rough weather takes a toll. About 2,000 migrants died or went missing last year. Thousands of others had to be rescued. The boat journey from Africa is perilous. But every year, thousands upon thousands still try to make the voyage. Why is that? For two reasons. The first is that they're seeking asylum. There are a number of insurgencies in Africa. Terrorists have taken over vast areas in countries like Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger. Even Nigeria faces an insurgency by Boko Haram, so you can understand why people are fleeing their homes. They want to escape the violence. So that's one reason for the illegal migration from Africa. But it's not the only reason. The other reason is economic opportunity. Africa was once almost completely colonized by Europeans. Europe carved the continent up and exploited it for generations. Independence came after decades, when Europe had already looted the continent dry. What was left was political instability and widespread poverty. Africa still hasn't recovered, and many are fed up. Instead of waiting for their countries to advance, they want to go to the land of the colonizers and share in the wealth that should have been theirs. But Europe isn't as rich as it once was. Recent events like the war in Ukraine have dealt them a blow. Europeans across nations are going through a cost of living crisis. In this situation, they don't want more mouths to feed, so they want to put an end to illegal immigration. Now, Europe does hold the blame for poverty in Africa. They created the problem that they now face. So how do they end it? Giorgia Meloni has a simple plan. Invest some of Europe's wealth in Africa, create jobs and economic opportunities. Meloni thinks that this will reverse the trend of illegal migration, at least migration for economic purposes. And Meloni calls it the Mattei plan.
The first one is that all of us, we understand that Africa is not looking for charity. They ask for the possibility to compete on an equal footing. And you cannot do that if you don't have infrastructures. So we understand it, and we know it is the priority we have to work on. For too long, Africa has been misunderstood and exploited, looked down or from above. But Africa is instead a continent that can surprise if put in the conditions to take advantage of what is extraordinary about it. It is up to us to collaborate with African nations and to build with them new development opportunities with a peer-to-peer approach in order to grow together.
And she wants it adopted by as many countries as possible. The G7 summit serves as a perfect venue for her to advance her agenda. She brought together two sets of leaders, the rich G7 members and leaders from Africa. Now, Meloni invited the leaders of Algeria, Tunisia, Mauritania and Kenya. She hoped that the African delegation will make a strong case for her plan. Meloni had invited Arab leaders as well, like Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who could have been another source of investments for Africa, but MBS could not make it to Italy because of other commitments. But even though Meloni's Saudi outreach did not work out, her overall plan is still in motion. If the G7 summit generates investments for Africa, Giorgia Meloni can call it a success. It will take a while for her plan to start working, but it is a step in the right direction. Investing in Africa is a smart thing to do, so hopefully the West follows through with Meloni's plan. Now let's talk about the escalating conflict in West Asia. The G7 leaders have made their position clear. They're against Israel's offensive in Rafah. They also don't want the war to spread to Lebanon, but it seems regional players are not paying attention to these warnings. Yesterday, Hezbollah launched a massive attack. They fired more than 200 rockets at northern Israel. The Hezbollah say they targeted a string of Israeli bases. This attack was a response to a recent Israeli operation. Israel had killed a senior Hezbollah commander, so is an escalation on the Israel-Lebanon border now on the cards? Here's a report.
The skies over northern Israel were filled with smoke again. Hezbollah is intensifying its attacks. This week, it launched a barrage of rockets towards Israel, targeting as many as 6 Israeli military sites. The latest round of attacks began on Tuesday when Israel neutralized a senior member of Hezbollah, Talib Abdallah, better known as Abu Talib. He was a high-ranking commander of Hezbollah, and his death has become a rallying cry in Beirut.
After this pure blood of our dear leader, after the martyrdom of Abu Talib, we will increase our operations in intensity, force, quantity, and quality, and let him wait for us in the field.
For 8 months, Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire. But this week's escalation is worrying. In terms of scale, it's one of the biggest attacks yet. Over 215 rockets were launched. They ignited a string of fires in northern Israel. Hezbollah says it took out military targets, including Mount Meron, where the Israeli forces have a radar station and a factory which makes armored vehicles. The comments have sparked fresh fears for a wider war in the region.
Lebanon and Hezbollah, under the guidance of Iran, bear full responsibility to the deterioration of the security situation in the north.
Since the war began in Gaza, the Hezbollah has maintained pressure on Israel on the northern border. Just like the Hamas, Hezbollah too has the backing of Iran. But compared to the Hamas, Hezbollah is a more powerful force. It has participated in multiple regional conflicts. The group's fighters have extensive experience in urban warfare, and they're also well equipped. The Hezbollah has some 200,000 warheads, 140,000 mortar shells, and many drones and precision-guided munitions. So the Hezbollah can sustain a long war. The United Nations is worried about this scenario.
The situation, like I said, across both sides of the blue line, to calm down so that things don't spiral out of control. We are encouraging the parties to exercise restraint.
Ending the war in Gaza will reduce tensions, but a diplomatic solution is still far off. As long as a ceasefire eludes Gaza, the risk of a wider war in West Asia will remain.
Holding a global summit like the G7 is a big deal. The biggest leaders of the world arrive with their teams, so every minute detail is planned. But despite all the preparation and planning, some things cannot be controlled. Italy is learning it the hard way. While Prime Minister Meloni is playing host to the world, global headlines talk about a brawl in the Italian parliament, where lawmakers clashed over a controversial bill. Leaders shoved one another, threw punches and fell to the ground. Amid this scuffle, one lawmaker was injured and had to be evacuated in a wheelchair. Here's a report.
Just as Italy prepared to welcome world leaders for the G7 summit, this is what some Italian leaders were up to. These violent scenes are from Thursday, when a scuffle broke out in the Italian parliament. With Italy hosting the G7 summit, the optics are not good. But what caused this scuffle? A controversial bill about regional autonomy. Currently, these regions and cities in Italy have autonomy. Trento, South Tyrol, Sicily, Friuli Venezia Giulia Aosta, and the island of Sardinia. Most of these are concentrated in northern Italy. So Italy's far-right government plans to grant some additional regions more autonomy. Regions with more autonomy have more powers in areas such as healthcare, education, foreign trade, ports, and energy. This makes autonomous regions financially stronger. But it also increases their tax revenue that's due to the central government. Opponents of the proposal say this is not a good idea because it may increase the north-south divide in the country and create more hardship for the impoverished south. Tensions soared when the same bill was discussed in Parliament. An opposition party member tried to give an Italian flag to Roberto Calderoli, who is the Minister for Regional Affairs and Autonomies. Calderoli rejected the tricolour flag and backed away. Within seconds, chaos erupted. Others in the lower chamber joined the fray. They shoved one another, threw punches. Some leaders say they were kicked. One leader was apparently injured and was evacuated on a wheelchair. Now, Italian officials are expressing regret. Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani says, "I have no words. We need to set another example, not punches to resolve political problems." Sounds a bit like too little, too late, because images from the brawl are making headlines globally, and not much can be done to undo this. At this point, the only saving grace for Italy is this. Brawls have a long history of playing out in parliaments, and this happens time and again around the world. In Taiwan, lawmakers have thrown punches, chairs, and eggs. In fact, a brawl broke out just last month. In 2020, legislators in Taiwan even threw pig hearts, intestines, and lungs. For context, this was after the ruling party decided to allow imports of pork from the US, which contained a controversial additive. And when it comes to fights, lawmakers can get creative. Less than a month ago, a lawmaker was doused with water during a parliamentary debate in Georgia. Italy's debate on the autonomy reform is here to stay. So the G7 host can only hope that its parliamentary brawl doesn't water down the summit's takeaways.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Brazil, protests unfold over a controversial bill that equates legal abortion to murder. In eastern Congo, where children have known little but conflict, chess offers sanctuary in a refugee camp. In Saudi Arabia's Mecca, pilgrims pray at the Grand Mosque ahead of the annual Hajj. And finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 2004, British entrepreneur Richard Branson set a strange new world record. He drove across the English Channel. And I say drove because he crossed the channel in a James Bond-style sports car. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for our special edition of Vantage.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America. We begin with the war in the Middle East. U.S. President Joe Biden says that he does not expect to reach a ceasefire deal in the near future because his proposal has not been completely embraced by Hamas. President Biden's comments came on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Italy, where he discussed the Gaza ceasefire with other member nations as well.
I've laid out an approach that has been endorsed by the UN Security Council, by the G7, by the Israelis. And the biggest hang-up so far is Hamas refusing to sign on, even though they have submitted something similar. Whether it now that comes to fruition remains to be seen. We're going to continue to push. I don't have a final answer for you.
Now, President Biden's remarks come just days after Hamas responded to the proposal with its own amendments. The armed group wants Israel to withdraw from 2 critical corridors within the first week of the initial truce. Hamas is also asking that the Israeli troops pull out entirely from Gaza. And they're also demanding a complete halt to fighting before any exchange of Palestinian prisoners for Israeli hostages. Hamas also wants Russia, China, and Turkey to serve as guarantors and signatories to the ceasefire deal. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the counterproposal from Hamas includes some demands that just are not acceptable.
We were waiting on one response, and that was the response from Hamas. And as the Prime Minister said, last night we received a response. Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
Notably, the original proposal called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and then the release of some Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has insisted that he will not stop the war until he eliminates Hamas, is yet to publicly accept the deal. Now, further complicating the talks, a senior Hamas official said that no one has any idea how many of the remaining 120 hostages are actually alive in Gaza, and that any deal to release them must meet their ceasefire demands. Now, sources say Israeli and American intelligence are working together to locate and rescue the hostages. Now, with the ceasefire proposal hanging in the balance, Hamas is running out of time if it doesn't agree to President Biden's ceasefire proposal. Meanwhile, Israel continues to bombard Gaza in its quest to rescue the hostages and eliminate Hamas. And here in the United States, the race for the White House continues at a heated pace. Recently, convicted felon Donald Trump offered controversial ideas and made his return to Capitol Hill for the first time since the infamous January 6th insurrection, when he urged a mob of his supporters to attack the U.S. Capitol in an effort to overturn the presidential election of 2020. The former president is aiming to attract young voters with a new proposal. Days after pledging to alter federal laws to eliminate taxes, he's now putting forth the idea of implementing an all-tariff policy which would eliminate income taxes. Now, cutting down tax rates has been a long-time goal of the ex-president, and it also was the centerpiece of his 2016 economic plan. Now, elaborating on his tariff policy, the former president proposes to increase taxes on Chinese imports by 60% or more if reelected. Trump also visited the Capitol Hill Club to meet Republican lawmakers and business leaders, marking his first return to the area in 3 years.
Met
as you know, with the full House, Republican House today, and we had a tremendous meeting with them also, and there's great unity. Very similar, different topics actually, but not that different. And there's one thing in common: we want to make America great again.
Now, after meeting Donald Trump, Republican lawmakers expressed optimism about the former president's chances in the upcoming election. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he was confident that Republicans would flip several seats in November, but added that the party would not take anything for granted.
Extraordinary stable of candidates who are out there running great campaigns across the country. We will be working on a very aggressive agenda to fix all the great problems facing this country right now. We talked a little bit about that today with President Trump. We talked about how to grow this House majority and how he will help in doing so, and then how we'll help him as well. And this is a unified effort by the party. We're feeling good.
Now, after the Capitol Hill meeting, Donald Trump and the Republicans were slammed by Democrats who called the visit a moral collapse. Meanwhile, the former president incited another controversy as he called the city of Milwaukee horrible. Milwaukee, Wisconsin will host the Republican Party's presidential convention on the 15th of July. And Wisconsin is a key battleground state that both candidates are aggressively courting and need to win in order to retake the White House in November. Clearly, Trump's latest attack on Wisconsin's largest city will not go over well with voters in the state. And in a race that will go down to the wire, every vote counts. Moreover, with President Biden gaining in the polls since Trump's conviction, this latest criticism of a key battleground could create even more distance between the two rivals in the polls. And now moving to Italy, where the 50th G7 summit is currently underway. On Thursday, the group of industrialized nations agreed upon a $50 billion deal to fund Ukraine's war efforts through the interest accrued on seized Russian assets. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden signed a 10-year security pact with President Volodymyr Zelensky to strengthen Kyiv's defenses against Russian forces. China's economic and political ambitions are also in focus at the summit. Our next report gets you the latest updates from Italy.
The 50th edition of the Group of Seven or G7 summit has begun in southern Italy. It's being held at a luxurious resort in the city of Apulia, where Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is hosting the leaders of more than a dozen countries. Now, the first thing on the agenda for the world's leaders was to double down on support for Ukraine in its war with Russia. The G7 countries have agreed upon a $50 billion deal to fund Kyiv through profits on frozen Russian assets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has thanked the leaders for their support and said the funds will go towards both defense and reconstruction.
The key result for us is that there will be more air defense systems for our cities. Patriots is practically a Ukrainian word now. There will also be more equipment and other necessary supplies for the front. Decisions have been made regarding the use of Russian assets for the benefit of Ukraine, with the G7 taking a significant first step regarding $50 billion. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Zelensky met US President Joe Biden on the sidelines of the G7 summit, and the two nations signed a historic 10-year security pact that will strengthen Ukraine's defense against Russian forces and push it closer to a NATO membership.
President Zelensky and I have just now signed that agreement between the United States and Ukraine. Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term. A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and to deter future aggression anytime in the future.
President Biden said he also discussed a Gaza ceasefire with the G7 leaders to end Israel's 8-month war with Hamas. However, what became the highlight of the first day of the summit wasn't Biden's Ukraine deal or a Gaza ceasefire proposal, but yet another series of gaffes that netizens can't keep their eyes off. In one such instance, the US president appeared to lose his way. While world leaders were engrossed in a parachute display, Biden wandered off and started an impromptu conversation with an officer who was packing a bag. After this, Meloni had to step in and guide Biden back to his place, resulting in an uncomfortable moment during a group photograph. This wasn't the only awkward interaction between the two. In another goof-up, 81-year-old Biden was seen saluting Meloni and awkwardly shaking hands with her before she guided him to walk away. Joe Biden's missteps come just days after he was caught in a series of embarrassing situations during the D-Day ceremony in Normandy, prompting massive trolling and public slander. The latest blunders have further fueled ongoing discussions about Biden's cognitive health, with people even saying that Meloni had to babysit the American president. Some social media users also said that Biden is a total embarrassment on the world stage, while others pointed out it was normal for a person to act like this at his age. Now, the second day of the G7 summit will be focusing on China's political and economic ambitions, with migration and artificial intelligence also being on the agenda. Meanwhile, Pope Francis will become the first head of the Catholic Church to address the G7 summit, and the three-day summit in Italy will end on Saturday.
And shifting focus to Latin America, China is constructing a megaport in a tranquil town on Peru's Pacific coast. China's state-owned COSCO Shipping will launch the $1.3 billion port later this year, and it will likely be inaugurated by Chinese President Xi Jinping during his first trip to the continent since the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, experts believe the port project will strain U.S.-China relations even further, all the while speeding up trade between Beijing and South American nations. Latin America could seek to embrace the surge of inexpensive Chinese goods, as the port in Peru would create opportunities for Beijing to expand its exports, including electric vehicles. Meanwhile, American officials fear that China's control of South America's first truly global commercial hub will allow Beijing to further strengthen its grip over the region's resources. The port would also allow China to deepen its influence among America's closest neighbors and eventually pave the way for Beijing to potentially install strategic military assets in the region. Over the past few years, China's investments in ports have given the country diplomatic leverage with nations in need of investment. Washington says the Chinese port in Peru could lead to increased debt similar to the situation seen in the African nations of Zambia and Ghana. The megaport has placed Peru squarely in the middle of the rivalry between the United States and China. And now, while Peru has embraced Chinese investments in various sectors, including shipping, copper mining, and electricity, Washington has expressed its concerns to Peruvian officials about Beijing's influence over critical infrastructure. Peruvian President Dina Boluarte will travel to China later this month to meet her Chinese counterpart, and the two leaders are scheduled to hold bilateral talks on the 28th of June. The Peruvian president is also expected to meet with executives from COSCO Shipping, Chinese telecom giant Huawei, and electric car maker BYD. And our final story today is about why women live longer and healthier lives than men. Globally, women outlive men by 5%. And it's been said that men don't outlive women due to their poor mental health and lifestyle. But now Japanese researchers claim to have scientific evidence that explains why women are winning the longevity race in the battle of the sexes. It all comes down to microscopic reproductive cells. Our next report explains.
Men and women are like apples and oranges in the vast orchard of human existence. And let's face it, the battle of the sexes is as old as time itself. Men and women differ in both physique and psyche, yet the comparisons and debates are never-ending. With each gender having its own set roles, the age-old question of who's better remains the elephant in the room. Take, for instance, the perpetual debates. Who whips up a better soufflé? Who can parallel park better? Whether it's women shattering the glass ceiling or men being branded as patriarchal oppressors, these discussions seem to go on and on. But in the vast ocean of gender comparisons, one question stands out. Who outlives whom? The answer is, drumroll please, women. And now, scientists may just have the scoop on why. It all boils down to the cells in our bodies, specifically our reproductive cells. Peek through a microscope and you'll see the stars of the show, the eggs and the sperms. These two, the biggest and the smallest cells respectively, are the unsung heroes of human reproduction. Japanese scientists, who are the Sherlocks of the scientific world, have discovered that reproductive cells hold the key to our lifespan. Their investigation involved the small turquoise killifish, a creature that hits puberty faster than a high school freshman and only lives for a few months. Despite its brief life, the killifish ages in a way that's eerily similar to humans. In their experiment, the Japanese team removed reproductive cells from the fish, which would eventually become sperm or eggs, after which males and females started having identical lifespans. The removal of reproductive cells essentially leveled the playing field called life. The researchers said that having eggs gave females healthier tissues, and the lack of estrogen raised the risk of cardiovascular diseases in males. The conclusion was that there was enough evidence to conclude that sperm did in fact suppress lifetimes of males. It's already known that women live about 5% longer than men on a global scale. Various factors contribute to this gap. Young men are more likely to meet their maker through accidents or suicide, while women tend to lead healthier lifestyles.
Suicide every 2 hours, that there's 12 a day, there's 84 a week. That suicide is the single largest killer of men under 45. If you're an 18-year-old man in the UK, the most likely thing to kill you is you.
This life expectancy gap varies from country to country. In the UK, people born between 2020 and 2022 can expect to live 78.6 years if they're men and 82.6 years if they're women. Meanwhile, in Russia, men check out from Earth a whopping 13 years earlier than women. So the next time someone brings up the age-old debate of men versus women, remind them that, scientifically speaking, women have the upper hand in the longevity department. But whether it's cracking eggs or cracking the code of life, it seems that both genders bring something unique to the table. After all, in the grand symphony of life, every instrument has its part to play.
We thank you so much for tuning in today. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with some big updates from South Africa. Weeks after a weakened election verdict, it is a day of relief for the African National Congress, and more so for Cyril Ramaphosa. He is set to be re-elected as South Africa's president for a second term, as the newly elected parliament convened earlier today. Now, this is what South Africa's new National Assembly looks like. The ANC has 159 MPs, the DA has 87, Jacob Zuma's MK party has 58 seats, Julius Malema's EFF holds 39, the IFP stands at 17, and 40 seats are held by other smaller parties. For days, the fate of Cyril Ramaphosa hung in the balance as the ANC scrambled to find political partners. After non-stop deliberations since the May 29th general election result, where the ANC lost its majority for the first time in 30 years, and 11th hour talks on Thursday, the African National Congress finally managed to form a unity government. For the first time in 3 decades as a democracy, South Africa today has a coalition government at the national level. The African National Congress has finally found partners in 2 rival parties, the John Steenhuisen-led DA or Democratic Alliance and the Inkatha Freedom Party, or the IFP. There are other smaller parties too that have agreed to join hands with the ANC. While Cyril Ramaphosa has retained the president's chair, the ANC might have to give up key posts in the government to its unity government partners. Details on how these parties would coordinate and other broader parameters of the deal are yet to be revealed.
Privileged to report to you that after 2 weeks of thorough negotiations that only concluded after today's sitting of Parliament had already started, the DA has reached agreement on the statement of intent for the formation of a government of national unity. The government of national unity's presidential candidate will come from the largest party inside the grouping, being President Cyril Ramaphosa. Following his election today, President Ramaphosa will then exercise his prerogative to appoint his new cabinet from among the members of the Government of National Unity in consultation with the leaders of the constituent parties.
Former ANC firebrand leaders and their parties, Jacob Zuma's MK and Julius Malema's EFF, had already rejected the ANC's offer to be a part of the unity government. 58 MPs from Zuma's MK party boycotted the parliament sitting. But this did not impact the president's vote. South Africa's constitution states that at least a third of the parliament's 400 MPs must be present for a quorum to be present and votes to take place. The ANC alone holds more than a third of the seats. While he may have been re-elected for a second term, challenges for President Ramaphosa are far from over. Next week, Cyril Ramaphosa will be sworn in Pretoria, after which he will be unveiling his new cabinet. But finalizing this cabinet will be an uphill task, with unity government partners eyeing plum posts. Many ANC supporters were opposed to a partnership with the DA because the party is seen as a defender of the interests of the privileged white minority, with the ANC supporters on one hand and the expectations of unity government partners on the other. Cyril Ramaphosa needs to pull off a tough balancing act. Now, if the DA is unsatisfied with cabinet posts offered, it could threaten to withdraw support, and this would land the ANC back in trouble and the South African country in a greater political uncertainty. Now, for more on this, we have with us political commentator Ayanda Sishi-Wigzell, who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Welcome to First Post. Thanks for being with us, Ayanda.
Thank you for having me.
Now, this will be President Cyril Ramaphosa's second term. What are we expecting from his second term in office, and what does he need to do to deal with the falling popularity of the ANC party?
Well, this is, it's going to be a two-pronged answer, because rightfully what you said in your introduction is that he's going to now have to officially be balancing government of national unity. So a lot of political organizations are going to be involved in his cabinet and in his government. So he's going to need to make sure that as the leader of the 7th administration, he's going to have to learn how to balance those relationships. But also you need to look at the state of the country right now. There is a high cost of living. Young people are struggling to get into university and afford to have education. There's a high number of unemployment, 32.9% is the national average, and the average for youth unemployment sits at 49.5%. And so there is going to be a lot of socioeconomic battles that he's going to be facing in the 7th administration, but also it's going to be a balancing act, right, of making sure that the government of national unity can continue, because we have seen what coalitions have looked like at a local government level, and they've been lackluster, to say the least. They've been unstable. I mean, here in the city of Johannesburg, we have had 4 or 5 mayors since the last local government elections, and so that reflecting on the National Assembly on a national level would be disastrous. And so I believe that the president in his second term, as as presidents of this country, is going to have a really difficult task of making sure that the partners that they have taken into this national government of unity is going to be placated. They're going to need to make sure that they are happy within the positions that they are given. So it's going to be interesting after the president is sworn in to see where it is and how it is that those relationships are going to play out when it comes to the different positions that political parties are going to be vying for.
Absolutely. On that, Ayanda, looking at the cabinet posts, what are the unity government partners seeking?
So that is actually a really interesting conversation to have, because there are different ministerial positions that are really important. All ministerial positions are important in this country, but they are key cabinet positions that are really, really powerful and can enact real change in this country, such as the ministry from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. There is the Ministry of Finance as well. There is the Ministry of Trade and Industry, as well as the Ministry of Public Enterprises. So these ministries are incredibly important when it comes to the running and the administration of government. And so we have heard names such as Natasha Mazzoni being thrown out as Minister of Public Enterprises from the Democratic Alliance. We know that she has been very vocal in state capture while she was a part of the Portfolio Committee for Public Enterprises. We have also heard previously, but we know that I think that it's unlikely to happen, because we know that the economic freedom fighters are no longer a part of the government of national unity. But Floyd Shivambu's name was being touted as possibly being the next Minister of Finance, but I doubt that will happen. And so there are going to be key ministerial positions that will have to be given to different political organizations to make sure that the cabinet looks like a government of national unity, because the African National Congress did not receive a mandate from the electorate to form a cabinet with majority of their members of their political organization. So unfortunately now, for them, they are going to have to now share these political positions. So the 7th administration is going to be very interesting now to see how it is that these political parties are going to work together within government to make sure that the business of the day continues, because we know that they have deep-seated ideological differences. The Democratic Alliance has deep-seated differences to the African National Congress, especially when it comes to issues of justice and redress and ways in which we are supposed to run the economy. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how it is that these political parties are going to work together, how it is that cabinet is going to be constituted by the president of this country moving forward next week.
Yeah. And as we've mentioned, this is going to be a balancing act for Cyril Ramaphosa with members of the ANC who dislike the DA in particular. Now, is South Africa one step, or rather one misstep, away from greater political uncertainty if the DA and the ANC fail to work together?
Yes. There will be a lot of political uncertainty should political organizations fail to work together. And this is, I think, where the fear of where a lot of people are coming from, because we've seen the examples of how disastrous it can be when coalitions have failed at a local government. The city of Ekurhuleni, the city of eThekwini, here in Johannesburg, the lack of refuse collection, the lack of other services that are meant to come from the municipality were not actually coming because of that political failure. Basically, governments just stopped working. And so there is a huge fear of that happening at a national level. But what we are hearing from political organizations, I think a lot of people were saying that we wish that they were this calm and this mature during the election campaigns, instead of the politics that we saw playing out during the election campaign. Because what we're hearing now from a lot of political organizations is that they're willing to put their differences aside and are willing to work for the betterment of our democracy. And I think that's what we need more of. We need a bit more of maturity coming from our politicians, and a political will as well, to make sure that the will and the services that are meant to be done are actually going to be fulfilled by our politicians, and not just be there for the sake of being there for political power, but actually be there for the sake of the people. And now what we are seeing is that this electorate, for the first time in 30 years, has forced our politicians to make sure that they actually work together in tandem, because not one political organization got a mandate from the people. They are now being forced to work together to make sure that they get this country right. No one political party is going to be given the mandate to do that. They now have to do that together. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not cooler heads will prevail, because now we have a government of national unity, and now all eyes are going to be looking at South Africa to make sure that there's political maturity and there's political will to make sure that the issues that we have in this country are going to be fixed together.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for your valued insights and analysis and bringing us the latest.
Thank you very much.
Shifting focus now to Western Africa, amidst diplomatic spat between neighboring Niger and Benin. Unidentified assailants attacked a major oil pipeline that runs between the two nations. At least 6 Niger soldiers guarding the pipeline have been killed in the attack. No group has yet claimed responsibility for the attack, which took place in parts of the southeastern Niger, though the area has a presence of groups linked to the Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Now, this marks the first attack on security forces tasked with safeguarding the pipeline, which has been at the center of a row between Niger and Benin. After the attack, Niger has now shut the pipeline taps. The move signals escalating tensions between Niger and Benin. The nearly 2,000-kilometer pipeline runs from Niger's oil fields to the port of Seme in Benin, where Niger's crude is loaded into tankers for export. This means Niger is dependent on Benin for its oil exports. But in May, Benin blocked the shipment of oil, accusing Niamey of refusing to reopen its border to trade. Though Benin and Niger traditionally shared good ties, tensions began to brew after the July 2023 military coup in Niger and the arrest of the country's democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum. Benin, which is a member of the West African bloc ECOWAS, condemned the coup and imposed sanctions on the Nigerian military regime. In response, Niger's military closed the borders with Benin. The border closure began hurting Benin's economy, so the country decided to take a softer stance on Niger's junta. Benin's president has repeatedly called on Niger's military rulers to collaborate and reopen their side of the border. In return, Benin would allow Niger's oil exports via its ports, but Niger's junta has so far refused to agree. Another flare-up erupted last week as well, when Benin authorities arrested 5 Nigerian citizens at its Seme port, and they were accused of entering the port illegally using fake documents. Benin says that 2 of the 5 arrested are agents working for the Niger junta. Niger, on the other hand, accused Benin of kidnapping 5 of its nationals. Now, Niger's military junta said those arrested were a team from the Nigerian Chinese oil company, and they were there to monitor the loading of Niger's crude oil shipments to China. As the spat deepens, both the nations are facing the economic repercussions. Niger is losing out millions of dollars that oil exports could bring to the landlocked nation, while Benin is suffering due to the halted trade with a major partner. Ultimately, it is the people in both nations who are bearing the brunt of the hostilities. Our next story is from Central Africa. In a high-stakes battle unfolding in the Democratic Republic of Congo, tech giant Apple finds itself at the center of a controversy. The Democratic Republic of Congo is mulling legal action against Apple. The country has accused the Silicon Valley powerhouse of using minerals that it says were illegally mined in its territory. Now, the DRC claims that these minerals were smuggled into neighboring Rwanda. Their source of origin were then allegedly blurred. The Democratic Republic of Congo says that Apple is linked to false labeling of the minerals in Rwanda so that they can be sold as a part of the global supply chain for technology products. The country is being represented as a group of international lawyers who are based out of France and the United States. The minerals that are in question are tantalum, tin, tungsten, and gold, and all are important for the manufacturing of electronic devices. These minerals, grouped together, are collectively known as the 3TG. In the Democratic Republic of Congo and surrounding countries, they are referred to as quote-unquote conflict minerals. They are often mined under conditions that fund armed groups and exploit local populations. So their extraction process involves human rights abuses and unethical practices. The Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the world's leading producers of tantalum, followed by Rwanda, and numerous armed and rebel groups operate in the Democratic Republic of Congo, all of them vying to gain control of the illicit trade in rich minerals. The country has been gripped by violence and conflict since the 1990s. Tensions resurfaced in 2021 when an armed group called the M23 started capturing parts of the country. Rwanda has also been accused by the UN and Western countries of supporting the M23 rebels in a bid to control swathes of land rich in mineral reserves. The Democratic Republic of Congo's lawyers accuse Apple of knowingly sourcing these conflict minerals. Now, this implicates Apple in aiding a supply chain that indirectly funds armed groups. The tech giant has already received a formal notice. It was issued back on the 22nd of April to Apple's CEO Tim Cook. The letter, titled Blood Minerals, warned Apple of discontinuing this practice. And here's what the Democratic Republic of Congo's letter to Apple said. It has become clear to us that year after year, Apple has sold technology made with minerals sourced from a region whose population is being devastated by grave violations of human rights. The iPhones, Mac computers, and accessories that Apple sells to its customers around the world rely on supply chains that are too opaque and that are tainted by the blood of the Congolese people, unquote. Now, this is the main crux of the entire controversy. Amsterdam and Partners, the law firm representing the DRC, has written a 53-page report outlining its claims against Apple. The government lawyers also held talks with President Felix Tshisekedi to discuss the course of action. Apple, meanwhile, denies any such malpractices. It said it regularly audits smelters and refiners in its supply chain, and that its supply chain doesn't directly or indirectly finance or benefit armed groups in the DRC or any adjoining country. On Thursday, DRC's lawyers criticized Apple's brief and dismissive response. They said that the response reeked of arrogance. Now, the DRC's legal team has convened a meeting in the capital, Kinshasa, and they are exploring various legal avenues. They suggested similar legal challenges could be initiated against Apple in multiple countries around the world. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. Now, our story today is from Kenya. About 70% of Kenyans rely on wood as fuel to prepare their meals, which has led to a rampant rise in respiratory diseases. But now the East African country wants to change that, as it aims to shift to clean cooking fuels. Our report brings you the details.
For many women in Kenya, the first task in the morning is to keep the kitchen running. Women gather firewood, then make the morning tea. But soon enough, entire walls and wood pillars are covered in soot. The room is filled with smoke. And as people sip on their morning tea, they cough. Some even have trouble breathing. All of this because of the smoke released by the firewood that most Kenyans use to make food.
I have been using firewood all my life and wake up every morning to fetch it. However, The smoke from the firewood makes me cough for long periods and causes difficulty in breathing. LPG gas is quite expensive and I cannot afford it.
Respiratory diseases have been the most prevalent diseases in Kenya for the past 6 years, with 19.6 million reported cases. And officials say biomass, like firewood, is the largest contributor to these diseases. Then why do people continue to use firewood in their kitchen? Because clean cooking options are too expensive for many. The high prices of clean fuel remain an obstacle to many low-income Kenyan families. But now, change is underway. Slowly and steadily, Kenya is shifting towards cleaner cooking fuels like liquefied petroleum gas or LPG. These fuels are good for people's health because they reduce a person's exposure to harmful pollutants. And what's more, they positively impact the environment as well by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, while clean modern cooking fuels are increasingly available in the country, they are yet to overcome consumer awareness, affordability and accessibility barriers. And to combat this, Kenya launched a clean cooking strategy in 2022. The government aimed towards making a behavioral change by advocating for the adoption of cleaner cooking methods. It conducted public awareness campaigns on promoting clean cooking in Kenya. Now the ministry is in the process of developing a national clean cooking strategy and an electric cooking strategy. In fact, the Ministry of Energy has proposed to address clean cooking as a human rights issue. Kenya has also announced the Cooking Gas Growth Policy. It aims to reduce the cost of LPG for households by nearly half. It requires all newly built affordable housing to be fitted with facilities to use LPG for cooking, thus providing the right environment for households to switch to LPG. Meanwhile, Kenya has also invested more than $200 million last year to build facilities that could handle and store LPG. A 45,000-ton site is in the works in the city of Mombasa. According to the government, this can help make clean cooking gas less expensive and adopt universal clean cooking. Clean, affordable and scalable modern cooking solutions are the need of the hour in Kenya, because the adoption of LPG will not only decrease the number of cases of respiratory diseases, it will also reduce deforestation and climate impacts from black carbon and methane. In Kenya, where more than 9 million households rely on traditional cooking fuels, change will be tough. But the nation is determined to gradually shift to clean cooking, which not only aims to help humans, but also the climate.
And that's it for this Friday edition of the show. We will see you again on Monday at the same time. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage from Bari. It's the last day of the G7 summit here. The meetings are done, the photos have been clicked. Some of the leaders have even left. It's what many call a slow day here, because the focus has shifted to a resort near Lucerne. That's where Switzerland is hosting the Ukraine Peace Summit. About 100 countries are attending, but no Russia. So what's the point of this summit? Will it actually lead to something? Also, why is Cuba emerging as a battleground for US-Russia rivalry all over again? A look at the big takeaways from Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meetings at the G7 summit. Why are Meloni and Macron clashing over abortion rights? What does the G7 family photo say about this year's summit? Car maker Hyundai has filed for an IPO in India. We'll tell you why this is big news. South Africa's Ramaphosa is back as president, but with a coalition government. And are you heading to Italy this summer? Well, then we have a special report for you. The famed Italian summer may no longer be so pleasant. All this and more coming up. The G7 summit in Italy is over. Now the action has shifted to Switzerland for the Ukrainian Peace Summit. Western leaders have gathered there in large numbers, even though this exercise won't deliver much, let alone peace. So why is the summit even happening? Why have these leaders come together, and what does Ukraine hope to achieve? This is being called a peace summit, an attempt to end the Russia-Ukraine war, but one of the warring parties is absent. Russia is not attending the summit. They've dismissed the entire exercise as irrelevant.
It is an absolutely absurd goal to discuss Ukraine without Russia's participation. It is obvious that it is not a result-oriented. That's why many countries don't want to waste time.
You can't argue with their logic. I guess even the organizers agreed. So they downgraded the summit even before it began. The host, Switzerland, now says it's about building consensus, an effort to pave the way for a future peace process. On his part, Zelensky says that he wants to give diplomacy a chance.
The views, ideas, and leadership of each nation are equally important to us. And everything that will be agreed upon at the summit today will be part of the peacemaking process that we all need. I believe that we will witness history being made here at the summit.
At the same time, this summit also exposes the limits of Ukraine's diplomatic heft. 160 countries were invited to the summit, only 92 are attending, so a little more than half. And here's a breakup of the guest list. 57 attendees are heads of state, 29 are ministers, and 6 are diplomats. Besides that, heads of the European Union and the United Nations are also attending.
As of today, 90 states signed up, of which half are from Europe and North America, the other half from South America, Africa, the Middle East, and Asia.
Some influential leaders are missing from the guest list. This includes Ukraine's chief backer, the President of the United States, Joe Biden. He's not there. Vice President Kamala Harris is attending in his place. Who else is missing? Chinese President Xi Jinping, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, also India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. India has sent a delegation instead. It is led by a senior Indian diplomat. Now, the absence of these leaders is a setback for Ukraine. These countries have the diplomatic clout to help Ukraine move the needle with Russia. The presence of their leaders would have been a signal, a strong signal of support. But they're not attending. Switzerland and Ukraine also had high hopes from the global south. Kiev wanted to shore up support from this bloc. They'd invited countries like Brazil, Cambodia, and Malaysia. But they've either sent observers or skipped the summit altogether. So if the goal was to gain new allies, Ukraine won't make much progress here. Half of the guests are from the West, from North America and Europe, where Ukraine already enjoys strong support. So to sum it up, there is no peace deal on the table, nor any major mobilization of support against Russia. What's worse, the agenda seems to have been diluted too. 3 topics are being discussed now: nuclear safety, humanitarian aid, and food security. That's it. No proposal to end the war.
There are not yet negotiations about an end to the war. For that, Putin would have to show that he is prepared to end his brutal campaign and withdraw troops. But perhaps a way can be found to start a process in which Russia will one day also have a seat at the table. When the time is right, that will be decided solely by Ukraine.
Clearly, Ukraine wants to dictate the terms here. Kiev is already preparing for a second peace summit. And here they hope to have Russia. But will Moscow play ball? Looks highly unlikely. Russian forces have made gains on the battlefield, and the Russian economy has so far survived the onslaught of Western sanctions. Take a look at this report. This is about the IMF and the Russian economy. The IMF says the Russian economy will keep growing. In fact, this year it will grow faster than the United States. That's a scathing indictment of the Western campaign against Russia. It also gives Russia the upper hand. So Kiev may want to spell out the peace plan, but Vladimir Putin doesn't feel compelled to negotiate. He's approaching this from a position of strength. Yesterday, Putin shared his list of demands. Listen to this.
The conditions are very simple. Ukrainian troops must be completely withdrawn from the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions. As soon as Kiev declares that it is ready for such a decision and begins the actual withdrawal of troops from these regions, as well as officially notifies that they abandon plans to join NATO, an order to cease fire and begin negotiations will immediately follow from our side, literally at the same minute.
4 regions, or 1/5 of Ukrainian territory, an end to Western sanctions, and no NATO membership for Ukraine. These are Putin's terms. Ukraine was quick to reject the offer. It called Putin's terms, and I'm quoting, a complete sham. So did its Western backers. The United States says Putin is in no position to make demands.
He is not in any position to dictate to Ukraine what they must do to bring about a peace. Putin can end this war today. You know, he started this war with no provocation.
So America is talking tough, but here is the reality. Russia has no intention of ending the war on Western terms, and Ukraine is in no position to win this war. Plus, a failed peace summit may open up new challenges for Kiev because China is making moves. Reports say Beijing is ready to push a rival peace plan. It is lobbying other governments and calling for its own international peace conference. Remember, Beijing has been a strong critic of the summit in Switzerland, mainly due to the absence of Russia.
China has repeatedly emphasized that the peace summit should have the three important elements of acceptance by the Russian and Ukrainian sides, equal participation by all parties, and fair discussion of all peace proposals.
Not surprisingly, Russia has already endorsed this plan. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov supports the idea. Ukraine may choose to reject it, but without any substantial gains on the battlefield, Kiev is running out of options. The other big development we are tracking is in Cuba. It looks to have become a battleground once again for the US-Russia rivalry. We told you what happened earlier this week, how a Russian nuclear submarine docked in Havana. Now the US has sent its own sub to Cuba, a nuclear-powered fast attack submarine called the USS Helena. There have been a lot of American vessels called the Helena. The one currently in Cuba is the USS Helena SSN 725. It's a Los Angeles-class submarine, and it's built to take down other subs. The vessel arrived in Cuba on Thursday, just a day after Russian warships docked in Havana. The American ship is not in the Cuban capital, though. It's in the U.S. naval base in Cuba, Guantanamo Bay. Many of you would have heard about Guantanamo Bay, or Gitmo as some like to call it. It's both a naval base and an infamous prison where the US tortured people because torture is not permitted on American soil. So Guantanamo was their workaround, their offshore torture chamber. And now it is the site of a US-Russia blinking contest. The Americans will deny this, of course. They say their submarine is making a routine stop, something they had planned weeks ago and informed the Cuban authorities about. This is probably true, but it doesn't change the optics. From the outside, it looks like the US is challenging Russia, saying, whatever you can do, we can do it too. It's a strong statement. It keeps American pride intact, but it also puts the rest of the world in danger. Russia was clear when it sent its warships to Cuba.
As soon as it comes to military exercises, naval voyages, some kind of joint exchanges, delegations, or observations of various maneuvers, we immediately hear from the Western public questions and desires to clarify, what are these messages about? And when, speaking your language, we send messages through political diplomatic channels, when the president of the Russian Federation gives hours-long interviews, communicates with representatives of all countries, both friendly and unfriendly, answers questions from journalists, including from Western countries, somehow these messages, these statements, these hours-long detailed comments are not perceived as signals.
Moscow says it's the only way to get the West to listen. That without shows of strength, the West will not engage, and that logic is also problematic. It also brings the world closer to the edge, but does that excuse the American attempts at one-upmanship? The Russian vessels had already arrived in Cuba, so Washington knew that the region was a powder keg. Reports say that there were debates in the US about going ahead with a submarine deployment, whether they should do it or not. There was a debate. In the end, it seems ego prevailed over common sense. The US did not want to set a precedent. They did not want foreign movements to affect their routine deployments. So they went ahead and sent the USS Helena, ignoring the potential consequences of their actions. And it's not just Russia that's facing America's inconsiderate behavior. There's also another angle to this: Cuba's frustration. Cuba and the US are not on friendly terms, but the US has a base in the country. Ever wondered why? It's because the country signed the Guantanamo deal back in 1903. You heard that right, 1903, more than 120 years ago. The base was given to the US in perpetuity for a few $1,000s a month. So Guantanamo is the oldest US overseas base in the world. Havana says that Washington had strong-armed them into signing this deal. and they wanted to shut it down for decades. But the US has refused to give it up, and Washington keeps antagonizing Havana with its activities at the base. Last year, the US had sent another nuclear submarine to Guantanamo, despite Cuba's explicit protests. They did not want the submarine last year, and they did not want one this year either, and the US knows this. They believe that Cuba approved the Russian submarine visit, hoping it would keep the Americans away. But the US, being the US, decided to do what it wanted anyway. Now, all of this is bad enough on its own. But yesterday, there was a further escalation, this time by an unlikely source, Canada. Canada decided to send a Navy patrol to Cuba, to the capital Havana, where the Russian warships docked on Wednesday. Canada is also saying that this is a routine visit, which has nothing to do with the Russian vessels being there, but all of this sounds too provocative to be routine. It's a sign that the world is approaching the brink. It seems as though we're already back in the Cold War era.
Conseguenze che lascia presagire.
Hello from the Meloni team. Now let's get back to Italy. Today is the final day of this year's G7 summit, as we've been telling you, but much of the work has already been wrapped up. Most of the leaders who flew in have already left, including the G7 leaders, like US President Joe Biden. He took off on an Air Force One last night. And while he isn't heading to nearby Switzerland, a bunch of the other leaders are for their next conference, as we've already mentioned. The major leaders were scheduled to leave Italy before today's session, so they wrapped up the important business yesterday, including the all-important G7 joint statement. Giorgia Meloni summarized the major points.
With the final declaration, the G7 has taken on some specific commitments. We will continue to support Ukraine, and we have decided to systematize our efforts in various lines of action with a 360-degree approach to help the Ukrainian people look to the future. The G7 has reaffirmed this commitment, agreeing to additional financial support linked to the windfall profits derived from Russian assets frozen in our jurisdictions.
The most important agreement was on funding for Ukraine. The G7 nations will give Ukraine $50 billion, but not from their own funds. Instead, they will be using Russian money, the interest that has been generated on frozen Russian assets. This is effectively getting Moscow to pay its enemies' bills. It's a unique step, and it's likely to draw a reaction from Russia. That was the biggest takeaway from the G7 summit. Then there is the war in Gaza. All the G7 members have rallied behind the US.
We have confirmed our support for the United States mediation proposal for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, and a significant increase in humanitarian assistance to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip. The G7 also reiterated every effort to prevent an escalation in the region and to work towards a lasting political solution to the crisis with the perspective of a two-state solution for two peoples.
The G7 is backing the recent US ceasefire proposal. They will also increase humanitarian assistance to Gaza. On paper, this looks like a step towards peace. But can they really do anything to stop Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? Until there's a concrete way forward, these just seem like empty words. The third big takeaway involves migration, and this was a personal issue for Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's been looking for a way to stop illegal migration to Europe, mostly from Africa. Italy is caught in the middle of this because it is often the gateway for migrants who arrive on Italian shores via the Mediterranean Sea on dilapidated boats. Meloni's plan is simple: stop the problem at its root. A lot of the migrants leave their countries in search of economic opportunities. But why not just bring the opportunities to their home nations? That's the crux of Meloni's strategy. It's called the Mattei Plan. And she has managed to rope in the rest of the G7 for it. She wants to coordinate all their existing efforts to invest in developing nations, like the G7's Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. and the EU's Global Gateway Initiative. Meloni wants all these plans to work in tandem to better direct the flow of investments, especially to Africa. So these were the big G7 announcements, the greatest hits, if you will. Ukraine funding, ceasefire in Gaza, and investments in Africa. It shows that a decent amount of work got done here, and the summit wasn't just some holiday for the leaders. The G7 actually came together to chalk out a plan. They were a bit weak in a few other areas, like China. Before the summit, there was a lot of talk and action. The EU raised tariffs on Chinese EVs. The US sanctioned some Chinese firms, companies accused of helping Russia evade sanctions. It looked like a multi-pronged Western attack on Beijing, and we spoke about this earlier. That attack was supposed to gain momentum at the G7 summit. Instead, the attack seems to have lost steam. If you look at the G7 leaders' communique, they are recycling the same accusations and warnings. The G7 have asked China to be responsible, to stop helping Russia, to stop bullying its neighbors, and to stop human rights violations in Xinjiang and Tibet. And they say this every time, but they don't do very much about it. They'll give Beijing a disapproving look and then go back to being blind to China's transgressions. Because at the end of the day, the G7 is also dependent on China, so dependent that they can't do anything, except repeat the same old lectures. This was a missed opportunity for the Group of Seven. The summit could have been used to crack down harder on China. Instead, what we saw was meekness. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the summit. Even though India is not a member, Modi was invited by the host. He was in Italy for barely 24 hours. He spent all of Friday in meetings and sessions, one after the other. We spoke about a few yesterday about his bilaterals with some world leaders like French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. All these meetings took place before yesterday's main event, the G7 outreach session. The session where non-G7 leaders addressed the attendees. From Pope Francis, who spoke about artificial intelligence, to the rest of the non-G7 heads of state. Prime Minister Modi was one of the people who addressed this outreach session. Before he began his main speech, Modi spoke about India's recently concluded elections. He called them the biggest festival of democracy in the world. He explained the sheer scale of the Indian election, how about 640 million people voted and how the votes were tallied in just one day. 640 million people is more than the total eligible voters in all the G7 countries. So the Indian elections truly were the biggest festival of democracy. After that, Prime Minister Modi spoke about the issues at hand. The G7 outreach session had three topics: artificial intelligence, energy, and Africa and the Mediterranean. On AI, Modi said that India was at the forefront of the new technology. He mentioned how India was one of the first nations to formulate an AI strategy. And he spoke about India's AI mission, the one launched this year. It's called AI for All. After this, the Indian Prime Minister moved to the topic of energy, and this is, of course, related to climate. Modi reiterated India's commitment to go carbon neutral by 2070. He also spoke about a new scheme that was recently launched, a tree plantation drive launched on Environment Day, which was on the 5th of June. Modi asked other leaders, the other leaders present here, to join India on this plantation drive. Then came the topic of Africa, the migration of Africans to Europe. This, as we've been saying, is a major issue for the Europeans, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is keen to tackle it. Her plan is to invest in Africa to help develop the continent. Prime Minister Modi spoke about India's contributions to Africa's development. He pledged to continue on that path and to keep championing the cause of the global south at the world stage. So that was the big event from yesterday, the G7 outreach session. But Prime Minister Modi's day did not end there. In the few hours before his flight home, he had other meetings, bilaterals with multiple leaders, like the G7 host Giorgia Meloni. A wide range of topics were covered during the Modi-Meloni meet, including defense cooperation. The countries also hope to expand defense industrial ties, which usually means more weapons deals. But there are no specifics about that yet. After the meeting with Meloni, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Their meeting touched upon an existing deal, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project. This is an under-construction rail line which seeks to connect the cities of Mumbai and Ahmedabad via bullet train. The deal's progress was reviewed, along with other Indo-Japanese collaborative efforts. Modi then met with some of the other leaders present, like German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and US President Joe Biden. He also briefly interacted with Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. There was an air of frostiness in that meeting, which can easily be gauged from Modi's social media posts. Every other meeting was described as excellent or delightful or productive. The one with Trudeau was merely noted. After the hectic social calls and sessions, it was time for Prime Minister Modi to go home. So what should be the key takeaway from Modi's summit? What should we take away from this summit? One common theme seems to be defense. Almost all of his bilaterals involve talks of defense partnerships. France, the UK, Italy, India seems to be trying to forge defense ties with all of them. Diversifying supplies, basically, which would also mean a range of options when it comes to defense equipment for New Delhi. Then there were talks on trade and ongoing projects, which was only to be expected. But there's a bigger message in all of this. Prime Minister Modi's presence at the G7 for the 5th consecutive year is a signal to the world that this should start looking routine by now, because India is coming into its own on the global stage. Beaming smiles, bear hugs, even some birthday celebrations. G7 leaders may have put on a show of unity this week, but it was not all la dolce vita. While the G7 was united on Ukraine, it seemed very divided on abortion rights. The word abortion was omitted from this year's statement, and reports suggest that it was Italy's doing. That did not seem to go down well with the group, with French President Macron and Italian Prime Minister Meloni even having a spat over it. Our next report brings you the details.
If looks could kill, this would be it. It was the night of the G7 dinner in Brindisi. The setting was a Swabian castle. It was a grand affair with all the G7 leaders. But not all was well between these two, French President Emmanuel Macron and the host, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Her withering look was proof enough for that. Now, Meloni and Macron aren't exactly BFFs. They have long had a fraught relationship. They've clashed before over issues like migration in Europe and the war in Ukraine. But it's not disagreements all the time. These two have worked together as well. Maybe they're what Gen Z calls frenemies. This time, the fight was over this. The G7 Summit Declaration, the crowning document of the two-day meeting. The document referred to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. But there was no mention of one word, abortion. It was missing from the text. Compare it with the G7's 2023 communique. It explicitly calls for access to safe and legal abortion and post-abortion care. Reports suggested that this was the doing of Italy, the host of the G7 summit. It says Meloni tried to water down the language on women's rights. Now, no one knows how much of this is true. Meloni does belong to a far-right party. She is opposed to abortion, but she has never publicly questioned the right to abortion in Italy. Abortion has been legal in Catholic-majority Italy since 1978. It hasn't changed. But in recent years, access can be a challenge. Now, the Italian Prime Minister has denied these G7 reports. She says Italy did not try to dilute the declaration. But Macron wouldn't have it. He was asked about this by an Italian journalist, and this is what he had to say. France shares the vision of equality between men and women. It is not a vision that is shared by all the political spectrum. I regret it, but I respect it because it was the sovereign choice of your people. Quite the choice of words there, especially against the host. And Meloni was not going to let it slide. She defended Italy, accusing Macron of playing politics. She said he was using the G7 to campaign for the upcoming French parliamentary elections. That explains the steely glare she gave him. And by Friday, the issue snowballed. The Meloni-Macron spat made the front pages in Italy. It was all everyone was talking about. So Macron did some damage control. He said he had no desire for controversy. Well, desire or not, the damage was done. Now, while this year's G7 statement doesn't mention abortion or LGBTQ+ rights, it does refer to last year's communique from Hiroshima, where abortion was mentioned. Some say the omission could be because of the presence of Pope Francis and the Catholic Church's position on abortion. So, this 50th G7 summit in Italy took place amid 2 wars, multiple conflicts, and a sluggish global economy. The G7 leaders had a lot to agree and disagree upon, but it looks like it was abortion rights that divided the group.
We've been in Bari for a few days now. The weather has largely been pleasant, but occasionally unpredictable. A major reason for that is climate change. Europe is the fastest warming continent on the planet, and within Europe, Italy is among the worst affected countries. Heat waves and air pollution are becoming part of daily life. What are cities like Bari doing to combat this? What did the G7 leaders do on climate change? Our next report tells you. It's our last day in Bari, and we may have dodged a bullet, because the weatherman has brought worrying news. Southern Italy is heading for a heat wave next week. What temperatures are we talking about? Up to 40 degrees Celsius in some parts. The culprit is something called an anticyclone in Africa. It's exactly what it sounds like. If a cyclone spins clockwise, an anticyclone spins the other way. This phenomenon has been around for centuries, but recently they've gotten longer and more intense. The reason? According to some researchers, climate change. Temperatures in Rome are expected to reach 34 degrees, in Sicily 42 degrees, and in northern Italy 33 degrees. Bari is a bit different from the rest of Italy. It's a coastal town, so the sea moderates the temperature. It is never too hot or too cold in Bari, yet they're not taking any chances. Behind me is one of the initiatives aimed at tackling one of the root causes of climate change, emissions. This is a cyber tree, or that's what they call it, a cyber tree that captures dust and emissions and purifies the air. Basically, it's a gigantic air purifier in the middle of the town. It was installed in June last year. It can purify up to 5,000 cubic meters of air every hour, thus benefiting around 10,000 people. But one purifier, no matter how big, won't be enough. We're talking about decades of pollution and emissions. The European Union makes up almost 17% of global emissions. But in the early 1900s, it made up more than 34%. So I'm afraid purifiers won't cut it. Another strategy is electric vehicles. On most streets of Bari, you see electric bikes like these. You can use mobile applications, pay money and rent them out. And we've also seen buses that use electricity and not diesel. While this idea is commendable, we've also seen some very old cars and bikes plying on the streets. You can identify them by the deafening noise that they make, and their emissions much higher than your average car. Italy's air pollution is among the worst in Europe. Most Italians live in cities where the air quality is below WHO recommendations. In fact, air pollution is killing Italians. Around 80,000 deaths in this country are attributed to it every year. I'm sure old cars don't help. Around 40% of the cars in Italy are more than 15 years old. Last year, the government introduced a law to ban old diesel vehicles, but the backlash forced them to delay it. Another climate-related problem is heat waves. Italy is slowly turning into a heat wave hotspot. In the summers, the heat accounts for 2.4% of the excess deaths in Italy. These are deaths over and above the average mortality. Last year was especially bad. 2023 was the third hottest year on Italian records. The country reported 11 extreme weather events per day in 2023. Cities like Milan and Rome were seared by heat waves.
Very hot. It's really hot. And we didn't realize this is heat wave. This is the first time what we feel in here. It's just like we can't go out. And it's just so humid, not like before.
It's obviously better at the beach. At least you can get some sea air. In town, it's not possible to stay out there. It's too hot.
It was a hot topic at the G7 too. Many activists have accused these countries of double standards. The G7 members have agreed to phase out coal in the next decade, but this is an old promise packaged in new words. Plus, Italian energy giants featured heavily at the summit. Giorgia Meloni's position on the issue is also confusing. She told the G7 to put ideologies aside to fight climate change. Yet, she voted against a European Green Deal. So the G7 did not deliver much on climate change. Activists gathered at the media center in Bari to protest the lack of progress. Most of them belonged to Extinction Rebellion, a global climate advocacy group.
We call for this voice to be heard, that of the animals that are disappearing, of the biodiversity that is dying, and also of the people who are living in the front line of the eco-climate crisis, because international forums such as the G7 are not taking concrete action.
We want a future. We simply want a future. We in Extinction Rebellion do not place blame, but we want something to be done by the people who now have the power to do it.
We see such protests at every summit, but the world leaders don't seem to care. They fly in on private jets and personal planes, hold talks with energy bosses, make cosmetic promises, and then leave. The European summers were supposed to be warm, pleasant, and sunny, but now it's all very unpredictable. A lot of Italians say that they used to have 4 distinct seasons, but now it's hard to say. Consider what happened to us. We landed in Bari, expecting sunny weather. But what did we find? Rain clouds and showers. And this is what climate change is doing to places around the world. Now let's talk about a big story from India. Indian stock markets could soon see their biggest ever IPO. Car maker Hyundai is planning to go public. Hyundai is a South Korean car company. Its Indian subsidiary is planning a public listing. It could be valued at $30 billion. Hyundai plans to raise up to $3 billion through this IPO. After a sharp dip on election result day, Indian markets are near record highs again. Will this listing boost India's stock market further? Here's a report.
India is the world's third biggest car market, also perhaps one of the hardest to crack. So when a company like Hyundai makes an ambitious bet, it's worth taking note. Hyundai's India unit is making plans to go public. Hyundai is planning an IPO or an initial public offering where shares of the company are offered for the first time to the public. It is India's second largest car maker, possibly valued at around $30 billion. Hyundai's South Korean parent plans to sell up to 142 million shares, that's about 17.5% of its stake in the Indian subsidiary. The plan is to raise anywhere between $2.5 to $3 billion. Hyundai has committed to invest another $4 billion in the next decade. Hyundai has also identified 3 potential areas of expansion. Hyundai has already invested $5 billion in India. The funds that will be raised is expected to fuel the next phase of expansion. Premiumization or selling more expensive cars, electric vehicles, and stepping up car exports from India. There are also some new goals Hyundai wants to achieve with this move beyond funding the expansion. The car maker hopes to also improve its visibility and brand image. India is Hyundai's third biggest revenue generator, so an expansion makes sense. The listing could also create some records. Hyundai's public listing could be the biggest India has seen yet. The last major IPO in India was in 2022. That's when the state-owned Life Insurance Corporation of India, or LIC, listed on the exchanges. LIC raised around $2.45 billion from its IPO. Since 2021, India has seen a wave of new listings. Major brands like Zomato, Paytm, Nykaa and Policy Bazaar have gone public. But early investors in these companies have suffered losses. Can Hyundai break that jinx? Well, the numbers are in its favor, but Hyundai faces a difficult market too. India's market for cars is growing. By 2026, India's auto industry is expected to be valued at $300 billion, but it is a highly competitive space. There are at least 15 major players competing for a slice of this market. Companies like Hyundai face a tough challenge from the homegrown players like Maruti Suzuki, Tata and Mahindra. There are also many cautionary tales. Major car companies like Ford, Fiat and Chevrolet entered India with much fanfare, but they failed to gain a sizable presence. Ultimately, they had to exit. In comparison, Hyundai now has considerable experience in India. It has been selling cars in the country for 28 years. So it should feel confident about its chances.
When South Africa's parliament convened on Friday, it was unclear who would be elected as president. After marathon negotiations, back and forth calls and high political tension, a brand new coalition has been forged and Cyril Ramaphosa has been chosen to serve a second term as president. This is good news for him, but the hard part begins now. South Africa is one of Africa's most stable democracies, but it is entering a new era of political uncertainty with bitter rivals coming together to form a fragile coalition. Our next report has more.
I accordingly declare Honorable MC Ramaphosa duly elected president.
On Saturday, South Africans woke up to a new government. It'll be headed by Cyril Ramaphosa, who has been chosen for a second term as president by the country's first ever, but fragile, coalition government. Last month, South Africa held its national election, and Ramaphosa's party, the African National Congress or ANC, suffered a sharp decline in support. In fact, this was its worst electoral performance in 30 years, where it failed to secure a majority. The ANC has been governing the country with comfortable majorities since the end of apartheid. It is a major blow to the party, which now holds 159 out of 400 seats in parliament, short of the 201 needed to have a majority. So now it has agreed to a marriage of convenience with a long-term bitter rival, the Democratic Alliance, which is South Africa's second largest party, and the fifth largest, the Inkatha Freedom Party. Some of the other 15 parties in parliament are also expected to join the coalition, which the ANC is calling a government of national unity. This is unprecedented, and after feverish negotiations and an 11th-hour agreement, Ramaphosa is their chosen leader. This is happy news for the second-time president, who is being congratulated by world leaders. From America's Joe Biden to China's Xi Jinping. But the hard part is yet to begin, because his new government faces many challenges. For starters, the ANC has never functioned in a coalition. Now it must learn to work with others, and the learning must be quick. Because the new government consists of parties sharply divided on ideology, and this reflects in their policies. The DA has fought against race-based transformation policies, which the ANC has pushed for 3 decades. For many, it is unimaginable that the ANC and the DA could work together. DA is right-leaning. It has a mostly white leadership, and now it will be the ANC's main partner. As the next step, Ramaphosa will allocate cabinet positions, which will include members of the DA, meaning a greater voice to what was once the ANC's greatest opposition. So there's bound to be friction. Right now, the DA is trying to downplay the differences among the coalition partners.
Given the fact that the voters of South Africa in this last election chose not to reward any party with its own majority, they now expect us to find each other and work together to be able to form a stable government who will work together to protect our constitutional democracy from assaults and attempts to undermine it by the forces of those who do not believe in constitutionalism and would seek to see our constitution diluted or done away with.
The coalition could be a good idea for South Africa. It could force the ideological parties to the center. It could also rein in the ANC, which has caused significant anger among the public over corruption, unemployment, and crime. And this is Ramaphosa's second biggest challenge, restoring the image of a party that was once led by Nelson Mandela.
I feel so proud about it. At least there's no only one, only ANC is gonna rule the country. With DA also, they're gonna work together so that everything can become better.
We've had a lot of challenges which the African National Congress failed to resolve. A different way of resolving these issues is to perhaps the Democratic Alliance has white people. At least if ANC can collaborate with white people, we can gain more power and maybe a lot can change and there can be more job creation.
South Africa is one of the continent's most stable democracies, with a ticket for an uncertain political ride. At the steering wheel is Cyril Ramaphosa. Only time will tell how well he navigates the bumpy road ahead.
Do you keep a photo album? I know it feels like a tradition of the past, but if you do, you know that photo albums showcase more than just pictures. They tell tales of our private lives, of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Did you know that G7 summits keep photo albums too? These are historic photo collections. They show leaders from the world's most elite nations coming together for carefully choreographed family photos. That's what their group photos are called, family photos. And these pictures may seem perfect, but they tell tales of geopolitical challenges, drama, and sheer awkwardness. So what does this year's family photo say? What are some of the most iconic pictures from the G7 summits of the past? Here's a report.
It is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And when the picture in question comes from an annual gathering of leaders from some of the world's wealthiest countries, it can tell many tales. We are talking about G7 summits. They can be both staid and dramatic. They are usually held in picturesque settings where meetings are conducted, strategies are fine-tuned, values are reaffirmed, and so-called bonds are strengthened. There is another G7 ritual that plays a powerful uniting role, the family photo. When all the leaders attending G7 pose for a photograph. It is a carefully choreographed event, but despite the stiff body language and perfect smiles, drama can slip through the cracks. Take this year's family photo, for instance. It has been clicked against a calming backdrop of olive trees and stone walls, but it exudes stress. Standing in the middle is the host, Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, and she seems to be surrounded by dead men walking. A majority of the leaders here face an uncertain political future, not only in their own countries, but also in their alliance and the world. Thus the furrowed eyebrows and determined smiles. Now look at the bigger picture, the second family photo with leaders from G7 and other nations. A lot of powerful people on one stage. This is a historic portrait because for the first time ever, a pope is taking the center stage. Pope Francis is the first pontiff to address a G7 summit. This picture gives a clear sense of the vibe. Also, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been placed in the center. He has a huge smile. After all, this was a fruitful summit for India. But wisely, he has been kept at an arm's length from Canada's Justin Trudeau, keeping in mind the row between the two countries over Canada backing Khalistani terrorism. Then there's French President Emmanuel Macron, who refuses to smile. After all, he did clash with the host, who, by the way, is having her moment, as she should. Politically speaking, she's on firm footing. She's popular in her country, and she has won big in the European Parliament election. On top of that, she's been a hit. From the Melody selfie that's going viral,
hello from the Melody team,
to the ones she took while waiting for Biden. And let's not forget her death glare to Macron. Her aversion to Sunak's enthusiasm and her attentiveness to the Pope. It all came together for Meloni. But back to G7 pictures, where body language matters a lot. Look at this image from the 2015 G7, set against the backdrop of the Bavarian Alps. There's former US President Barack Obama in peak relaxation mode, listening to the animated former German Chancellor Angela Merkel. This is among the most iconic G7 photos. But it's second only to this image from 3 years later. It's from the 2018 G7 summit, where tensions were about to explode. There's Merkel staring down then US President Donald Trump. Trump left before the summit was over. He refused to sign the traditional joint communique. So the summit was a disaster. And the family photo says it all. The G7 summits are also not devoid of awkward moments, like when former US President George W. Bush gave Merkel an unrequested back rub at the 2006 summit, to not knowing whether or not to wave during last year's G7. So, all said and done, leaders can agree on matters, discuss important documents, and offer warm handshakes. Yet, the deeper story of the G7 summits doesn't necessarily come across in the documents that world leaders sign, but in the photographs that they take.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the US, crews rescue 28 people trapped upside down on an amusement park ride. In Singapore, beachgoers are surprised by a rare oil spill. In Argentina, penguins are returned to the wild, one hop at a time. And finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 2001, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO, was established. The initial group included China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. In 2017, they expanded to include India and Pakistan, and Iran in 2023, bringing the total to 9 members now. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching.
All the power is shut off on it too right now. Alright, update. They're still up there. It's been about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more, and they've just been hanging up there this whole time. Has it ever happened before? And she said no, and she said she's actually concerned for them. Oh, they just said Oaks Park. They just said the park is closed. Jesus Christ. Gee.